Good morning, everybody. So since we here at ORCA are notoriously famous for ensuring everything runs very much on time, I will be starting. Although we are expecting a massive influx of students, we've received a lot of mails that there seems to be traffic issues. But anyway, I'm sure by the time it's Dr. Scobell's keynote address, the room will be filled. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And it's such a great pleasure for me and a privilege to welcome you to the third edition of the Global Conference on New Sinology, hosted by the Organization for Research on China and Asia. When we launched GCNS back in 2022, our aspirations were quite modest. To test whether there was a space that existed in India for a platform devoted exclusively to new sinology. We wanted to see if such a forum could link China's history, culture, language to the more strategic, political, and security challenges of present times. What began as an ambitious outlook has since grown into a wonderful gathering that convenes some of the world's best minds, distinguished thinkers and policymakers here in Delhi every September with the common ambition and passion for understanding China. Today, as we open the third edition of GCNS, I feel a deep sense of pride in what this community has built together, the networks it has formed over the years, and a renewed sense of urgency as well in the questions we must address. For me, this gathering is not merely another academic exchange. This is something we at ORCA feel very passionately about. It represents an intellectual commitment that we made 3 years ago to give India its own platform for shaping the study of China on its own terms and in conversations with the world. The theme of this year's conference is China's dream for a new mandate of power, and it speaks to that sense of urgency. China, under the leadership of Xi Jinping, is not only reimagining its domestic legitimacy, but also the very principles of the global order. The deliberate echo of the Confucian principle of mandate of heaven highlights how the Communist Party of China seeks to root its 21st century ambitions in the historical and cultural logic that connects ancient traditions of legitimacy to modern forms of global power. By invoking this mandate of heaven in this conference's framing, our goal is to connect China's present great power ambitions with their deeper ideological underpinnings. This is not about taking China's rhetoric at face value or rejecting it outrightly, or rejecting it completely, but rather about interrogating the ideas and narratives that give shape to its strategies. What does it mean when a modern one-party state wraps its power projection in the language of dynastic legitimacy? How does this fusion of past and present alter our understanding of China and what it demands from the rest of the world? These are the questions that are precisely what the concept of new sinology seeks to answer here. But of course, what is this new sinology that we at GCNS keep speaking about? The concept is something that is not new. It's been debated and understood for years. And for us here at ORCA, it has 3 core tenets. First is that new sinology demands that we see China in both its continuity and change. It asks us to move beyond narrow specializations and disciplinary silos to recognize that China cannot be understood only through economics or only through politics, only through military or only through security. China's own strategic imagination, as we all know, is very holistic, weaving its history, philosophy, language, politics into a single narrative of rejuvenation. To understand China, therefore, we must study not only its material powers, but also the cultural and ideological logics that animate said power. It is an approach that resists narrow specializations and instead demands a kind of synthesis, linking language and literature to politics and security, history to strategy, and culture to power. Here, to borrow the words of former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, who has quite championed this approach, new sinology is not only about describing China, but also about explaining what its concepts mean to China and to the rest of the world. Second, I'd like to reflect on someone I'm sure everybody in this room has read very frequently, which is Jeremy Barmay's approach of China heritage's idea of new Sinology that insists on the importance of official China and other Chinas that exist in counterpoint to it. Official China is the narrative of the state, the party, its ideology, its institutions, its propaganda. But alongside this exists a very rich and complex field of contestation, of alternative voices, creative expression, and social undercurrents that often resurface in moments of political change. A new Sinology cannot privilege one over the other. It must hold both in critical tension, and for it, in that is the space that China's evolution is best understood. Thirdly, and more specifically for us here at ORCA, new Sinology calls for synthesis. Too often, analysis of China remains very fragmented, at least here in India. Linguists who are not engaging with the politics, historians who are not engaging with the strategy, economists who are not engaging with the society's culture. But what we need is an integrated insight, analysis that can link the party's ideology to its foreign policy, domestic legitimacy to military postures, and cultural narratives to maybe digital strategies. A new Sinology, then, is not only just an academic pursuit here. It is a form of intellectual craftsmanship wherein we are trying to draw threads together to create a fuller, more holistic picture of China. It is in this spirit that GCNS has been designed. Across the next 2 days, we will explore how China governs time itself through the new concept, new here at least, of chronopolitics, deploying strategic patience and acceleration as tools of power. We will examine how it projects influence in the global south, how it embeds itself in multilateral institutions, and how it expands its reach in the digital and maritime commons. We will interrogate the invisible architectures of the party, intertwining ideologies of technology and history, and the role of the PLA as both a deterrent and an enabler of the China dream. This conference here in India also carries a deeper message. For too long, China expertise in our region has been shaped largely by external narratives, often framed in Western capitals and often filtered through external priorities without engaging with them in a South Asian context, as seen with the definitions of new Sinology also that I referred to. For India, China is not an abstraction. It is a neighbor with whom we share a very real and very sensitive border, a competitor in global governance, at times a partner when it comes to climate, even trade, and an actor whose decisions will shape the very security of our region. To engage with China only through others' scholarship is to see the world through a very borrowed lens. India must therefore, we believe, push its own expertise, rigorous, confident, very globally engaged, and Delhi, as the country's political capital, is a place where we believe it should be a home for such conversations. This is the mission that ORCA had embraced when it first started 5 years ago. We are one of India's only private think tanks devoted exclusively to Chinese politics, and we're determined to ensure that India can lead serious scholarship when it comes to China. GCNS is our flagship commitment to this mission. I'd just like to conclude very quickly by saying that none of this, of course, would be possible without our very community of scholars who we have built engagements with over the past 5 years. I'm also grateful to the new members of our community who have joined us today and flown from all over the world to be a part of this conference, who I'm sure we will be able to build long-term networks with. And I would like to specifically thank my small but very efficient team here at ORCA, without whom this conference is not possible, and whose creativity and dedication to staying back in office past midnight just to be able to get the right panel in place is something that I learn from every day. So I'm very, very grateful to everybody from my team here. I'd also like to thank the Policy Planning and Research Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, for their support to the 3rd edition of GCNS, and to India International Center for being our venue partners. Now, GCNS is meant as a space of critical engagement, as is expressed via the unique panels and format at the event, It is an invitation to move beyond binaries, to ask interdisciplinary questions, and to build intellectual tools that the 21st century demands. Over the next 2 days, I hope that we get to interrogate the contours of China's evolving mandate of power. Let us not only, think what China is, but also what it seeks to become, and what that ambition asks of the world as it moves on to become that. On behalf of ORCA, I thank you all for being a part of this journey. I look forward to our conversations the next 2 days, and personally our respectfully communicated disagreements as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we will now move on to our welcome remarks to you all from the India International Center, delivered by Ambassador Shyam Saran, former Foreign Secretary of the Government of India and President of the India International Center. Unfortunately, Ambassador Saran had to fly down to Bhutan yesterday evening for a very urgent engagement, but he was still very gracious and kind enough to take out time before he left for the airport to record his remarks for us. And he remains available if in case any of you want to engage with him later. We'll be happy to share his email. Please.
I would like to congratulate the Organization for Research on China and Asia for convening of the third edition of ORCA's Global Conference on New Sinology. The theme for this year's conference is China's Dream for the New Mandate of Power, which will convene on 23rd and 24th of September in the India International Center. As President of the India International Center, I am happy to join the Ministry of External Affairs in supporting this very laudable initiative. This time, the conference will turn the spotlight on ideological, institutional, and geopolitical drivers of China's current domestic and external policies. It is difficult to understand China's worldview without an understanding the nature of its political dispensation, in particular, the dynamics of the exercise of power by the Communist Party of China. I would like to commend Ms. Irishika Pankaj, Director of ORCA, for the leadership she has provided to both sustain and expand the study of China and the larger Asian geopolitical landscape. The conference has assembled a most impressive group of both Indian and foreign scholars to deliberate in depth a number of key topics, like, for example, examining how does China plan, prepare, and implement its vision of a rejuvenated China. The toolbox it relies on to be tactically bold, but exercising strategic prudence, and how it leverages existing multilateral institutions and processes to advance its interests, even while it takes the lead in establishing rival institutions like the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank or the BRICS Development Bank. Against this backdrop, the conference will explore the complexity also of India-China relations, which are slowly but cautiously emerging from the deep freeze which followed the unfortunate military clash in eastern Ladakh in 2020. In a very unpredictable and turbulent geopolitical landscape, India and China are in some sense two zones of stability. The state of their relations can either add to this instability or, if they work together, help the world in regaining a degree of stability. It is not clear at this point which direction India-China relations will take and whether, despite their enduring differences, they will be able to work together. Will they compete for the leadership of the Global South, or will they cooperate in championing the interests of the Global South? There are still questions of major significance as India struggles to fashion a strategy that will help it to navigate these choppy waters. I have no doubt that the conference will prove to be a forum for informed debate and deliberation and will come out with well-reasoned outcomes that will be of help to scholars, to diplomats, and policymakers alike. I offer my very best wishes for the success of the conference.
All right.
I would like to congratulate.
Thank you so much to the India International Center and to Ambassador Saran. While we definitely miss having him here today, we are very grateful for the support they have given the conference since its inception. Now, as we open discussions today, it is only fitting that we begin by delving straight into the heart of this year's theme. At the center of China's evolving statecraft lies the idea of a new mandate of power, a fusion of history, ideology, and strategy that shapes its global ambitions and insecurities alike. To set the tone for our conference, we have with us one of the foremost scholars of Chinese strategic thought. Dr. Andrew Scobell has long combined his sharp analysis with a very deep historical insight, helping us understand how the China Dream blends grievance, legitimacy, and military centrality into a comprehensive global posture. He currently serves as Distinguished Fellow at the USIP and as an adjunct professor at Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. His full biography is in your handbook and on our GCNS website, of course. But for now, it is my distinct honor to invite him to deliver his opening keynote address on the Mandate Reimagined, China's Strategic Thinking Behind the Architecture of Its Rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Scobell to the stage.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for that kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be in this beautiful facility and amongst such distinguished scholars and friends, old and new. I see friends from not just from India, but friends from China, from Singapore and other countries. So I hope I don't. We'll see if I can deliver on what was promised. But I think my goal for the next 20 minutes or so is just to stimulate thought and maybe perhaps set the stage for the meat, the real meat of this conference that'll come with the panels that follow. So I think this is a timely conference given that U.S.-China relations are in a rather unsettled state, and India-China relations are in flux. In both cases, we see some reason for optimism, but I think there's still uncertainty and the potential for considerable volatility in both of those relationships. So, in thinking about how to prepare my remarks, the China Dream for a New Mandate, scrutiny the evolving ideological, institutional, and geopolitical foundations of contemporary China's statecraft under Xi Jinping, I was scratching my head on how to try and make sense of this, and I figured that it made sense to appropriate the concept of grand strategy. So, oh, and by the way, I'm between jobs right now. I still teach at Georgetown. I just taught a class via Zoom this morning, but as you might have heard, the U.S. Institute of Peace is undergoing some turmoil right now, and so I think it's sadly because we certainly need to think more and work more towards the peace around the world. But anyway, moving right along, I'm not a grand strategy denier, but I am a grand strategy skeptic. The question is, how useful is it as a concept? In the interests of full disclosure, I'm not, in addition to being a recovering political scientist, I am also I'm known to dabble in grand strategy myself. So you'll see that grand strategy, Chinese grand strategy, that's a RAND report that I lead authored five years ago. So I think grand strategy is useful as a concept. Oh, push the right button. But perhaps only up to a point. I think, you see some, the covers, I like using book covers as props for some weird reason. But I think the point I want to make is that grand strategy is not the realm of government. Grand strategy is what scholars write about. So I dare you to find a speech by Xi Jinping called the Grand Strategy in the New Era, Grand Strategy of China. I dare you to find and maybe you'll find one. So I should be careful what I challenge you to find. But I suspect that you won't find a Chinese Communist Party document about the grand strategy of China, right? So who writes about it, who thinks about it? Scholars. Scholars in the US, scholars in China, scholars around the world. So I think the point, the larger point is then that grand strategy is a social science interpretation. It's not hard scientific precision. So what scholars try to do is read between the lines, connect the dots between Chinese documents and writings and pontifications by senior leaders to put together to describe what they consider to be China's grand strategy. So what are we talking about? This definition of grand strategy is one among many, but this one has Chinese characteristics in the sense that Professor Zhu Feng, who was then at Peking University, and myself, who was then at Texas A&M University, we put together this definition as part of a project on grand strategy and U.S.-China relations. So it's a joint effort, and I think I spent a lot of time on the faculty of the U.S. Army War College, so I've been brainwashed a bit in terms of strategic thinking. I think this purposefully has an ends, ways, means approach to strategy. In addition, an overarching and enduring vision is part of this, and I'd also highlight national interest, which is something that Chinese scholars, Chinese officials, Chinese strategists take very, very seriously these days. And it's a relatively new concept. It's only about 30 years old, where Chinese documents talking about refer explicitly to Chinese interests, whether they're core interests, overseas interests. There are whole categories of interest, but national interests are explicitly important parts of driving Chinese policy and Chinese strategy. So these three questions will guide the rest of what I'm going to say. It really gets at, the first question gets at the ends. What kind of China does the Chinese Communist Party want to build? The second question, what methods and mechanisms is the Communist Party employing? And the third question about means, what are the means or assets that the Chinese Communist Party is using? And so to the first question, the overarching vision as part of that definition, national rejuvenation, or the revitalization of China. But what China are we talking about? Well, Chinese scholars and officials and documents are fond of telling us that China has a 5,000-year-old civilization. We know China has a philosophy, a deep-seated philosophy of Confucianism, an ancient writing system, a political system that has endured for thousands of years, a social system. contemporary China, just like every 21st century state, has founding myths. The United States has founding myths. I'm sure India has founding myths. The Chinese do too. So one of those founding myths is that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the first emperor who unified China, northern China in 221 BC, and many say that he is the one who started the Great Wall of China. Well, as Arthur Waldron, you'll see more book covers up there, as Arthur Waldron's careful research shows, is what we now think of as the Great Wall of China originated in the Ming Dynasty. Now, that's not to say that other emperors and other dynasties didn't engage in wall building, but what I simply mean is that what we think of as the Great Wall today, especially those parts of the wall that are closest to Beijing, they were built in the Ming Dynasty. So it's a myth, but it's a powerful and important myth. Similarly, Bill Hayden's highly readable volume, The Invention of China, he points out that China, the word China, the concept of China, is a relatively recent development. People didn't refer to themselves as Chinese or their country as China until about 150 years ago. Or, sorry, 130 odd years ago. So when Chinese modernizers Liang Qichao and Sun Yat-sen adopted these terms that only Westerners were using to talk about this country, this entity, cultural entity, political entity. They started calling it China, and so eventually Chinese scholars and leaders began to use that term to describe their own country. So what about today's China? Well, of course, it's ruled by a communist party led by Xi Jinping. But what kind of? I would suggest that perhaps it's not entirely accurate to call China a communist country anymore. It's not even market Leninist, a term that two New York Times correspondents coined back in the late 1980s, early 90s, to describe a China that was ruled by a communist party that tightly controlled the political realm, but allowed considerable freedom in the economic realm. So today we have a China where there's less freedom in the economic realm, and the party state has reasserted control, and there's less room for markets. So it's not really an accurate term. Moreover, China can't really be described just simply as an authoritarian state. It's not a garden variety state. It's rather different. So I'm not saying this is the appropriate label. I'm just raising the possibility that it might be. Confucianism and Confucius has been rehabilitated in recent decades, and along with the tightening of control under Xi Jinping, is it appropriate? It might be appropriate to call China a Confucius fascist state, a con-fascist state. I simply raise the question. It's hard thinking of a term that describes contemporary China is a bit of a challenge. So I mentioned China's grand strategy, current grand strategy, national rejuvenation, the China dream. Asking the question, when was China last great? It was before the so-called century of humiliation, really back in dynastic China, when China was an empire. Is China now an empire? I simply note that if you look at a map of of China today, the People's Republic of China, and compare it with the boundaries of the Qing dynasty, they're pretty close. I mean, there are two key exceptions. Outside of current control of Beijing, Taiwan is one of those places, and Mongolia is the other. Is China an empire? Certainly, I think most Chinese would say absolutely not. It's a multi-ethnic state, and yet I think there's room for debate, especially if you ask Tibetans, many Tibetans, or other citizens of China who are ethnic minorities and live on China's far west and on China's periphery. So going to the second question. So I'm trying to keep. What about methods and mechanisms? China is certainly currently is a centralized top-down system with strong organizational discipline. You see the rule of strongman Xi Jinping. Some people, there's a tendency to compare Xi to Mao in terms of being a powerful ruler, and compare their mechanisms of rule. But I would suggest that Xi is not Mao, and Xi Jinping has different mechanisms to rule. I would call what might be useful to call what Xi Jinping is doing, rather than mass mobilization, it's mass Leninism. And what I mean by that is, under Mao, you had mass mobilization. It was mobilize the Chinese people. Under Xi Jinping, I think those campaigns, those political campaigns, are done within the bureaucracies, whether it's the Communist Party, the military, or the state. Those political campaigns are done in the bureaucracies, and what you see are what seem to be ongoing political purges. Sometimes they're called anti-corruption drives. But especially if you look at China's military, those purges seem to be ongoing. In terms of really I think if you look at that, if you take a gander at that RAND report that I mentioned earlier, a lot of the focus is on what was happening in China domestically. So the grand strategy, I think, has a strong domestic focus, and the external manifestations are more a outgrowth of those domestic pushes. So internationally, what is China trying to do? Avoid a full-blown war, but still try to muscularly achieve its goals. So we hear a lot of discussion of so-called gray zone activities. That's the use of force below the threshold of outright war, and we've seen that along the border with China's disputed border with India. We've seen it in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, and of course in and around Taiwan as well. But this what I call the domestication of China's grand strategy. And so when we think of Belt and Road, my take on Belt and Road, and we have real experts on Belt and Road in the audience, and they can correct me later, but in many ways, I think a helpful way to see this is it's a way for China to export domestic overcapacity. So China's built its high-speed rail, highways, and other infrastructure, and then what to do with the engineers, the construction workers, et cetera, but to put them to work outside of China's borders. So there are other factors, of course, driving the Belt and Road, but this domestic impetus is part of it. So the system that I know the best in China is China's military. So this wire diagram is simply to highlight that under Xi Jinping, about 10 years ago, China initiated the most far-reaching reorganization of its military in many, many decades. So the general departments were abolished, and everything was concentrated in 15 departments, into 15 departments, offices, and commissions directly answerable to the Central Military Commission, which was also slimmed down under Xi Jinping, so which allows Xi Jinping to be very much large and in charge of China's military. And I think you see a similar story across other parts of the Chinese party military state. So what about assets? So I talk about, good to turn around. Okay, hard and soft power dimensions, military, economic, and tech. And there are debates in each of these areas. Some argue that the conventional wisdom is that China is growing stronger in all of these areas, but some question whether this is a bit of smoke and mirrors. Is China, is China's military, is China's economy, is China's technological prowess quite all it's cracked up to be? There's certainly a lot of there, for sure, but I think there's questions about how strong or how influential these assets are. On the soft power side of things, China's wolf warrior diplomacy has certainly won few, if any, friends. It's probably created some enemies around the world. But then there are a whole slew of initiatives. We know about the Confucius Institutes because they've been around a while, but these other global initiatives are only a few years old, and in one case, a month old, less than a month old. So we'll wait and see how effective these are. But do these provide inspiration or answers, inspirations to other countries around the world? Do they provide some of the answers of challenging global governance today? It's too soon to tell. So, to wrap up, so this is a chart that shows my interpretation of different grand strategies that China has adopted since 1949. So the revolution, and the bumper sticker, the title is mine, but everything else I think is pretty much accurate, hard to dispute. So the revolution bumper sticker, surprise, surprise, under Mao Zedong. The recovery grand strategy under Deng Xiaoping. The building comprehensive national power grand strategy under Jiang Zemin. And then in the final column that's highlighted, I would call rejuvenation, the China dream. Since 2004, you'll notice that predates Xi Jinping's rise to power. So I think Hu Jintao deserves credit for starting this. But let's face it, Hu Jintao was not very good at self-promotion. Xi Jinping is really good at self-promotion, so he gets all the credit. But I think a lot of if you look at a lot of trends and policies, they really began under Xi Jinping's immediate predecessor. And under Xi Jinping, I think especially, what's two things. One, two things to highlight. One is that high tech is critically important, both in terms of economic development and military modernization, and also the combination, the blending of hard power and soft power. And as Joe and I coined the phrase, smart power, right? Combination. I think what China's leaders, and Xi Jinping in particular, are trying to figure out, what's the secret sauce? How can you blend hard power and soft power to advance China's grand strategy? All right, getting to some implications for India. Pardon, this map has kind of got a little cut off, but of course the yellow, these are linguistic groups in China. So of course the biggest, the green, that's Putonghua, more or less, and then the big yellow part, much of this is Tibetan. So I think it just highlights the multi-ethnic nature of China today in terms of, especially as expressed by languages. So the first part of this slide talks about, on the far left, talks about how grand strategies are developed, and I think in large part an important part of this is based on an assessment of the security environment and what are the major threats to a country or to a regime. And in this day, even though non-traditional security threats are widely recognized around the world, and in China, by the way, as being serious challenges to China, still the greatest threats are considered state-centric. So, I think one of the interesting challenges that I've been grappling with over the past couple of years is, I think that, why does China not explicitly identify India as a threat, as a challenge? And my take, the noted China scholar, U.S. China scholar Susan Shirk talks about a one-sided rivalry, right, where India sees China as a very serious threat, but that doesn't seem to be reciprocated. And yet, I think what brought the conclusion that it's a one-sided rivalry is not digging deep enough. I think if you dig deeper, my conclusion is that, in fact, China sees India as a very serious challenge. But it doesn't talk about it publicly for a couple of reasons. One reason, it doesn't want to bestow near-peer or peer legitimacy on India. And the other is, more pragmatic day-to-day, is it still wants to try to be friends with India. So if you identify India as a rival or a threat, that creates complications. So I think China today talks a lot about the threats and challenges from one country in particular, the United States, right? But you see a lot less discussion publicly about India. I say, don't dig a little deeper and think about it in a little bit. Think about it in some different ways, and you're likely to conclude that actually China sees India as much more concerning than it would let on. All right, I end as a student of Bob Jervis. I can't end with any better than this to talk about the importance of perception and misperception. Qin Yaqing is a well-known scholar at the China's Foreign Affairs University, and this quote I think is quite insightful. Right, the U.S. may not have a global or overall strategy. They may not have a grand master plan, but in the eyes of Chinese, it does. And then, whether or not the United States really has such a strategy isn't so important. What is important is Chinese people believe it. Chinese leaders believe it, right? I would say, I mean, that's obviously about the US, but I would say the same thing about India. Chinese are convinced that India has a grand strategy, and it's very China-centric. But they're not going to publicly talk about that for reasons I just mentioned. So does China have a grand strategy? See, I couldn't resist putting this. I like the visuals. You've got Mao and Xi Jinping. But so does China have a grand strategy? You be the judge. I think there's a lot of ink been spilt about it, but it's all by academics. So there's a lot of interpretation and reading between the lines going on here. What is certain is that China is very well organized and very focused, has a plethora of short-term and medium-term plans on virtually every sphere of human activity and economics, military, and so on. And so it's not so much of a stretch to think, does that add up to a grand strategy? Perhaps the answer is yes. But lastly, it's beyond dispute that China has ambitious, extremely ambitious long-term aspirations. And if you're India, you're blessed or cursed to be a neighbor of that country. So thank you for your attention. I think I ran over a few minutes, but so the best email to reach me since I'm between jobs is scobellcharles@gmail.com. These are I pulled from some of the things that I've written or co-authored that may be useful for people in the room. Thank you. And am I allowed to take some questions, or should I stop?
I think you stop now.
Okay.
We can discuss over tea.
Sure. Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. I know I ran over.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scobell, for that very, very riveting and very excellent opening. As you said, you have definitely set the stage for what the discussions are going to be over the course of the next 2 days. And to your question, does China have a grand strategy? Let's see what more we can say about it tomorrow evening. Thank you so much, everybody. With this, since I want to make sure that we have enough time for tea and some good networking, I will end the opening session and we can break for tea, and then we'll be back in time for our first panel. Thank you so much, everybody.
Welcome to the first session of the Global Conference on New Sinology 2025, titled How Does China Plan, Prepare, and Implement Its Vision? The session will comprise 2 panel discussions and 1 experts dialogue, all seeking to answer the question of how China envisions transforming its ambitions into reality and how it seeks to execute the same. We will be starting with the first panel, titled Chronopolitics with Chinese Characteristics, Strategic Patience, Acceleration, and Temporal Power, and would request the following speakers to please make their way to the stage. Professor Manoranjan Mohanty, Dr. Bali Deepak, Dr. Shrikant Kondapalli, Dr. Yu Hong, and Dr. Prachi Agarwal. In the interest of time and to do justice to the extensive biographies of our speakers, please note that all speaker bios are in the handbooks provided to you, and longer versions can be found on the GCNS website. As the speakers take their seats, please note the following housekeeping rules. Kindly keep your phones on silent or on vibrate for the duration of the discussion. Please refrain from moving in and out of the auditorium, and please work with us in maintaining an academic decorum to ensure that proceedings can flow smoothly. This panel investigates how the CPC manipulates temporal scales, speed, sequencing, patience, and continuity as instruments of governance and strategy. By unpacking how China governs time, this panel will reveal subtle dimensions of power, the ability to define when change happens, how fast, and on whose terms. Whenever our speakers are ready, I would request Professor Mohanty to begin the proceedings. That's okay.
Are you begin? Okay. Good morning. After that wonderful lecture, which raised number of very important new formulations, we are looking forward to a very exciting panel discussion. I noticed that they are This has 3 components, followed by expert dialogue, and third is something else, not or another panel, I don't know. And tomorrow is closed door roundtable. So very interesting management of deliberations. I respect that. Despite the very strict time management, I wouldn't say diktat, suggestions, because I was to have 5 minutes. Already we are starting 5 minutes late. Now, 2 quick things. The reason I'm very excited about this panel is I'm meeting some friends after a long time. I see some of them only on television, there as well as here. And I had missed the last 2 years global conference. First year I wasn't too well. Second time I was out of Delhi. So I'm very happy to know a little more about this new organization working on China. So I hope the little time that I will spend with all of you, I will know a little more about ORCA and reading, of course, their past reports. 2 preliminary points and 1 question, which I want to put before the panel and all of you. I have been quite intrigued by the word Sinology. You are free to use it, we all use it, but you must know what was its origin. It was the European universities who decided, when they started study of China and India, not to have the core knowledge emerging from those studies as part of core disciplines of philosophy, economy, etc., but to have separate studies. That's how Indology came. That's how Sinology came. In Germany first, Italy, and other European countries. So the Europology, we can't use the term urology. Europology you wrote here, but Indology, Sinology you do here. Okay, that is the origin. Now we still use it, but mainly referring to classical China studies. Otherwise, strategic studies, etc., we use. I mean, there are a few institutes still. Leiden, some of you may have gone there. Leiden, it's Institute of Sinology, and several other there are. So that's one. Second, I find it very interesting, and Professor Scobell already did a marvelous job of using the Chinese terms, but saying that grand strategy is a construct of the scholars. Very interesting formulation. In the same way, we all take the Chinese discourse. So Sinology was one point. The other one is both these terms, mandate of heaven, mandate of power. This is from the Chinese discourse, but focused by Westerners. And it's very, so I'm interested in knowing either Indian questions or global questions informing deliberations in India. We take into account Western questions and Chinese questions as comparative and for other assessments. But questions have to be ours. I'm a part of the Bandung network. Many of you know we held a one-day conference here on the 24th of April, the Bandung Day. And several of us are going from India to Bandung. 150 scholars are descending there at the end of October to observe the 70th anniversary. As a Bandung scholar, this is my final point. As a Bandung scholar, seeking completion of the Bandung process and advancing the liberation agenda, decolonization agenda. In other words, combating domination of all kinds in all parts of it, all countries and regions and in the world, all forms of domination. How do you create arenas of freedom for individuals, groups, and regions all over the world? That was the Bandung agenda. And so what is the Indian question? In fact, number one, building a world where peace is the central focus. And number two, for India, a combination of happiness, democracy, and I mean, we put it in very Indian ways, Swaraj for all. So that kind of goals, those are our goals. So from that, what are the constants from neighbors, regions, world? That is my way of formulating the Indian question. Therefore, we have to frame the questions from where we are and looking at the world. Take into account the Chinese formulations, American formulations, European formulations. But what are the Indian formulations? So in the next 2 days, and I raise this point in all deliberations that I attend to, you run the risk of hearing this again and again. And therefore, with that, I invite a great panel to begin with Prachi Agrawal from the University of Delhi. My old department, I started teaching in Delhi University in the same department. Thank you. Prachi.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the chair and ORCA for giving me this opportunity, especially when two of my professors are in the same panel. I'm more used to sitting outside there, listening to them than sitting here, so I know I have some big shoes to fill. So all the stalwart panelists on my left, I'm not going to look at them, just going to look straight at you and address all of you. So I hope I'm able to contribute something over the topic that I'm going to present on. So my topic is politics and planning of proofing of energy resources. So when I say energy resources, I'll just give a very brief 1-minute take on what is China's energy mix consumption. We all know China is a coal-dominated economy. China has lots of coal reserves. It also has oil investments, around 18% of oil reserves. And then it has renewables and hydropower and all. But this is one. Second, the biggest power consumption sector in China is electricity. And in that also, amongst electricity, it is the industrial consumption of electricity, which is the maximum. The household consumption is still yes, and it's relying more on renewables. Having said that, I've tried to cover 3 aspects in my paper. One is how is China interacting with the foreign countries, the energy resource-rich countries like Russia, Latin America, and other countries, and how it is using its diplomacy to secure energy. Second, I'm going to cover how, having said that it wants to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2060 and all that, peak its emission levels by 2030, how it is going to achieve those targets, as along with maintains its growth economy. Third, what I'm going to cover is the very hot topic these days, the rare earth mineral controversy, and how China is looking at it and what it holds for the other countries in position. So before I begin answering all these 3 questions, I would like to take you to an event that happened in China, which was the International Focus for Trade and Services, where it was said that a new type of energy storage technology was introduced. And this new type, the so-called new type, was energy technology was that they will convert the surplus electricity in grid into thermal electricity. And that would be at 1/5 of the cost of what we have in the storage batteries. So with cheaper cost and with the conversion of surplus grid of electricity into thermal battery, this was a very innovative invention in terms of energy needs. And this was not launched by any Chinese company. It was actually done by Paystar, which was a Czech company. So this is one of the instances where you see that China is actively pursuing innovation and R&D, especially in the renewable sector. It is collaborating with a lot of other countries, be it Czech, be it other countries, to showcase that how it is going to achieve, how it is promoting renewables at a very large scale. Secondly, in that very same event, the Chinese companies, they introduced a lot of innovations like unmanned street sweeping, like sanitation levels, technical support, and they also agreed to offer those supports to friendly countries to them, which of course is Pakistan, Laos, Mongolia, and so on. So it was seen that China is ready to share its consulting prowess to countries that seems favorable to them. So having said that, now I'll come to the topic of rare earth minerals. First of all, we need to understand what rare earth minerals are. Why are they rare? Why do we call them rare earth minerals? They're not rare because of their existence. They're not rare in occurrence. The rarity in them is their extraction. The extraction process is rare. So India also has rare earth metals. A lot of countries, entire African countries have rare earth minerals, rare earth elements. But the problem is that China started early in its extraction process. So now they're dominating. 60% of world supplies of rare earth minerals comes from them. Rare earth magnets, 90% of the supply is coming from China. So you can imagine the monopoly that the Chinese market has over these, China has over these rare earth minerals. So why is China dominant? As I said, state investment. They started early, plus they could evade a lot of, when you extract, there's a lot of pollution hazard, there are a lot of health hazards to the workers who are doing it. So they could evade that. And because of that, now currently they are in a very, very dominant position regarding it. Also, there were weak environmental laws at that point of time, which helped them. And where is rare earth minerals used? I'm sure it's not it's a no-brainer. It's used in automotive industry. It's used in defense industry. It's used in your semiconductor industry. It's used in your EV industry where it is heavily used. So the China is investing around $14 billion annually in it. And what they have done, why it has become an issue, is that now they have evaded all of the lot of people who were doing illegal mining and they are supplying. And now there are only two main suppliers left. One is China Rare Earth Group, and the other is China Northern Rare Earth Group, Hightech. And also, they have introduced a policy where they are saying that now China, whatever transaction is happening between these two companies with the outside world, they are saying that we need a detailed report. And the detailed report needs to answer three questions. Number one, how much of transaction of rare earth minerals is happening? Number two, who is buying? And number three, what are they buying for? So these three, so this way China can keep a control over the entire global supply chain because they have these reports in hand. And just to give it a perspective, in 23, the total mining output, 2023 it grew by 21%. And the very next year, 2024, the total mining output grew only by 6%. So you can understand the level of regulations when they happen, how it affects both the global companies as well as the Chinese companies. They've also introduced the quota system to monitor the global supply. And and in fact, these rare earth minerals are actually found not just in China. They're mainly found in Inner Mongolia, where you have this company, Baya Obo Mine, which is one of the major mine there in Inner Mongolia. Then you have some deposits in South China, the Chai Pei deposits. So that is why some countries, some companies like Tesla and others, they are trying to introduce EVs which do not require rare earth minerals. A Japanese company called JOGMEC has collaborated against these ban on exports, the Chinese ban on exports, and they are trying to make some vehicles which will not need the rare earth minerals, which actually, if you realize that rare earth minerals, as I said, it's available everywhere. So a lot of African countries are actually exporting those rare earth minerals to China, where the extraction is happening, and then it is being sold world over. So it's not that the China is the sole raw producer available of these rare earth minerals. Having said that, let me come to the question where how China is interacting with foreign countries who possess these energy resources. So when China builds infrastructure in Africa, what they demand back, and when they give loans to Africa, they do not take their ports like Hambantota. What they do is they take these rare earth minerals, right? Similarly, we have South America, where in Latin America, where you had the South-South framework happening from 2008 to 2016. So there have been, since 2002, investments have been there in renewables and mining of lithium and rare earth minerals, all of them. The interesting part is that in these all places, now the private sector companies, the energy companies of China are taking a lead. Unlike the state-owned energy companies or the national oil companies like Sinopec and CNPC, which were taking the lead in the fossil fuel accumulation. So this is one of the contrasts that we see there. So also, what China is doing instead of launching the BRI initiative and large projects, they are taking numerous small projects everywhere around Latin America, Africa, so that they could extract more. So you have Chile, Argentina, all of this is happening where they are extracting all of these minerals and all. Then if we come to Russia, of course I've missed Australia, uranium. Uranium matters, so Australia has again become a raw supplier of uranium to them. And then Russia. I always call China-Russia relations as romance of the two kingdoms because they have always been, like we have the Power of Siberia Pipeline 1, which happened in 2014, the $400 billion deal that happened. Now we have the Power of Siberia. Okay, I have 15 minutes up within 3 seconds.
You take another 2 minutes.
Okay, so Power of Siberia Pipeline that happened Power of Siberia 1 pipeline that happened, the $400 billion deal. Now you have Power of Siberia pipeline happening, the 2 happening. And where they are in the Yamal LNG project, where they are saying that, they are going to increase from 50 BCM, billion cubic meters of supply, to, they want to double it by 2030. So China has kept all its options open. What I wanted to tell was that China has kept all its options open. One, it is importing LNG. Second, it's importing that it has a pipeline laid down across Central Asia, Kazakhstan and all. Then it has its renewables, its own personal investment in renewables and R&D sector. If you must have seen, there was a white paper of China Energy in Transition on August 29, 2024, where they have said that they're going to increase the percentage of renewable in consumption by 20%. So that is happening, and in fact, since then, it has been seen that the railway consumption of energy has gone down by 19%. So if I just crunch these numbers, then you can see that China has kept all its option opens. As she puts it, that Xian Li Hou Po means first let us establish ourselves, and then we can dismantle what we feel is pollutant or what we feel is creating problems. So the Xian Li Hou Po, this framework, this 1+N framework that happened, it helped China to, it is now helping China to, they're keeping all their options open. So from America, they have LNG imports. From Qatar, they have LNG imports. From Australia, they have LNG imports. And then to keep them at abeyance, they have these pipelines with Russia. And to keep them also at abeyance, they have these rare earth minerals with other countries. And they're also building their own renewables. So China has actually kept all its options open, only to maintain its energy security level. Because if from my perspective, China is actually going Xi Jinping is actually going the Mao Zedong way, who in 1950s claimed for self-sufficiency. So he is aiming for self-sufficiency, but in a broader perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So from energy, a particular issue, we move to the larger framework of governance. Professor Bali Deepak. JNU.
Hello. Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to congratulate ORCA for putting up this spectacular 3rd edition of new Sinology, and I'm privileged to be part of all the 3 editions. While coming straight to the topic, given to me, it is how China plans, differs, and accelerate governance. In fact, this is a very huge topic, and the kind of questions that they have given to me, they sprawls into various areas. I think it's very, very difficult to do justice if I take one by one. But what I'll do here, I'll largely take 2 or 3 areas where I think I would be able to do some justice, and then cite a few examples to make my case further clearer. First, what are the planning documents? Second, what is the strategic purpose of these documents? And then how China has fared in its execution, and finally, some of the challenges. So largely, I'm going to confine myself to these themes. Briefly about what are the planning documents. In China, planning documents such as 5-year plans, 国家发展5年规划, special purpose plans, 专项规划. The central document number 1, 中央第一号文件. In fact, this is the only document pertaining to the agriculture sector, and quite important documents, if we want to collect data and see the Chinese insights into the kind of policies they go into it. And then finally, the regional plans. These are called 跨区域规划. So they're all core tools of national governance. But of course, nothing is sacrosanct, according to Chinese. So they keep on playing around them, and then keep on, I would say, adding components to them. Now, the strategic purpose. I think the main strategic purpose of these planning documents it can be summarized as under: one, clarify development goals and stage-by-stage tasks. I think this is very, very typical of China's planning, and I would cite this Xiaogang village as one of the examples, where for the first time production responsibility to household was tested. And this marked the beginning of China's rural reforms. And of course, it went on for long years until they abolished more than 74,000 or 75,000 communes all over China. And Tu Ruisheng, Director of Rural Policy for the CCP, Central Committee and Rural Department of the State Council Research Center, he was the key architect of the reform and contributed to drafting several #1 documents, which were issued right from 1982, and even now they've been issued. And interestingly, Xi Jinping, who was secretary of the Zhengding in Hebei that time, he also dispatched a team to Fengyang County to study firsthand the experience of Xiaogang village. Li Shuangdian commune was chosen for Hush Hush pilot project in Zhengding, and the results were excellent. From yield and peasants' income doubled in a year. In January 1983, Zhengding officially announced the implementation of household responsibility system under Xi Jinping. Now, some of the other components of it would be, encouraging local governments to act. For example, central document #1 often focuses on agriculture and rural issues, guiding local governments to promote agriculture modernization and rural revitalization. I see since 1982, they have been focusing on rural development, agriculture, or the countryside, so-called Sannong Wenti, the three rurals, they call it. And now, Xiangsun Quanmian Zhenxing, or the comprehensive rural revitalization of China. Of course, in recent years, new documents, so they have been implemented. For example, rural revitalization and poverty alleviation, especially the targeted poverty alleviation under Xi Jinping. This has been implemented all over China, including minority regions. For example, in Tibet, all 72 counties by 2019, according to government reports, so they were elevated from poverty. And another component of this is crossing the river by filling the stones. Motor Shitou Guo He. This is quite typical of China. And this means experimenting locally before scaling nationally. A pragmatic approach that minimizes risk and generates practical knowledge. Some of the examples, is the HRS, which I talked about briefly, and Hukou system, and including 4 special economic zones, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Shantou, and Xiamen, to all the way, to 21 pilot free trade zones, which China has launched and implemented, and over 2,000 economic and development zone environmental pilot projects, such as carbon trading in 2010 to national emission trading system in 2021, and the integration of green finance into the 14th 5-year plan and carbon neutrality targets. A second example, I think quite interesting, which people are talking about it, and it is Xi Jinping's pet project. In fact, Andrew also referred to it, in what kind of China they would like to see by mid of this century. It is the three-step strategy of 1987, which was launched by Deng Xiaoping during the 13th CPC National Congress. And the three stages, so they are as under. The first stage, doubling the 1980 GDP to eliminate shortages of food and clothing. Second stage, quadrupling the 1980 GDP by the end of 20th century. And third stage was completing modernization in the mid-21st century. The same has been pronounced as the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation by Xi Jinping, 中华民族伟大复兴, or the so-called Chinese dream, articulated through the two Sentinel goals to build a moderately prosperous society by 2021, which they have achieved, according to Chinese Communist Party. And the second is converting China into a great modern socialist country that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, harmonious, and beautiful by 2049. Within Deng's master plan, Xi Jinping has laid out a 30-year two-stage development, which has been talked about quite often in the party documents. In the first stage, from 2020 to 2035, China will realize the socialist modernization. And in the second stage, from 2035 to 50, China will basically achieve the modernization or the broader vision of national rejuvenation. And the third component of it is mobilize resources for big national projects. And we have seen central government earmarking 10 billion yuan, a special fund for Made in China project. And local government are expected to invest an equal amount in projects related to Made in China, covering 2025 to 2000, covering the period of 2016 to 2020, which they have. 2 minutes. I'll finish it maybe within 1.5 minutes. And there are various, other instruments, for example, development of China Bank, which is also contributing almost 300 billion yuan to financing these Made in China projects. And as far as how China has fared in execution, I think overall China is recognized as one of the countries in the world that can plan and deliver. And this is not my language. This is the jargon used by the Chinese themselves on a large scale, but results vary by fields. A notable success is, I think, poverty alleviation is the success, whereby these UN 230 poverty goals, so they have been achieved ahead of the schedule. And 5-year plans and infrastructure, again, I think I'll agree with Andrew, who says that overcapacities, they have been exported through Belt and Road Initiative. I'll just give you example of the magnitude of overcapacity in China. The magnitude of investment could be gauged through official figures released last February by Zheng Guoguang, director of the government, director of the Office of Leading Group. There are many leading groups for the first national natural disaster comprehensive risk survey of the State Council. According to the figure, China has around 600 million buildings. These are not compartments, these are buildings in urban and rural areas, 5 million kilometers of road networks, 900,000 bridges and tunnels, as well as more than 6,000 berths in coastal areas. This doesn't include around 40,000 kilometers of high-speed railways. So this is the kind of overcapacity China has built. And of course, new energy, which was referred to by Prachi, is also there. And industrial upgrading, especially, despite of external pressure, Made in China 2025 has spurred progress in high-end manufacturing, 5G, AI, and emerging sectors. Now, some of the key challenges, maybe within 10 seconds or so. Some regions over-focus on hitting targets, leading to redundant construction and overcapacity, e.g. solar panels and even EV segments. Insufficient original innovation, I think that remains a concern. And in fact, it's the bottleneck. China still relies on importing core technology in an area like advanced chips and foundational software. Some planning goals require complex cross-department and cross-region coordination, and implementation can be fragmented or distorted at local levels. Therefore, from the three strategies in today's diverse planning system, China's strength lies in clear vision, phase steps, strong resource mobilization, and relatively strong execution capability. However, looking ahead, especially for goals like high-quality growth, technological self-reliance, and green transformation, the key challenge will be how to balance top-level design with greater market vitality and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So from the overall picture of planning and execution and challenges, we now go to Chronopolitics proper. That is Professor Srikanth Kondapalli.
Thank you very much, Professor Monty. On the panel, you see the three generations. Professor Monty was my external supervisor for my PhD thesis in 1994. And Prachi was my student in terms of PhD. So you see the three generations. Of course, Xi Jinping is the fifth generation. He doesn't allow for a sixth generation leader to come up. Hu Chunhua was supposed to be the sixth generation leader, but he was put up as the CPPCC in charge. But the new Sinology that the ORCA was talking about is there is a lot of refurbishment in ideology from the previous Sinology to the current Sinology. I would say that there is an increasing emphasis on national interests. You could see this as a new element in the new Sinology across the board. Well, I was asked by the ORCA to speak on the strategic patience, PLA modernization, and the other aspects. So, as you all know, Deng Xiaoping began the Tao Guang Yang Hui, the keeping a low profile. There is a lot of strategic patience in this. He invoked the romance of the three kingdoms to suggest that this is a long-term policy. It was actually implemented for nearly 30 years. And then Xi Jinping came with his Fun Fire way, accomplishing something. And in the process, there are some elements which have not been looked at from patience, but from contingency levels, especially when you look at the Taiwan Straits contingencies and the so-called invasion plans by 2027. So you see a disjuncture between the long-term policy of China from Deng Xiaoping to Xi Jinping. But this is a strategic patience is a long-term approach. Primarily, China wants to fulfill its national strategic objectives, which includes, of course, security, territorial integrity, and also most important, great power competition. The 19th Party Congress, for example, says, Xi Jinping said in this meeting that they want to occupy the center stage of global politics. So that is a great power competition, which we have seen during the Trump first administration, Biden administration, and the current administration. So that is part of that overall strategic patience. One of the things is to, of course, avoid any impulsive reactions. For example, Xi Jinping told Ursula von der Leyen that the Americans are goading China to take military action on Taiwan. It included then not to take impulsive actions for the short-term gains. Of course, the Ukrainian conflict also provided for the uncertainty on what could be the outcome of the Taiwan Straits invasion, if that were to be the plan. So that is one key element in terms of the not following any impulsive reactions, but make incremental progress. Those of you who watched the September 3rd Beijing parade would understand that there is a very gradual shift from the Soviet origin tanks. You may have seen the T-98 tanks were leading the T-100 tanks. This is a new tank with modularization, so many changes in turrets. Most important, SATCOMs and laser-guided munitions were also included in this, which suggests there is that incremental transition that China is trying to make from the previous weaponry that they inherited from the Soviets. There is, of course, a lot of Western technologies also being used in some of these. When you look at the 6th generation fighter aircraft, when you look at the J-35, when you look at other weapon systems, so you can see that incremental progress. The third element of strategic patience is in terms of the timeline. 19th Communist Party Congress mentioned about the 2 centennials. The first centennial already over, the Communist Party 100th anniversary by 2021. I actually don't agree that China has become a well-off society. When you look at the parameters, there is still a lot of poverty in China, so don't believe the Chinese statistics, as Li Keqiang would have said to the US ambassador several years ago. What is important is this timeline, the 2 centennials. The second centennial being the 2049 by the People's Republic of China establishing its 100th anniversary. But by that time, China also has this timeline which has been mentioned for the PLA and the modernization. By 2020, the integrated joint operations, basically where theater commands have been established, 5 of these, by merging the previous military regions and reorganization of the PLA, both at the CMC level as well as at the operational and tactical levels by brigadization process at the tactical levels. The second is the 2021 to 2035, where they wish to have both mechanization and informationization, by which they basically want to add digital networks for most of these mechanized platforms as a force multiplier. And the third major timeline is between 2035 to 2049, intelligentization, or to make the PLA a world-class military. World-class military is when the Navy SEALs took the body of Osama bin Laden in an operation of just about 1.5 hours. That is a world-class military that could have witnessed. So China wants to raise that kind of a world-class military in the. So there is a cascading timeline given, and unlike in US, unlike in India, these are not constrained by the elections. They're not constrained by the budgetary allocations. So that is where the strategic patience is also to avoid the Thucydides trap. I will go quickly now. I just have 1 more minute. So that is the strategic patience. One of the prerequisites for the PLA modernization is, of course, budgetary allocations. Nearly 10% real percentage growth in the budgetary allocations in the defense sector, even though it has now come down to 7.4% this March. But this is even higher than the national growth rate of an estimated 5%. So that is, what it means is a lot of investment in companies like AVIC, Aviation Industrial Corporation of China, which of course manufactures some cutting edge 5th generation, 6th generation aircraft. Norinco, the China North Industries, Pauli is one which dishes out these. Focus on quality over quantity, indigenous innovation, R&D, also the asymmetric warfare through assassin's mace weapon, as Michael Pillsbury would have mentioned. Military-civil fusion, that is again very important prerequisite, and the PLA reorganization. So the white papers, 10 white papers that China released from 98 to 2019 provide for the stages where the PLA modernization could have taken place. So let me cut short this by coming to the final. China's strategic patience sometimes is exaggerated. And the PLA modernization is, even though we saw the visuals in Beijing parade this month, but there are several limitations for this patience. Number one is, of course, you see suddenly the PLA's rocket forces chief and his deputy commander being removed. Or we saw even 2 defense ministers being removed. Although defense ministers do not have much combat role in the Chinese system, nevertheless, these indicate that there is no long-term planning here, because some of these were Xi Jinping's hand-picked people, and so this indicates to the limitations in strategic patience. The second is that they do not have the real war experience after the Vietnam War in '79, and this is a major limitation. But there are also limitations at the domestic level in terms of nationalism, economic decline, overall decline, and the number of protests against the Communist Party in the recent times. Externally, of course, China seems to be stretching out too much with Belt and Road Initiative and the 4 initiatives that they launched, GSI, GDI, GCI, and the GGI that was initiated recently. Also, the conflict with the United States, Japan, Vietnam, Philippines, or in the Operation Sindoor, the Chinese assistance to Pakistan also indicates to that limitation. But more important is the miscalculation that China may do in Taiwan Straits or in South China Sea in the near future. Finally, the structural elements like the Second World War, like a situation which plummeted the Communist Party into the state power in 1949. There are also such possibilities in terms of global conflicts, in addition to, of course, the financial crisis or others. These are all black swan events which provide for problems for the strategic patience of the Chinese. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The initiative not included in the 4th is Belt and Road Initiative. And now the final presentation is by Professor Professor Yu Hung from Singapore, China's Belt and Road Initiative and the Geopolitics of Long-Term Engagements. Professor Yu Hung.
Thank you, Professor Mahanti. Very good morning to all of you here. In this panel, I'm the only non-Indian scholar here. But to the Indian friends, Singapore is not strange to you. Singapore is the largest foreign investor in India. And for us, Indians certainly, is not strange to us, right? We have very special relation between Singapore and in India. we celebrate Diwali in our country. We also, the Indian foreign tourists, right, is among the top the foreign tourists coming to Singapore, right, I should say. So that's a very special relation between us. Now today's my talk, giving the assignment by the organizer. I will talk about the China's Belt and Road Initiative and address some of the questions raised by the organizer. So, you know, to the global research community on China, with special interest on China, BRI remain a very hot topic, both for the academic research and policy-driven research. First thing I should say is that since the launch of the BRI by the Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013, BRI remained as a central piece of China's foreign policy, and also that is the drive, China's drive to become the global power. As you can see from the data here, actually, one thing is that for the many developing countries in our region, the Asian Pacific, there's a huge demand for the infrastructure investment need, right? Take the region for example, in the Southeast Asia, right? Singapore including, we have huge amount, the annual demand for the, infrastructure investment to adjust, to unleash the economic growth potential and also address, climate change issue. So you can see actually these, the BRI, among to other, the framework, the multilateral, the development organization like the IMF, World Bank. So there's a great appeal, for the many developing countries in the global south to China's BRI here. Now, I should say that in the ASEAN countries alone, right, I think the BRI's focus, right, although, we're talking about the BRI is a globally driven initiative, right? China is building the infrastructure project around the world, but the ASEAN countries remain the focus for China's BRI, as well as the China's outbound investment under the BRI cooperation framework. For the last 10 years, I did this calculation based on the American Enterprise Institute's database, right? So ASEAN countries alone accounting for 25% of China's outbound investment under the BRI framework. Now, we also like to say that the BRI, the appeal likely say that is actually by far the largest when we're talking about, sorry, I should say use this one. BRI actually create this kind we call the long-term development, dependency, also based on the, the long-term leverage framework. Now, when, the people, the countries sign up for the BRI's framework, now they will get instant reward, often, the upfront infrastructure financing, but that the debt payment and all other issues will come in late when the debt is mature, right? This is framework. According to the Low A Institute, the Australia Low A Institute's recent assessment, now China has become the more like, becoming more a debt collector than the, the new loan, the disbursement for the BRI countries. That's because, in the peak period, the BRI about 2015, right? So now the accumulate, we call the repayment and the interest outstrip than the the new loans disbursed by China. Let's talk about the example like the China-Laos Railway. This is actually one of the flagship projects in Southeast Asia. Of course, Laos is the only, we call the landlocked country in Southeast Asia. And with this, right, the Laos government support this project because they want to transfer Laos from the landlocked country to become the land-linked countries, right? So that we have this kind of China-Laos Railway project. But with this railway project, among other the BRI projects, now China is rise to become the largest sovereign creditor for Laos and also many the ASEAN countries as well. But of course, we need to see that how commercially viable or the economically beneficial this project to the Laos in the years to come. Now the thing here, I would say that is actually the BRI is actually we see the defer the reward and also the delayed conditionality. So China has offered this kind of infrastructure financing by addressing the urgent development needs for the developing countries. And also this create, as I mentioned, strong appeal for the developing countries participation. But nevertheless, the full cost of Chinese loans, right, is deferred when many countries struggle to repay the loan in the years to come. Now, I would like to say that China's growing role in the global financial systems facilitates BRI's lending abroad, as China's authorities push for what we call the internationalization of the RMB or the yuan, and the further enhancement of its participation in the global financial institution. Now we can see actually this will facilitate funding and also the building by the Chinese banks and companies of infrastructure projects abroad under the BRI's cooperation framework. Now the rising use of the RMB loans and settlement, for example, we can see the project in the UAE and many other the Middle East countries as well as African countries and Latin America. Now the bilateral swap, lies with the People's Bank of China, PBOC, and also some of the dam projects in Argentina, and also China's CHIPS payment system, all help to reduce, we call the dollar dependence for certain the BRI deals. Although the scale, the BRI funding remain very much, is US dollars driven. So the majority Chinese overseas lending under the BRI framework still relies on the US dollar for financing and payment settlement. So I see this is a financial or China's increasing enhancement role in the global, we call the NDB's multilateral development institution. Also, China's international, the effort to internationalize the RMB is offer China Beijing's alternative option for the infrastructure financing and the development to the countries from the global south. Now, I would say that this one I already mentioned, the rising debt facing the developing world. And finally, let me address this. BRI's implementation is shifting for the second decade, right? It's to more, we call the small but beautiful, the greenery project. China has been making this readjustment in the BRI and its project implementation since around 2019. That's before COVID. In contrast to the emphasis on the large ticket mega project during the first decade of its implementation, we see China actually shifting the focus to more building these kind of smaller, greener, or we call the renewable projects with tighter due diligence and the risk control in the coming decade. So these smaller in scale, or the target, we call the target BRI project, are more politically attainable and commercially viable and also environmentally friendly. And also for China, because Chinese economy is slowing down, so this will help to China's, to Chinese bank to reduce, this kind of debt burden or the financial risk to the BRI countries. And the learning from the hard lessons, some of them, like the Jakarta-Bandung high-speed railway in Indonesia, that's caused, we know that's caused overrun, and also the delay, some of the land or, the labor dispute issue. Now Chinese firms are now shifting to financing and constructing the more projects related to clean tech. For example, they are building we call the EV factory and also the battery plants in Hungary, and also other, European countries and the Middle East and Southeast Asia, as well as the digital economy, which I will going to discuss tomorrow, about the 5G cloud data center and AI abroad. Now, finally, let me say, just give the data, right? So compared to we call the early stage of the BRI in roughly about 2015, you can see actually China's outbound investment, energy investment, for example, the coal power plants account for roughly 50% of China's energy investment under the BRI framework. But in the 2014, it's down to about 5%. At the same time, Chinese companies' investment on we call the solar and the wind power, the renewable energy, has vastly increased, roughly accounting to a quarter of China's energy investment in 2024. Yeah, sure, I will finish with 1 minute. Now the final slides I would show, BRI still remains central to Beijing's the global outreach. Now, against the shift of the global geopolitical environment, I will argue China's want to reshape this world, the order, rather than being shaped by the changing world, and leverage on the BRI, the framework. It's rising the economic crowd means that China is no longer satisfied just to participate in the existing the West dominant global governance system, and rather is push for the global governance reform by creating new multilateral institutions, for example, the AIIB, and also the cooperation initiative like the BRI. Now, under its push for the BRI, implementation, also the 4 global initiatives, which the previous speakers has mentioned, China has been pursuing for a long-term transition from being a predominantly, we call it supply state, likely, for example, providing the financing, infrastructure, the manufacturing good, to becoming, we call the rule-making hub, and setting the international standard, norms, establishing new multilateral institutions that govern the regional as well as global system. So this transition will have a profound long-term implication for the region, certainly for the ASEAN region and beyond. I will stop here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That was very interesting. Well, we have 7 minutes more for this session, and if we may overshoot by a couple of minutes. So 3 questions, 1 minute each, and then 4 responses. I may take a minute if there is one. Yes, start.
Thank you, sir. My name is Aryam. I'm a student at
No. Take this one. This is working.
Sir, got it. So thank you, sir, for this presentation. Quite a lot of information. So my name is Aryam. I'm a student at South Asian University. I have a question for Dr. Kondapalli and a sort of a supplementary question to Dr. Hong. So talking about China's grand strategy, of course, China has some strategy. Whether to quantify it as grand or not, of course, will be to be known through the discussion. So my question is, seeing that the current world situation, which is under a great deal of disarray, the liberal world order is in disarray, and there is a great deal of uncertainty and unpredictability of how previously dominant countries like the United States would react to possible scenarios. How has it affected China's strategic calculus vis-a-vis its patience? Has it attempted to accelerate in order to capitalize on the chaos, or is it actually retarding its strategic timeline? Because it is also be a bit confused by
what is.
Don't
have to elaborate. Yes.
Yeah.
And what is okay, that's fine. Yes, please. You had a question there? Yes. There was a question there, yeah.
My question is to Professor Kondapalli. Sir, is there a Xi Jinping science technology thought as such? Because since Deng Xiaoping, we are seeing leaders emphasizing on science and technology in China, starting from the 863 program. And in light of this, how do you see Chinese weaponization of technology and scientific research as such? Thank you.
Third question, if there is one. Yes.
Thank you. Mine's, I'm afraid it's also to Professor Kondapalli. You mentioned very briefly, it's Andrew Chubb from Lancaster, by the way. You mentioned very briefly the 2027 timeline that's been referred to in a lot of Western media. It also was mentioned by, I think, the CIA chief a couple of years ago. I've never found any official CCP documents, much less a Xi Jinping speech, to actually substantiate that or link it in a specific way to Taiwan. So I'd be very interested in your read on what significance 2027 has in China's military modernization. Thanks.
Okay. All right. There is one here.
My question is to Professor Vali Deepak. You have mentioned about well-off villages, Xiaokang villages, since the big, like in Hebei, with Xi Jinping going to Hebei and well-off to Xiaokang villages in Hebei. I was wondering, like, if you do you see any differences in policies in Xiaokang villages then and now, especially in border areas? Is there a difference between Xiaokang villages in middle of China, or is there a difference between border villages? Thank you.
Okay, last question.
Hello, my question is to Ms. Prachi ma'am. So you mentioned about Xi Jinping is going to Mao's way in energy sector. So can you explain that? Thank you.
Thank you. We start with Prachi.
Thank you for your question. When I said that Xi Jinping is going the Mao way, is that in 1950s, Mao had adopted a policy which was called 自立自足, which means to have self-sufficiency. And that's why you had backyard furnaces and coal, touching oil reserves where coal and oil were discovered. Because they had closed our economy at that point of time and they were not interested, except Russia, they were not interacting much in terms of technological exchange and all. So what I'm trying to say when I say Xi Jinping is going the Mao way is that now China is seeking, because energy is one of the core national interests, they are seeking energy self-sufficiency, but not fixed to one particular kind of energy, either fossil fuel or renewable. So they're keeping all of their options open. Now, even when they're trading with keeping all of their options open, like LNG imports you have pipelines, you have renewables. So this means that in terms of diplomacy leverage, China doesn't really lose much when it comes to, actions like, tariffs and some country trying to. So China doesn't get bullied much in that. In fact, it often happens the reverse way when it comes to energy. That's what I meant.
Thank you. Deepak. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. I thought that this question will be brought up tomorrow, but not today. But anyway, briefly to talk about it, as far as this Xiaokang 社会, so that of course, according to China, the goals have been met, in fact in 2020 itself. But as far as this moderately welfare villages are prosperous villages are concerned, so they are aimed at, you can say, some of the counties of China in Tibet. For example, Shigatse is one which is having almost half of the Xiaokang villages, more than 300 plus villages are there. And then some in Shannan County across Arunachal. A considerable number of villages have also been come up. Altogether, 628 villages they are being established, primarily to secure border defense, because ever since 2013, Xi Jinping's emphasis is to strengthen borders, and many people that have been settled in these villages, and population is increasing. I think maybe tomorrow we'll be talking about it in greater detail.
Thank you. Srikant.
Thank you. To start from the reverse, on 2027 timeline, it is a PLA 100th anniversary, and so there was that speculation. But after Nancy Pelosi's visit nearly 3 years ago, the number of PLA exercises have intensified, not just in terms of the vicinity of Taiwan, but also within the 12 nautical mile. There is an increasing pressure on Taiwan in this regard, and hence the speculation regarding the invasion scenarios. The 19-party Congress mentioned about 6 no's on related to Taiwan, and the 20th Party Congress mentioned about the national security as the main focus, and so the speculation related to the invasion. There is, of course, no official announcement regarding this, I agree. But there is a lot of activity that has gone into 9 out of 10 days, the PLA has conducted exercises for the past 3 years. 9 out of 10 days, very intensive. The second, the SNT of Xi Jinping, actually it was Zhou Enlai who announced the 4 modernizations, which included the SNT in 1975. 78, Deng Xiaoping's 4 modernizations also had the SNT. Xi Jinping himself was an engineer and in Tsinghua University, chemical engineering. So there is that SNT, and even other Politburo members like Chiang Zemin, an electronics engineer, Hu Jintao on water-related hydro. So there is that SNT focus from the political leadership continuously. But under Xi Jinping, of course, it has flowered. Most of these programs, when you look at the quantum computing, Messius satellite. Okay. Yeah, so.
Please, Professor.
Thank you so much for the gentleman's questions. I think I just mentioned in my speech, right, actually against the changing the global geopolitical environment, we see actually China want to be the rule maker rather than seeing as being a rule taker. How China is going to do that? On the one thing, China is pushing forward, the current West dominant international, primarily the financial and governance, the economic governance system reform, for example, the IMF and the World Bank, right? And on the other hand, China is proposing his own initiative, right, that BRI are talking about, as well as the 4 global initiative, right? So basically, this set as a rule, we call the agenda setting, the initiative, right? China want to push for, these kind of initiative, primarily the BRI leverage the platform to the friendly countries, primarily to the global south countries, right? And also we can see actually over the years, recent years, China is actually making, we call it institutionalized this kind of mechanism. For example, the BRI now have we call the permanent secretary under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in China. And also we can see actually, this kind of, under the BRI framework, right, in terms of the financing, infrastructure funding, and also the digital governance, as well as the AI governance, right? Also, China has proposed some of the new initiatives, what to push forward as become the, when they become the international standard. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you, panelists. I envy all of you, not only for your presentations, but also for your fresh pictures. The picture that you see of mine was 2003 in Power Forum for Asia. Just one sentence. I think rich nation, powerful country. Okay, Fu Chu Chang Kuo. It's a, from late 19th century China, and that has moved Sun Yat-sen, Mao Zedong, Chiang Kai-shek, Deng Xiaoping, and now Xi Jinping and all the other leaders. And therefore, long-term ambitions are built into leadership of all countries, all nations. Therefore, it's our job. I mean, next year, US is celebrating 250th anniversary of its independence, and there is a task force. We should study that seriously, you see. So that is the main point. And they always find out this, what are the components of power? There are no, I mean, all these theories of hard power, soft power, smart power, they're all contextual. And scholars have to find out what is power, the capacity to influence and seek compliance. That is the definition of power. And in what context that acquires new dimensions. Well, it has been a wonderful panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
If we could please have the speakers rise for a picture. I'd like to thank the speakers for that incredibly insightful discussion and thank them for, I think, very fittingly setting the tone for the rest of the day and the rest of the conference as a whole. Our next engagement is an experts dialogue. The experts dialogue is ORCA's in-house version of a fireside chat, wherein there is no moderator and both speakers bounce ideas off of each other and build a discussion. The goal is to come to an understanding of how an expert forms their insights. Now, for this experts dialogue, the first of this session of the conference, mapping China's economic diplomacy between strategic assertiveness and tactical adaptation, we would like to invite Dr. Shino Watanabe and Dr. Jagannath Panda to please make their way to the stage. Once again, all speaker bios are in the handbooks provided to you, and longer versions can be found on the GCNS website. As the speakers take their seats, please note once again the following housekeeping rules. Kindly keep your phones on silent or on vibrate for the duration of the discussion. Please refrain from moving in and out of the auditorium, and kindly do work with us in maintaining an academic decorum to ensure that proceedings can flow smoothly. This dialogue will explore how China modulates its economic diplomacy based on regional power asymmetries, systemic constraints, and shifting geopolitical alignments. It will interrogate the duality of economics and diplomatic practice, assess the use of incentives, conditionalities, and normative messaging across regions, and draw lessons for other states like India engaging with an increasingly adaptive China. If our speakers are ready, I would like to request Dr. Watanabe to begin the dialogue.
Good morning, and thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. My name is Shino Watanabe. I'm a professor at the Faculty of Global Studies, Sophia University, Shanji Dashi in Tokyo, Japan. And today, I have a privilege to speak as an expert panel. And I have already received a couple of questions. First one is China's strategy to navigate tariffs, sanctions, and market restrictions. Second, China's market control tactics in emerging economies of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Third, impact of domestic economic constraints on its external financing behavior. And lastly, role of China's development lending architecture in securing its economic interests. As you can hear, it's a diverse set of questions. So I'd like to make a few points related to each question, and hopefully we can have more like a detailed dialogue discussion tomorrow. And as for the first point, regarding China's relations with the second Trump administration, my brief view is the US-China relations at this moment has been in China's favor. Having said that, it is useful to think about the difference between Mr. Trump as president and the second Trump administration and the United States. I don't think those all three are kind of the same. But having said that, in order to shorten my time frame, I just want to use the second Trump administration. The US-China economic relations have turned in China's favor since the second Trump administration started this January. In other words, China has an upper hand in the negotiation process of tariff on the United States. First of all, China is the only country that succeeded in dramatically cutting reciprocal tariffs of the United States by 115%. And of course, China also cut the same 155%. Second, through this tariff negotiation process, China somewhat successfully presented itself as a G2 power, one of the two most important players in the international politics at this moment. Other countries visited Washington, D.C. to negotiate tariff reductions. China held a series of tariff negotiations all in third countries, first in like Switzerland in May, and also like UK in June, and also July in like Sweden, and recently in Spain. This is a kind of a way that China presented itself as a kind of very important player, according from a Chinese perspective. And third, more importantly, China seems to somewhat institutionalize a bilateral consultation mechanism with the second Trump administration, attended by the Chinese Vice Premier He Lifen, and also U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and also USDR Greer. So that, and lastly, President Trump announced he would meet President Xi Jinping face-to-face on the sideline of the upcoming APEC in late October or early November. So these are kind of evidence that at this moment so far, China has been doing well, like countering against the Trump administration. And then regarding to the second point about China's economic diplomacy with Asia, Africa, Latin America, actually it's a huge topic, but I just focus on BRI. And the BRI seems to, BRI previously seemed to lose momentum, especially during the COVID pandemic period. But after the inauguration of the second Trump administration, I think China revitalized its engagement with countries in the global south through Belt Road Initiative and other like 4 global initiatives, including the Global Development Initiative. And the BRI has increasingly served to secure China's energy resources and strengthen supply chain resilience. Previously, based upon our previous discussion on the first panel, I agree that China's original intention was to export overcapacity, and that still continued. But having said that, the main focus somewhat shifted to strengthen supply chain resilience, making use of the BRI. So BRI has undergone major changes over the past few years, not only in the global south countries, but also for China. And then particularly the important turning point would be the third BRI forum back in October 2023. Then Xi Jinping announced a kind of a shift of BRI focus from a transportation project, big infrastructure projects, to energy, mineral resources, mining, as well as new technology, as Dr. Yu somewhat covered. So you can see kind of a dynamism of BRI. And then, following the inaugurations of the second Trump administration this January, investment and also both construction projects under the BRI increased. So there are many interesting databases indicating, for instance, Boston University's database on Chinese overseas development finance said that 2016 is a peak. In other words, China's overseas development loan peaked out in 2016. But I'm afraid maybe it might not be true if you think about that this year. So we have to see how things would go. In any case, President Trump's attitude of modernizing international relations, monetizing international relations has created a favorable environment for China to engage in global South countries, particularly in emerging economies like Africa, Latin America, as well as its neighbor in Southeast Asia. And Trump's high tariff policy and Trump's policy to close USAID and terminated the USAID program are rather counterproductive from the US perspective and help China gain influence in the global South country and beyond. So in this light, China's promotion of a series of initiatives, Global Development Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and Global Governance Initiative maybe is part of China's strategy to reshape the international order. As for the third point on the economic constraint and the relationship between domestic economic constraint and its external financing behavior, yes, of course, it has a relationship. On the one hand, China is likely to take a targeted, focused approach to on specific countries, like specific friendly countries and resource-rich countries, to distribute extend loans, such as, and actually this year, the first half of 2025, you have seen Chinese kind of approach to countries in Central Asia. That is a kind of interesting new development, I think. So at the same time, Chinese sluggish economy with shrinking consumption, domestic consumption at home, could drive Chinese companies, both like SOEs and private companies, to invest overseas, go overseas, to find like market, export market, as well as like a foreign consumption. So in that sense, China's domestic economy and China's kind of outstretch overseas, somewhat like both. It's kind of it's a mixed effect, I would say. So it's yet we have to see how far China's go. Lastly, due to the slowdown of Chinese economic growth, of course, Chinese foreign loans provided by China Development Bank and China Export-Import banks are likely to be reduced. So Chinese policy banks' money could be reduced. At the same time, I would say we also need to pay more attention to AIIB. Previously, for the past decade, AIIB looked like a model international financial institution. AIIB, even though was established by Chinese initiative, so far, the last 10 years, AIIB is more like an international institution, not like a Chinese institution. But as you might know, the current president, Jin Liqun, would step down next January. And then we have already a new president. Her name is Zhou Jiayi. She is a female financial expert. But interestingly, the next president, Zhou, is a very important member inside the Chinese Communist Party. And she, Ms. Zhou, the next president, is one of the 204 CCP Central Committee members. That is interesting because the current president, Jin Liqun, does not have that high rank. So you never know how China is going to make use of AIIB or how Ms. Zhou makes change the AIIB policy, whether or not we have to be seen. But in any case, because the Chinese policy bank's money somewhat limited. So China, as long as China continue to be alive, there should be other sources, money sources. And then AIIB might be one option. So now I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Watanabe Sensei. Great pleasure to be here, and thank you, Erisika, Rahul, Rati, Somkar, and all the ORCA members for this excellent third year of continuous conference on China. We need more forums in India like this, and great congratulations again for bringing so many young crowds who are interested on China. Now, actually, after that session, what Professor Mohanty was moderating, we have actually created a good context to discuss about where China is moving in terms of its diplomacy is concerned. Of course, in this session, as Watanabe Sensei discussed, is that we have already touching upon the economic diplomacy part. But we know that what China does is not entirely only economic diplomacy. There are also, it has a mix of political diplomacy. Now, let me begin by saying that when we are talking about either diplomacy or economic diplomacy, there are two things to analyze in the context of China. One is the way party looks at it, and second is the way leadership looks at it. They might be complementary to each other, but there is a difference. And we have seen that every leader brings their own notion of, putting China on the front. So the way Xi Jinping has orchestrated his ground over the last 10 years or so, that is something to really watch out for. Because what he has done is that, as most of the earlier panelists spoke about, he has put China on the international map today, revamped many things domestically and internationally. But I think we should not really miss out what he has not told us in so and so words, which has been overlooked primarily not only in Indian media, but also in international media. And I'll start with something from his speech in the New Year speech that he delivered on the 31st of December, the 2025 speech he was referring to. And in that speech, of course, President Xi talked about the Chinese economy. He said that the Chinese economy is really thriving. And also he said that the total GDP is soon expected to surpass almost 17.7 trillion US dollar, which is a big number. But what interestingly, he also said another thing, which in India, most of us missed out. He said that Chinese economy is doing exceptionally well, and in fact, it is doing well than some of the Western economy. Now, here the moot point is that we are a neighboring country. We have been a partner of China in so many international forums, AIB, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, to Russia, China, India Trilateral Forum, to many other things. He didn't really refer to India, which is one of the largest economy. That is point number one. Number two, when he actually talked about that, the Chinese economy is actually doing well in comparison to many Western economy, he didn't really talk about the slow growth pattern in the Chinese GDP. And that is something outstanding, because this is where the leadership in China tried to put a cover up, and they don't really give the exact picture where China is moving, where China is struggling, or how the world should really look at their difficult part to help China to recover. I think one of the highlight strategy of Xi Jinping has been that how he has brought economics with a mode of nationalism into its economic diplomacy. And that is the core to my presentation today, as taking it from Watanabe Sensei. And I think this is where also I would take a note from Dr. Andrew Scopel, who rightly actually mentioned that the Chinese leadership don't really talk about India. It's a deliberate attempt. And this map explains that in India, of course, many parts of the world has seen the Ethailu program as a challenge. But in India, we have from the beginning, we have called it a strategic challenge. And we have been only one country who have not only boycotted, but also made our ground quite clear that we are not really going to support this. As it is a unilateral party proposition, it is a domestic proposition of China. This is not a multilateral proposition. And if you see this map, what this map actually talks about, something interesting, and I keep on showing this because very often we are taking Belt and Road Initiative or the original One Belt, One Road Initiative by saying it has just two wings, SREB, Silk Road Economic Belt, and Maritime Silk Road. While you will go to the deeper of the Belt and Road Initiatives, as the previous, our friends from Singapore was pointing out, it has 6 wings, 6 corridors. And each of these corridors are actually critical to China's growth story. And each of these corridors are critical in the sense that you will not find uniform pattern in each of these corridors. Each of these corridors actually offers a unique story to us. What is that? In some of these corridors, you will find China orchestrate a bilateral oriented good relations to executive multilateral frameworks. In some of the corridors, it just applies the reverse story, the opposite story, having a much more multilateral networks to advance the bilateral dealings. For example, if we take the 16+1 cooperation framework, how did China reach there? Today, of course, after the Ukraine war, China has lost the face in most part of the Europe. Now it is reduced to 14+1. But to arrive in that platform, China actually worked on each of these countries individually or bilaterally, and then China went for that proposition. Similarly, if you talk about the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the China Central Asia Western Corridor, Shanghai Cooperation Organization is one of those original idea that the Chinese orchestrated, as you know, 25 years back. And so there they applied a reverse story. There it is a multilateral forum which allowed China to cultivate on this bilateral relationship in those countries, Central Asian countries. And today, as you have seen that expansion, they have brought Iran and Belarus as a partner. So there is a continuous exercise going on in each of this corridor. So Belt and Road Initiatives, while it is much more about economic diplomacy, it is also about the way the Chinese are operating. We need to really take a note of, and that is not really discussed in India. On top of that, if we go, as the other speakers were pointing out, it has emerged over the last 10 years or so. It has emerged as a residence power in the Indian Ocean regions. This is an old map I prepared when I was working here in Delhi. But this map actually talks about the initial first 6 to 7 or 8 years of Xi Jinping's ruling. And I think Dr. Scoble was absolutely right here, that it's not that only Xi Jinping started everything here. All of this started during Hu Jintao's period. So there is a trajectory, there is a continuation in the Chinese approach, but what we are seeing, a distinctiveness of Xi Jinping's thought, Xi Jinping's ideas brought out to the core, so that the Chinese people will be managed under. But in this map, what you see is that the stationing point, new ports agreements, new military points. So what it says that over the last 10 years or 15 years, China has steadily emerged as a residence power in Indian Ocean region. And that's a serious challenge. So all of these forums, be it the Belt and Road forums or other forums, they have been used to execute the national planning, the foreign policy game plan, and the economic diplomacy. More interesting is this map, which is about AIB, as somebody was mentioning. Now, AIB, as Watanabe Sensei was mentioning, I think AIB's story is very interesting. So therefore, I repeat my point that we cannot really formulate a uniform strategy when we're talking about Chinese economic diplomacy or Chinese strategy per se. It is about individual initiatives. AIB came as much more as a universal proposition, whereas BRI came as a unilateral proposition. That's the moot point of difference. But in the AIB, if you see the kind of projects they have funded over the years, that's alarming. And this map actually shows when AIB started in 2016. These are the first 3 years project which was announced. And after that, there has been numerous hundreds of projects that AIB has funded throughout Asia that we should not really be missing out. Now, what we need to do, of course, we have missed out on many grand initiatives over the last 3 to 4 decades. It's not only, to particular the previous government or to this government, but we have missed out having a grand initiative when it comes to region or to the world configuration. But over the last few years, there has been a few announcements has been done, which is actually critical. Of course, there was Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, which was announced, didn't really work out. But I think during the G20 summit, what we announced is about India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. That's actually one of the flagship corridors that we should really be focusing about. Of course, we might be critical that this is a very grand initiative. It's not really going to work out. The kind of problems we face in the Middle East, probably it's not really feasible or practical. But then let's not forget one thing, that if we continue to work with our relations with EU, it's very much possible. If India-EU FTA is happening, then it is not really impossible to talk about the corridor we are planning out. Because the corridors are not really about physical corridors. It's not about road or railway. It's about multimodal connectivity. It's about multi-pronged ideas to materialize and to bridge that gap between the continents. So therefore, I think if we take into account the India-EU FTA, then what happens, some of the countries in the Middle East automatically becomes a partner of India and EU supply chain networks through the FTA. And therefore, that creates a positive ground for IMEC, India Middle East Economic Corridor. My last point here would be, I think this is the special partner we should not really be miss out. Of course, there is no Prime Minister Abe Shinzo. There is a leadership, a continuous shift happening in Japan, but that's the Japanese politics. We have to accept it. The methodology about India, Japan as a special global partner should not be missed out. We have made a great beginning of allowing Japan to be the biggest investor domestically in India and particularly in Northeast India, but that needs to be translated to the neighboring parts, particularly in the Indian Ocean regions. If we do that, then I think the way the Chinese are using forums to to advance their economic diplomacy, we could put a check on that. And I think there we need to translate our chemistry with Japan in the northeastern region to the Southeast Asian regions. They have the big B projects. We could actually draw a complement. We could revamp the Indian Ocean growth corridor between India and Japan. And also we could invite Japan to be also a partner in the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Let's not forget, Japan is a critical actor, a partner, economic partner to Europe and as well as to Middle East. I'll stop here with some of these thoughts, and probably we could discuss as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Watanabe, Dr. Panda. We are well within time, so I would request you to kindly submit your concluding remarks for 3 minutes each before we move into the Q&A session. Thank you. Dr. Watanabe, you can take over.
Thank you very much. So just based upon Dr. Panda's comments, especially about the last part. Actually, Mr. Prime Minister Abe passed away, but he made a really great contribution to Japan-China-India relations more visible to the ordinary Japanese people. Previously, expert on India and also the business people doing business in India, including the car company Suzuki, the very strong and very deep tie, but limited to a certain part of Japan. But after Mr. Abe announced a speech at the Indian parliament, and then he made India as one important part of Japan's foreign diplomacy. And as you know, today Japan has like an Indo-Pacific strategy. So not like Asia-Pacific. Previously, we often use the term Asia-Pacific, but now Indo-Pacific is more prevalent in Japan. So in that sense, Japan-India relations are very important. And I'll talk more about Japanese domestic politics tomorrow because so many things are going on. But definitely agree that the role of Japan in this regard. And as for the BRI, I totally agree with Dr. Panda's observation that somewhat unilateral approach. Or I could say it's a kind of bilateral, China's bilateral approach. It's almost like a Chinese version of hub and spoke. The US has a kind of, used to have hub and spoke networking, the US-Japan Security Alliance, for instance, US-ROK, Republic of Korea Security Alliance, it's like a bilateral. And now like US tried to make it more networking, lattice work, but now like a somewhat overlap, like China is also making a kind of a more multilateral. And one of those evidence would be, as many people have already mentioned, global initiatives. For instance, like China announced a Global Development Initiative at the UN General Assembly, and then China used like a Global Development Initiative as a way to promote UN 2030 agenda. And then China also, it's a kind of a foreign aid program. It's not investment, it's not business. So like a scale of money is very limited when it comes to GDI. But if you look at what kind of project China supported, it's not necessarily Chinese specific institutions, but like a more like ASEAN related institution or UNDP or UNEP or United UN related institution. So it's and also China make a kind of interesting institutionalization. Global Development Initiative Friends Group. It's a kind of networking, making like those like multilateral type engagement. So now we have seen a very interesting kind of a transformation, as Dr. Panda mentioned, from unilateral or bilateral to multilateral. How far it goes, we have to pay close attention. Thank you.
I think that's an interesting point, and I think I'll just add a couple of points. One is that if we talk about Belt and Road Initiative to AIIB to many other things, of course I do agree with that point that probably they don't have a grand strategy per se, but we know that they have grand thinking. And that's one thing about the Chinese we need to note about. And most of these things are linked with the kind of world order they want to really prepare for. And therefore, two things that has been critical to China's ideas at what they have borrowed from their history is the concept of Tianxia. which is there from the Zhao dynasty. They are trying to revamp the history and trying to bring it to the current constitution, to the leadership outlook. And therefore, we have seen over the last 10 years or so, the way they have used the word Tianxia to justify everything. Second is, I think also it happened almost at the same time, 2012, 13, 14, when Xi Jinping gradually took over the command. The BRI was announced, then the preparatory ground for AIB happened, and eventually in 2016, AIB was announced officially. They also started linking everything with Chungkomeng, with the Chinese dream. So what we are seeing that the domestic difficulties are being narrated in such a way that China needs to really come out very hard in terms of in order to put a brave story to the world that China has been suffered previously, but the time has come, the world should take a note that China's region and China needs to be engaged with the rest of the world and vice versa. So the kind of story they are manufacturing, that we need to be really aware of. We should not really take everything that the Chinese are talking on a face value. There are many critical points that the Communist Party tried to put in the document. Of course, there is a review of this chronology of these white papers gives us a good impression, as Professor Kondapalli was pointing out. But within that, there are also many things they are trying to manufacture. They are trying to put to the public international audience to accept it on their face value. So we should be really mindful about how they are trying to sell history, are trying to manufacture under the current circumstances. Of course, the Belt and Road Initiative is more about the supply side. They want to supply their surplus industrial outputs. But one thing also we should not really miss out. Through the Belt and Road Initiatives, they have created a division across the world. They have created a three types of division. One, they have brought the West. They have created the division between the West. They have brought majority of the part of the West to be linked with the Belt and Road Initiative. If we talk about some of the EU countries, European countries, they're a part of the Belt and Road Initiatives. If we talk about the AIIB, if we take the entire of Europe, 27 countries or 26, 27 countries are part of AIIB. But if you talk about EU member states, 12 plus countries, I think 13 or 14 countries are part of AIIB. So they have divided the West. That is number one. Number two, they have also calculatively worked with the middle economies, what many in the Indo-Pacific, the scholars call middle powers, be it Japan, South Korea, Australia. If not through Belt and Road Initiative, through different channels, they have tried to establish the connection. Third is what they have done through the Belt and Road Initiatives, as I showed in the corridors, they have tried to reach out to the smaller economically deprived countries who will be overly dependent. As one of our previous panelists said, these countries are becoming over-dependent on China. So they have created a division in the world configurations, and that we should be really mindful about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shino, Dr. Panda. I think the discussion, that excellent set of remarks brought together a lot of other discussion points that we've all been deliberating since morning. I think we have enough time for a Q&A session. But before I pass on the mics to our participants, I request you to kindly keep your questions short and also name the speaker you're directing that question at. Kindly please make sure that your question is pointed and does not take up a lot of time. If I can see some hands, I think we can pass the mic to this gentleman here. We'll take 3 questions on a stretch, and after that we'll move.
First of all, thank you for this wonderful talk. I'm Ashutosh from China Policy. My question is to Dr. Panda. How is China leveraging its domestic political structure to create international opportunities, particularly through subnational actors who may be easier to influence? What enabling factors within China's domestic politics allow for this approach, and what are the possible constraints? Also considering examples like state-level influence efforts in US, such as in New York, or similar activities in Australia, should India be considered? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We can pass one mic on that corner.
Hi, my name is Sachin Singh. I am a geopolitical analyst for a US-based firm. I think some of us who were there in the last conference, every other session basically was the buzzword was, delinking and de-risking from Chinese supply chains. And we all know the world has basically changed drastically since then, and especially when it comes to international trade and economics. So I was wondering, is that push for de-risking and, delinking from Chinese supply chains still there? Is it still viable? Can countries, go ahead, especially in the context of, President Trump's current economic agenda? And also to Dr. Watanabe,
I'll just request you to keep one question.
Just one single question. How do you
I'm
see
sorry,
EU-China
please,
relationship in
we
the
need just
strategic
one question from
assertiveness?
one speaker. We'll move on to the third speaker. Anyone on this side? We'll just pass. All right, let's pass the mic to Commodore Anil Jai Singh.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview of the Chinese economic diplomacy. So my question is partly to Dr. Watanabe. We've been talking about the IMEC, a lot about the IMEC as a possible alternative to the BRI to reduce Chinese influence. But the IMEC actually is just it's a wish at the moment. It's nowhere near realization, and it's getting more and more difficult geopolitically as we see in becoming a reality. Similarly, various other multimodal initiatives that we've taken, the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor has not worked out. But the one thing that has worked to some extent is the Chennai-Vladivostok Economic Corridor, and still working. But I find absolutely no mention of that in any narrative on the India-China sort of equation or the regional economic connectivity. I would like to know, the Chennai-Vladivostok Economic Corridor passes through waters which are going to become very contested in the future. South China Sea, East China Sea, Japan Sea, Sea of Japan, and onwards up to Vladivostok. So how could India and Japan ensure, firstly, that the Chennai-Vladivostok Economic Corridor, which is now becoming more and more important with our trade with Russia increasing, and with the Asian nations, East Asian nations as well, how can we ensure, firstly, security from China's sort of interference when freedom of navigation gets contested, when China establishes itself as a South China Sea ownership, when it takes ownership of the South China Sea? And secondly, how can we do in that part of the world what China is doing with the BRI in South Asia or in the Indian Ocean?
Thank you.
How could we sort of leverage that to counter this Chinese influence?
Thank you, Commodore Singh. So we'll take the first three questions, Dr. Watanabe and then Dr. Panda. You may answer the first three questions.
Thank you very much for wonderful questions. It's a very big challenge to counter against the BRI, especially in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, in East Asia, in Northeast Asia as well. And then it's, of course, it's impossible to counter against China's huge, gigantic BRI in terms of quantity, I mean money, because Japan's money, for instance, is limited. At the same time, there are ways to not counter, but offer alternative to countries in those areas, especially about quality-based. So it's somewhat impossible to fund everything, but still, Japan, for instance, can target a really needed infrastructure project with a really high-quality construction, high-quality investment. So then, at the same time, one good thing about, for instance, Japan's case is, in a sense, it takes long, but the Japanese companies, Japanese government keep promise. So if, once Japan make commitment, then at least it is materialized. In contrast, Chinese BRI has so many successful cases as well as unmaterialized cases. That kind of sense of discouragement shared among many countries in this part of the world, that's a reality. So maybe one way to not necessarily counter against, but one way to deal with Chinese massive investment is to maintain our credibility and then focus on that very important targeted project and keep promise. That's one way, I think. And yes, I totally agree that IMEC at this moment is still an early stage of ideas, but I definitely agree with Dr. Panda's suggestion to make Japan involved. At the same time, not only in Japan, but also the United States or some other European countries to make it more not, of course it's India's initiative, but not to make it with only by India, more by the cooperation with like-minded countries. That makes the project more successful, I think.
Thank you. I think I do agree with most of the point that the way IMEC was announced, probably there was not much thoughts were given to that idea. But come to think about it also on a practical note, we need IMEC at the end of the day, because we need, if we have to move to become a greater regional power, we need to have that extraterritorial link, and we need Middle East, we need Europe to be on our side. So in that context, IMEC is a necessary proposition. But I think your point is valid, that what needs to be done in terms of advance it, and also how we could counter the Chinese initiative. I think I would agree with Watanabe Sensei that countering the Chinese initiatives should not be one of our motto. It should be one of our one of our initiatives to look at each of these specific initiatives that the Chinese are proposing to us, whether it is in our advantage or in our disadvantage. There we have to make a distinction before we really counter it. And I think that distinction is necessary because China also comes as an opportunity on many issues for many countries and all. So therefore we need to have a clear division of approach there. Second is that I think last 10 years, you all would agree with me, no matter how much we might be critical, the very survival of the concept of Indo-Pacific itself justifies that there is a counter narrative to China has emerged. Of course, as my colleague Rory Metcalf, with whom I was speaking in another panel last week, he has agreed that Indo-Pacific might have its own natural connotation, but we cannot really rule out the fact that it has survived because of this China reaction. And we have built it because the way China behaved towards the region. So it's a counter narrative. Already the counter narrative is there. And we should not really see Indo-Pacific as a Western proposed narrative. It is also a self-grown India-backed construct. So there is a Indian-ness attached to the Indo-Pacific construct. So therefore, we need to put Philip into it, power into it, life into it, even though Donald Trump is here today to destroy everything. And I think in that context, probably we need to have much more collaborations with Japan, probably bring new actors like South Korea. Of course, Japan, South Korea might have some problems, but when it comes to economic corridors in the regions, economic investment in the regions, probably both the countries will be agreeing to be a part of the Indo-Pacific narrative. The other question was more about, about the domestic issues that Ashutosh was asking. What are the approaches and how the domestic scenario is shaping? I think there are two aspects we need to really look at. How the Chinese institutions has played their role. Of course, as Erisika was mentioning at the beginning in her speech, there is an official China, there is a other China. So here we have to see, even the most of the institutions appears to be official, but within that official narrative, there are institutions, how they are actually shaping the non-official aspects of China. And I think the role of institutions has been quite significant, be it academic institutions or industrial institutions or institutions of different nature. They have played a critical role in terms of shaping China's anthology, China's story, China's history, and that we should really, critically review before really accepting the invitations or accepting to engage with them. The other aspect is that I think this has been one of the critical debate within China and outside China, is the role of the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises. Of course, they have gone through a lot of transition. If we recall 90s, there was this privatization happened that didn't really work out. Then during Xi Jinping, he played safe, tried to give a lot of rooms to state-owned enterprises, gave them a lot of independence. But when Xi Jinping came to power, he tried to control. So everything today, probably today, all the enterprises or companies are under the government control. So the role of state-owned enterprises has been quite critical in terms of giving partial success to Belt and Road initiatives. I would not really say Belt and Road initiative has been grand success, and we should not really say Belt and, speak about Belt and Road initiative as a grand strategy, as Dr. Scobell was mentioning, but it is definitely a grand initiative. And in that context, probably each of the BRI schemes should be analyzed independently and different from each other. And in that context, the role of the state-owned enterprises has been quite critical in shaping China's domestic story as well as China's economic diplomacy abroad. I'll stop here, and probably Tanabe-sensei has answered most of the questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watanabe, Dr. Panda. In case there are any more questions, both our speakers are here for the full day and also will be available through emails. So I would request all of you, in case you want to discuss any specific aspect further, you may reach out to them personally. With that, I'll hand it over to Hans, and thank you so much for that insightful, interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very informative dialogue. If we could please request the speakers to rise for a picture. To close out the first session of GCNS 2025, we have our second panel discussion on invisible architectures in the CPC playbook, symbols, values, and rhetoric. We would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Ranjan, Dr. Shriparna Pathak, Dr. Jacqueline Chanru Lin, and Dr. Andrew Chubb to please make their way to the stage. Once again, all speaker bios are in the handbooks provided, as well as on the GCNS website. As the speakers take their seats, please remember to keep your phones on silent and maintain academic decorum throughout the discussion. This panel discussion foregrounds how the Communist Party of China, CPC, institutionalizes the ritual aesthetics of party authority, from congresses and parades to inspection tours and centennial commemorations, as performative tools that produce a domestically resonant narrative of legitimacy. This panel will shed light on the operation of China's invisible power architectures and their impact on Chinese society and the world. With that being said, if the speakers are ready, I would request Dr. Ranjan to please open the discussion.
Thank you. Let me thank ORCA for this opportunity to be here again. This is the third edition of ORCA conference on China. And this time I'm given a charge of moderating the session, and we have a very stellar panel on China's invisible architecture in CPC book. So instead of giving opening remarks, let me flag some of the issues that the speakers can touch upon if they want, if they see that is relevant to their talk. As we know that Chinese, in Chinese discourse, the legitimacy or political legitimacy is like Hofashing, is a kind of like, it's not like what we see in our world, which is a kind of like based on the social contract or liberal democracies, CPC sees this as a kind of like a rightful leadership derived from their own historical mandate that we have. The topic of this discussion is also the mandate of the haven. So they also derive this legitimacy from their own kind of like the historical struggle that they have gone through, that they see that. But what we see is also that there is a combination of the factors that influences this legitimacy within China, and that we have seen from a revolutionary to now what we have seen during the Deng Xiaoping is the performative legitimacy, and now we do see now here during the Xi Jinping that is again a kind of like strengthening this ideological re-imposition within the Chinese society. So what I'm going to do here is I'm trying to build upon what the Chinese scholars within China did see about this legitimacy to their own kind of like the citizens. There is one of the very interesting and very famous scholar, Yu Kefeng, who tried to underscore that the performative legitimacy is not enough, right? And then what did they, and then he argued that, and thereby we have seen that how the Xi Jinping thought in socialism with Chinese characters in the new era has again come back a kind of like in a new avatar that is again kind of like blending the Marxist element and also the civilizational continuity that we see as a kind of like Confucius, kind of like this teaching that is coming into this legitimacy. Now, I have given also kind of like what are the structural changes that is kind of changing this legitimacy within China. And we have seen that the economic pressure, the demographic decline, the environmental challenges, these are the many factors that challenging the structure of the Chinese legitimacy. And thereby what we see is now that the Chinese legitimacy discourse is also going through a rapid transformation within the academic debate, and also in fact that how the leadership of China, they perceive this legitimacy within China. So what we see is here now, that is they are moving from a revolutionary party that we have seen a performative legitimacy to now they're also talking about, given this structural challenges, that they're also trying to move in a way that it called that adaptability to have this governance legitimacy. So they are trying to bring this governance legitimacy within China. That's more of a kind of, let's see that a lot of scholars are trying to have a kind of like, they say that let's say that some of the scholars, they say that they're buying the loyalty, or they are, let's say that they infuse the consensual, this coercion within the Chinese society, where the Chinese society are kind of like, Chinese people are imbibed into this culture of that the coercive nature of the Chinese Communist Party is for your own benefit. So that means the Chinese people are buying this consensual, this coercion. Now, having said that, what we have seen is there's a new type of legitimacy is also emerging within China, that many scholars do believe that there's a kind of like this legislature or legislative legitimacy within China, where now this was earlier seen as a kind of like, this is a very kind of like facade of what the Chinese People's Congress or the two sessions do during their every kind of annual event. Now what they are doing is that they are also trying to bring, this is not a kind of like a very procedural, but also they are trying to, and there are many scholars, not from China, but also from international scholars, they do see that this legislature business in China has gone through a transformational change, and thereby this is also, it's in a way to what the Chinese scholars see, that this is a kind of like, in their version, this is a rule of law, but of course we know that this is a rule by law of the Chinese Communist Party. So in a way, the Chinese Communist Party is also trying to bring this legislative legitimacy within the Chinese discourse to let's say that maybe we can also argue that this is also a kind of like international pressure, thereby the Chinese are also, let's say that, opening up. If you have to look at the Chinese foreign relation law, where we have seen that how the NPCs, the standing committee, has gone through many rounds of readings, and also the stakeholders participating. whatever it looks, but it's the message that it is giving to the Chinese citizen is that the China is moving toward a this legislature legitimacy. So with that, I now invite our speakers, and you are welcome to touch upon any of the issues that I have already flagged. We have now Dr. Sriparna Pathak. I think I don't need to introduce her. I have to introduce, okay. So she is, I think is well known to this audience, so I thought she doesn't need an introduction, but again, a ritual. She is a professor and director of Center for Northeast Asian Studies at Jindal School of International Affairs, OP Jindal Global University, and she is going to discuss about rituals of power, symbols, speeches, and the aesthetics of legitimacy. Floor is yours.
Thank you, ORCA, for organizing the GCNS. Year after year, it's become even more exciting and interesting. Thank you, Rajiv, for that very kind and generous introduction. I'm going to speak on China's rituals of power, and Rajiv has already given us a trailer of what is going to be there when we speak about symbols, speeches, and the aesthetics of legitimacy. In the grand theater of global politics, where leaders rise and fall on the strength of their narratives, China stands out as a master performer. Under Xi Jinping's watchful gaze, the CCP doesn't just govern, it orchestrates. For the PRC and the CCP ruling it, it's critical to sustain the party's rule in an era of economic headwinds, geopolitical tensions, and so on. To ground these in recent examples from 2023 to 2025, there is a very clear methodology through which ancient traditions meet modern spectacle to forge unbreakable bonds of loyalty. Now, in political theory, rituals are the ceremonial performances that transform raw authority into something which is very sacred, something unquestionable. Let's think of them as the choreography of legitimacy. Symbols provide the visual shorthand, dragons for imperial might, red for revolutionary fire. Speeches weave the narrative, turning policy into poetry. Aesthetics, well, aesthetics forms the artistry, the lightning, the music, the emotional pull. All of it makes it feel inevitable, beautiful, and even divine. As philosopher Crispin Sartwell argues in his book on political aesthetics, these elements make abstract power more tangible, commanding respect through sensory immersion. In China, where elections are absent, legitimacy isn't voted in, it's staged. Considering symbols first, those enduring icons that bridge China's imperial past with its socialist present, the dragon robe, the relic from Emperor Qianlong's era. This is not just fabric, it's a puzzle of power, adorned with, say for example, 12 ancient emblems, sun, moon, mountains, flames. These patterns from the Zhou dynasty symbolize cosmic order or the mandate of heaven, which is basically the ancient belief that rurals must align with the universe's harmony or face downfall. To give you a real example of this, in 2025, at the Hong Kong Palace's Museum Spring Festival, these robes were displayed not just as dusty artifacts, but as living endorsements of continuity. Peng Liyuan, Xi Jinping's wife, echoed this in state visits, donning modern silk designs infused with traditional motifs, silk flags, waving like mobile billboards of national pride. Why should we consider this? Why does this matter? It's a year of economic slowdown, and these symbols, to be very straightforward, these symbols remind the people that the party isn't new money, it's eternal legacy. Such visuals assert pride against Western dominance, turning fashion into something which is more of a fortification. But symbols aren't alone static. There's also speeches. The speeches become the verbal alchemy which turn ideology into inspiration. Xi Jinping's rhetoric, laced with Confucian echoes, Marxist steel, these all are prime examples. For example, his China Dream speeches, rejuvenating the nation, fulfilling historic missions, they are not just dry policy documents, they are actually epic calls to arms, to blending ambition with ancestral wisdom. If we take the 2023 National People's Congress, Xi Jinping's address invoked excellent traditional culture, positioning the CCP as moral heirs to ancient sages, not just Bolshevik successors. Now, this isn't accidental. It's a ritualized revival, And there have been several scholars, out of them Alexandra Kubat's words actually become most important here. And they highlight how she weaponizes phrases like Yoshiu Chuantong Wanhua to legitimize rule through ethics, urging cadres to treat propaganda as art and science, appealing to hearts as much as to minds. In 2024, in the 2 sessions, amidst youth unemployment protests, Xi's words shifted to common prosperity, a speech so rhythmic that it echoed Mao's mass-line pep talks, restoring faith through a familiar fervor. Aesthetics then become the secret sauce, which makes it all very mesmerizing. Televised rituals amplified all of this, turning politics into primetime poetry. One example, or one recent example of this, is the 2025 CCTV program, Ancient Rhyme and New Voice, Qingming. And the episode, analyzed in a Frontiers in a psychology study, showcased that sacrificial offerings, agricultural rites, spring outings, these are all emotional symphonies. So these visuals of blooming willows, ancestral boughs scored with arhu strings, they all elicited resonance amongst millions. Recent events actually crystallized this fusion. In September 2025, China hosted Dual Spectacles, the 25th SCO Summit in Tianjin, a soft power ballet of multilateral handshakes, multipolar toasts, followed days later by Beijing's Victory Day Parade. And the SCO was the aesthetics of inclusion, leaders in tailored suits against Tiananmen backdrops, speeches on cooperation over coercion, and then came the parade. Hypersonic missiles thundering past, nuclear triads gleaming under red banners, soldiers in crisp PLA uniforms marching with lockstep precision, and symbols abounded. Dragons on epaulets, Mao's portraits flanked by Xi's banners. Xi Jinping's speech, it was a thunderclap of deterrence. Peace through strength, invoking ancient axioms like those who offend China will be punished, no matter how far. So together, all of these events are not random. This was like a punch, a two-punch, diplomacy's embrace, military's iron fist, projecting China that's both benevolent, a benevolent hegemon, and an unyielding guardian. So for partners like Pakistan, this is reassurance. For rivals like the US and others, it is aimed to cause unease. Even in crisis, aesthetics have salvaged legitimacy. If we go back to the COVID-19 years, social media narratives on Weibo turned disasters into devotion. All these state-orchestrated poems from Wuhan's nurses, they framed sacrifice as aesthetic duty, refusing gratitude as an ethical gesture against ideology's grind. So these visuals, parties' visuals, heroes in hazmat suits, lanterns lighting empty streets, they all reknit the social fabric. So in conclusion, China's rituals aren't just relics, they are resilient tools in a very volatile world, from dragon robes whispering eternity to parades around resolve. What they aim to remind us is that legitimacy is performed, it's not presumed. With that, I'll just end my quick points, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Shriparna. Now I invite Dr. Jacqueline Chen-Rulin. She is a research assistant professor at Center for China Studies, China University of Hong Kong, China. And you will be speaking at Identity, Morality, and Social Credit, Shaping an Ideal Citizen and Chinese Characteristics. Thank you. Thank you.
Testing, okay. Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm Jacqueline Lin, a research assistant professor from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. I'm a cultural anthropologist by training. I feel like crushing the party. I'm not doing IR or political science, but I try to address the issues about legitimacy, China's dream from a more micro or people's perspective to understand legitimacy and performance or rituals that Dr. Pathat just talked about. So my research deals with war commemoration, the Second World War commemoration in contemporary China. well, I think it's a high time. Well, it's the 18th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. We already witnessed the lavish military parade in Tiananmen Square a week ago. But my research actually deals with those people who are not really buying the official narrative of the war commemoration. And well, I'm addressing the theme of the panel, the CPC playbook. I'm using one of the secret weapons of the CPC when they are fighting for the Tianxia. Okay, how they gain the power was from. I'm using the ethnographic research fieldwork, like what the early Mao Zedong did for the villages in his hometown too. And I think I'm also kind of use the mass line to understand how ordinary people in China understand legitimacy and how they respond to the nationalism, propaganda campaign, and also the construction of ideal citizenship that take roots in patriotism and nationalism. So I did fieldwork in also the hometown of the Communist Party in Hunan province, which was also very significant battlefields during the Second World War, and also the borderland in Yunnan between Myanmar and the PRC that China sent out the largest group of military to fight along with the British and American ally. So, and now we take for granted to assume the war commemoration boosts up the legitimacy of the CPC. However, the construction of legitimacy is very difficult. I'm trying to find, I identify the cracks of the legitimacy of the war commemoration, as I think audience in this room know about the, Second World War memorial landscape in China its own characteristic. So during the war, it was the China by then was represented by the nationalist government and won the war in 1945. And right after the war, the nationalist government resumed the civil war with the CPC. And in 49, the nationalist government fled to Taiwan, and then CPC established People's Republic of China. So when to commemorate the war, the local communities actually still kind of embodied and remember that the war was fought by the nationalist military, and the fallen soldier and also the veterans in the early PRC period were identified. Well, during the war, they were the hero. Excuse me. And in the early communist era, they have been identified by the newly established communist state as people's enemy. So the cemeteries, either in domestic area or in the transnational in Myanmar, have been destroyed. So, and the veterans, like those people who fought against the Japanese, actually have been stigmatized as the enemy of the people in the local community. So I'm trying to understand how they now respond to the newly shifting grand strategy or grand narrative of the rejuvenation or nationalism. So the local community have been the same group being mobilized to destroy the cemeteries or participated into the political movements that have political criticized for the war veterans. And now they have been the same group being mobilized to commemorate them as national hero. So from my ethnographic fieldwork to see how they recollect the local memories and trying to seek justice actually for the nationalist veterans, and also they try to restore the destroyed cemetery in their local community. They kind of produce alternative narrative of the grand strategy. It tries to show the discontinuity of the governance of the narrative. Say, if legitimacy during the communist era builds on the Chinese Civil War that they at least overthrow the nationalist government, then how they commemorate a war that actually led by their former former rivalry in today's China. So in my book, I try to identify the moral crisis and moral anxieties causes due to the top-down commemoration campaign, and to see how local communities try to exercise their agency to respond to the molding of the power. And the Second World War commemoration is just one case that Chinese government need to manage the very difficult past. And in the weaponization or instrumentalization of the past to construct the grand strategy has been a very contesting, competitive realm. I theorize it as a continual negotiation between state and society. So, and also for war commemoration, all those rituals and performance from a sociological and cultural anthropological perspective, I will theorize it as a governance of emotions to be the way to gain legitimacy or the way to construct ideal citizenship is try to have a frame about how people feel about the past or the present. Say the rejuvenation actually is a very particular way to feel pride and positivity about the current regime. And however, in my fieldwork, when the local community, they kind of find difficulties to deal with the shifting of the grand narratives, they try to produce a quite nostalgia understanding to understand rejuvenation. They will talk about, so if the war brought China to the global stage, well, the victory of the war make China as a global power, a power in the global stage, then actually which China we are kind of talking about. And they will also try to compare the different kinds of narratives between the nationalist government by then and the CCP's way to construct the war memory. So it caused the tension, of course, it causes the tension between the official narratives and the grassroots narratives. And the local communities, when they try to commemorate actually the victory of the Republican China, what kind of materials and resources they use is they have been conduct oral histories for the veterans in their local communities, and also they recollect the remains and the dead bodies of the foreign soldier of the nationalist government in Myanmar. In some of the cemetery actually in North Indian as well, and they also travel to Thailand and Taiwan to establish a civil diplomacy from the civil society aspects. So the invisible architecture here I would like to address is the negotiation between the state and society in construct what we call legitimacy. And the topic I assign is about shaping an ideal citizen with Chinese characteristics. I would like to focus and complete the story with like who is shaping the ideal citizenship. It's not only the state, the government is also the people, like the ordinary people on the ground. My research actually also used war commemoration as a very contesting realm of the past, the present, and the future. And my research question always try to address those people who actually refuse to dream the dream in the same way as the state of the campaign. Okay, this is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Now I invite Dr. Andrew Cho, Senior Lecturer, Department of Politics, Philosophy and Religion at Lancaster University, UK. And he will be speaking on vectors of global narratives, the role of party organs, diaspora, and media.
Thank you, Professor Ranjan. And thank you in particular to all of the organizers. Congratulations to Arishka on another wonderful event. And thank you to everyone involved in organising it. It's been wonderful to watch it develop from afar, and I'm really happy to be here this year to join in. I'd love to take up Professor Ranjan's kind invitation to wade into the debates over legitimacy in China, actually teach a class in Lancaster on precisely this debate. They're very deep waters, and I have another topic to talk upon, so I won't say too much, but just to observe that it's a very interesting time to be continuing to have that debate about CCP legitimacy, precisely because one of the big critiques of the idea of performance legitimacy is the idea that, well, if people are keeping you in power and consenting to your rule because of your excellent performance, you're making their lives better, well, is that legitimacy at all? Or are people just acting in their own self-interest and not overthrowing a system that's working for them? Now we have a situation of much lower economic growth, Neijuan, involution, higher youth unemployment, etc. All these structural pressures coming to bear. Now is the time where we really start to find out the nature and degree of CCP legitimacy, and we can set aside that debate over whether it's just their performance that's keeping them in power. Anyway, I've already said too much, and I'm going to run out of time to talk about the global vectors of China's influence. So I've been asked to address three aspects: the role of party organs, both internal and external, in China's global media campaigns, as well as the role of the diaspora, and I'll say a little bit about early signs about the effectiveness in actually shaping global narratives. And I've just picked out a couple of quick points on each of these so that I hopefully don't stand in the way of everyone getting to lunch on time. So it's by no means comprehensive, my answers to these questions. So the domestic actors involved in PRC influence campaigns. Well, as with most things when it comes to PRC overseas influence campaigns, we have to talk first about the United Front Work Department. Because actually the United Front Work Department, for all the prominence that it has as a purveyor of overseas influence operations, is a primarily domestic actor. Its function is to cultivate and maintain this broad patriotic alliance, as the CCP calls it, of the various non-CCP parties within China's non-competitive system, as well as a bunch of important target groups, such as members of religions, and particularly the leaders of religions inside China, new social classes, young professionals, intellectuals, etc., business elites, and of course ethnic minority leaders. And it works primarily by methods of co-optation, that is, bestowing privilege and access and opportunities, entry points into the system for these friendly elements, although it's also about undermining and isolating those so-called enemy elements, the dissenters and religious groups that might pose a threat to CCP rule. So that domestic playbook increasingly we see has an external dimension. Secondly, the propaganda system, which is also at the front line of implementing China's global media campaigns, can be seen as a primarily domestic actor. There has been a long-running debate in CCP propaganda thinking about the degree of differentiation that there needs to be between internal propaganda for domestic audiences and external propaganda for foreign audiences. On the one hand, the party has a strong line of thinking that there is a basic difference between what you say internally versus what you say externally. However, on the other hand, it's also been recognized that foreigners also overhear what the propaganda system puts out internally in China and attaches a lot of significance to it for precisely that reason. Foreigners study the people daily, foreigners monitor the Chinese internet. And what's more, netizens in China also monitor what the Chinese overseas externally focused propaganda organs might be saying to external audiences. So in many ways that distinction collapses under a bit more scrutiny. So there's this ongoing debate about to what degree do we customize our foreign directed propaganda as distinct from the domestic propaganda. And that runs through and explains a lot of the features of China's global propaganda campaigns. I want to also make very quick mention of the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of State Security, both ostensibly about state security at home, but these have been at the front lines of China's overseas global campaigns of transnational repression against targets such as dissidents, critics of the regime, human rights defenders, and members of ethnic minority groups that the CCP views as threatening, such as Uyghurs and Tibetans. Very often, it's been quite local level MPS, that's the Public Security Ministry, Gonganbu, units that have set up these overseas police stations and engaged in these operations of transnational repression. This has been shown in a lot of the FBI indictments against these people, where they've brought cases about transnational repression in New York City, and also by the Safeguard Defenders, that's the human rights NGO that uncovered this network of overseas police stations. It's often at the municipal level or even below that particular municipalities set up overseas operations to monitor particular target populations. So that's another interesting dynamic of the domestic actors involved in the external influence operations. Internationally, so you've got the International Liaison Department, and that's a very interesting bureaucracy. This is the party's foreign affairs bureaucracy, which exists in parallel to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is a state council organ. And what's interesting is the way that the International Liaison Department's profile and role in foreign affairs has been increasing in recent years. It's also reflected in the fact that the International Liaison Department has been headed, the last two heads of the ILD have been career diplomats. Liu Zhenchao, who's now in trouble, or might be in trouble, but he's a career diplomat who's come across from the MFA, taken over the ILD in the last 4 or 5 years. And before him, it was Song Tao, who was also a career diplomat. Before that, it was more party technocrats running it. So as a party organ, and it was mainly managing relations with China's Communist Party's relations with ruling parties in remaining communist regimes, DPRK, Vietnam, and Cuba principally. But now we see the International Liaison Department much more forward-leaning. And I think this actually does come back to domestic politics as well, because it's really since Xi Jinping in the 2014 and 2018 Foreign Affairs Work Conferences really put it on the table that the diplomats and the foreign affairs system as a whole had to wear its party identity much more proudly and much more upfront about diplomats in China's foreign affairs work system are party cadres, first and foremost. What's that? 2 minutes left, okay. Okay, skipping right ahead then. I've said a little bit about United Front as a domestic actor, but internationally it bears pointing out that they very often operate through the Councils for the Promotion of the Peaceful Unification of China. That's the He Tong Hui or Tong Cu Hui. Interestingly, India is one of the few countries where they haven't actually set up one of these platforms, which then serves as an umbrella for forming all sorts of other party-aligned social organizations. They did set up a He Tong Hui in Nepal just a couple of years ago, which is something interesting to watch for this region. I won't say too much more about that in the interests of time, but one thing the United Front does attempt to do is represent the Chinese diaspora in a certain way, as being basically uniformly on the party state's side, especially on any kind of foreign policy dispute. And this, I think, needs a bit more attention. I have been asked to speak about the role of the diaspora in shaping perceptions of China and that global narrative. And Chinese diasporas are, of course, like most diasporas, not in any way a singular group. Many waves of migration from China, including many that left China before there ever was a PRC, before 1949, and those that left China when the Chinese Communist Party took power, as in its strongest opponents, those who didn't want to be there, as well as overseas dissidents, various Tibetans, Uyghurs, now Hong Kongers in the UK, very active, all sort of bravely critiquing the party state's wrongdoings, drawing attention to its shortcomings. So the idea of the Chinese diaspora is kind of uniformly on China's side and amenable to weaponization is something that we really have to be critical of. And the reason we need to be doubly critical of that is because it's a common party state narrative that the Chinese diaspora are inherently loyal to the CCP, but it's also one of those hawkish Western narratives that you hear a lot of the time as well. The Chinese diaspora are a problem because they're willing to do the CCP's bidding. So we need to maintain critical awareness when we're thinking about the role of the Chinese diaspora. Finally, on global media and effectiveness, we've seen massive investment. Once again, to return to the theme that we've had from Professor Scoble and others have referred to it, this is not a Xi Jinping thing. This started in the Hu Jintao era, massive investments into overseas broadcasting capabilities in pursuit of this concept of Huayuquan, or it's very hard to translate. You know, is it the right to speak? Probably not. It's more like the speaking power or discursive power. And that captures the fact that it's an emphasis on quantity rather than quality, getting China's voice out there. Now, by that metric, they've certainly been very successful. You know, global network of Xinhua bureaus and global broadcasting capabilities beyond anything that we saw in the Hu Jintao era, but it started then and it's been implemented under Xi Jinping. As for whether they've been persuading global audiences of China's preferred narratives, that's a very different question. At the Asia Society, we have a project called Global Public Opinion on China, where we've been tracking global views of China since back to 2000. We've assembled 2,500 survey results across 159 countries. And actually what that shows is that over the long term, China's image has been in decline. Its net approval rating has been in decline. It's also been in decline in the global south. It's been in decline more in the global north, but it has actually been in decline in the global south as well. So that's one early indication that maybe it isn't that effective. But on the other hand, we do see in China's external propaganda practice, we see this sort of differentiated audience targeting. Xi Jinping talked about that in one of his speeches a few years ago, about the need to target different audiences. And we see a great willingness to embrace new forms, even if the propaganda content is still very much wedded and linked to the domestic political environment and what you have to say domestically, which limits its effectiveness and its appeal to international audiences. But the forms, the party-state system, particularly the external-facing parts, have been very willing to embrace change, very willing to embrace new platforms and new colourful ways of delivering that content. So over the long term, that's something that we want to track going forward with that Global Public Opinion on China project. You can check it out if you like. We're very open to people getting in touch with your interpretations of what the data are saying about your country in terms of the long-term opinion polling. You can find it if you just Google Global Public Opinion on China. But I'll leave it there and let you get to your lunch. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. So now we know the structure and instruments of party legitimacy in China, that what Sriparna has talked about, the smalls, the symbols and rituals are also kind of like changing the behavior of the Chinese people, and thereby the Chinese people are like, let's say, that forced to know that there is a cognitive change within the Chinese society to take this legitimacy on the face value. And then we have already seen how Dr. Lin has gone into a very ethnographic study, and then try to understand how there is a negotiation between the state, the party, and the civil society, and that's create a kind of like the legitimacy, and where you have seen the grand ceremony, right? That is also kind of like avenues to kind of create this kind of legitimacy. And then we have gone to what Andrew has already talked about, the methods and cohabitation that we have seen, how the party cohabitates many of the civil society groups within China, and as we know that this Ministry of Public Security had more budget than the Ministry of Defense, and how they're kind of like, they're also coming with the bargain protest, right, whereby the party allows you to kind of like, do some sort of a very small scale protest, thereby kind of like you also know to let the people think that you are giving some kind of a space. So we do see this kind of like the bargain protest there in China. And we also, let me flag again another issue, and then maybe you can, while answering the questions from audience, you may touch upon that. What we have seen in the global outreach of the China, that we have also seen the grand narratives about these initiatives that we see now, the global civilizational dialogue, the global security initiatives, how these narratives are also changing the way that the global governance has worked. So this is a kind of like these norms the Chinese are trying to embed into the global governance. This is also a way to kind of create what I will call it a kind of like the global legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party by keeping floating this kind of initiatives. They're also trying to smoothen the process when China goes, or let's say that party goes global, and there is more acceptance to this initiative. Now let me invite, I think, one round of questions before we go for lunch. Okay, we go back. Can I have mic there in the back? Please name the speakers and be brief.
So thank you for the wonderful presentations. My name is Urja. I'm a PhD candidate at JNU. Any of the speakers can answer this question. How far do you think that China has come out of the shadow of the Tacitus trap, which is the loss of credibility or the legitimacy challenge, which Xi Jinping mentioned back in 2013 when in his inaugural speech, and then again in 2018. So how far and how successfully has it come out of that Tacitus trap? And how do you look at authoritarian resilience in this context?
I think we can collect 2-3 questions and then we will ask our speakers. Yes, please.
Hello, my question is directed towards Dr. Andrew Chubb. I've read in an article that China is planning to build a new and bigger embassy in London, if that is correct. And the article drew a connection between refugees after the 2019 protests from Hong Kong and the new embassy. I would just be curious on what you know about this and if you think this is a verified assumption. Thank you.
In the back.
Hello, sir. I am Atul. My question is to Dr. Andrew, sir. Sir, you rightly pointed about the China's global propaganda campaign, but can you please shed some light on the Western media's hypocrisy, where they seek to paint picture of Delhi and Beijing being civilizational rivals, what they call, which is untrue. And how can this manufacturing of polarized perception by the Western media be countered, as has recently been seen in the SCO and BRICS summit, that they have sought to paint picture of? And how can this this manufacturing of perceptions be countered by the Eastern media or the global South media?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We go in reverse order, Andrew.
Great questions, thank you. The first question about has China escaped the legitimacy trap under Xi Jinping? I mean, I'm afraid I'm just going to be academic and say it's yes and no, because Xi Jinping has, of course, generated new sources of legitimacy. He's turned the greening of China's economy into a source of legitimacy. The 生态文明 idea is all over the propaganda system domestically, and from all accounts is quite popular. People enjoy the fact that there's e-mobility is widely available in China. On the other hand, he's also, of course, by accumulating power in the way that he has, he's generated new sources of potential threat to CCP's legitimacy, because it's no longer about necessarily a resilient institution. It may appear to, at many times, to be all about one guy. And that ultimately depends on how it's perceived inside China. That's very hard to know. So it's a kind of question mark that I would leave there. Very quickly on the other two questions, on the UK London Embassy, I know a lot of Hong Kongers in the UK, and I fully sympathise with their fears that the embassy could be used for enhanced campaigns of transnational repression. However, I would say I haven't seen this as a particular sort of methodology of the party state operating globally in the past. It hasn't seemed to be the embassies that have been the epicenter of these types of campaigns, with people sort of being kidnapped into the embassy. There was one incident in Manchester where a guy was dragged into the embassy grounds and beaten and then sort of dragged out, but that's a little different from an attempt to kidnap. However, I fully sympathise with those who would be afraid that that could become a possibility. It's just we haven't really seen that so far. And then thirdly, on the question of the Western media coverage of India-China rivalry, I think the best explanation for that is probably a kind of frame or schema that goes back to the Clash of Civilizations thesis, which is basically taken for granted a lot of the time. Samuel Huntington's clash of civilizations thesis. It's sort of truthy, if you know what I mean. It's the sort of surface level analysis that is very appealing because it sort of gives a kind of big picture global explanation for so much that's going on. As for how to counter it, I think it comes from having more scholars and experts from the Global South engaging and appearing in those Western media sources. So one thing that I sometimes get calls from the BBC, and I like to try to, I accept them once in a while if I've actually done a study on that issue, but I very often redirect them towards scholars in the Global South who could give a different perspective on the issue that they want to talk about. So that's one way that we can potentially go about trying to change the narrative.
Thank you. Asirparna.
So I think two questions were addressed to him. The first question on the loss of legitimacy, there has been a lot of loss of legitimacy of China, especially in the BRI recipient countries because of rising debt distress or project cancellations, withdrawals, corruption, violence, local issues, and so on. How is China addressing the challenges? I think one thing which Andrew also mentioned was the green BRI or digital BRI, because therein the possibilities of that sort of a backlash is relatively low. Second is it talks a lot about debt relief and restructuring. How well has that been done? It's not really produced any sort of visible results, but the narrative push is definitely there. It's talking nowadays more about high quality BRI, and there's a soft power push and pushing out of loads of narratives as to how the BRI has pulled people out of poverty, unemployment, and so on. Whereas that's this completely opposite of that has actually happened in a lot of BRI countries. So China is trying to do that sort of damage control because it understands there is a loss of legitimacy. Would it be able to revert or reverse the trend? Again, I think we'll have to wait for a couple of years to see how well the benefits of China's efforts to reverse the trend actually are they producing results or not. But given the fact that the global geopolitical headwinds are now changing, there is increased scope for China to actually push out its narrative successfully and showcase itself as a better partner than the West. But yeah, there is an attempt and a recognition from the PRC that it needs to address the loss of legitimacy which it has been facing over the years.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Testing. Well, thank you for your question. Well, I think legitimacy is not a static dynamic. It's always fluid and in the huge negotiation between different stakeholders on the ground or even in the middle level or even in the top leadership level. So I think Xi Jinping's governance or the how they gain legitimacy is not that unique from other period that they need to access different interests or of different groups and then have back and forth negotiation. In terms of governing the past or producing historical narrative, I think nowadays because of technology or the digital media, the civil societies I feel like it's more and more difficult to gain a solid official narrative or legitimacy in a static way.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. I think we should not be staying between you and the lunch. So join me to give a round of applause for speakers for very wonderful and engaging presentation. Thank you.
I would thank the speakers for that very incisive discussion. If we could please have the speakers rise for a picture. We will now be breaking for lunch. Lunch will be served in the courtyard across from the auditorium building. The way there is pointed out by signboards, and conference coordinators will be there to guide you. Please be back in the auditorium by 1:55 p.m. so that we may start the second session in a timely and punctual manner. Over lunch, we hope you enjoy your food and the company. Everyone to please take their seats. We will be beginning proceedings shortly. Okay, please be seated. We will be beginning imminently. China's rise. It will comprise one keynote address, 2 panel discussions, and 1 experts dialogue, all seeking to interrogate the question of what are the ways in which China's rise catalyzes new patterns and transformations in the global order. We will begin with the keynote address by one of India's foremost diplomatic figures, Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj, on mandates and multilateralism, China's power play at the United Nations. Ambassador Kamboj is the former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations, New York, former ambassador of India to Bhutan, former High Commissioner to South Africa and Lesotho, former permanent representative and ambassador of India to UNESCO, Paris. It is a great honor for us to have her here, and her longer biography can be found in your handbooks and on the conference website. I now invite Ambassador Kamboj to the stage.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Such a pleasure to be here. Very, very pleased to engage with you. And first and foremost, I must thank the organizers for inviting me. And it's a great pleasure to interact with all of you. I do hope that I do justice to the topic, but it is a very engaging topic in itself. And I don't know whether one can do justice to that in just 15, 20 minutes, but let's go. Well, I'll make a couple of points and then we can open up the floor for a discussion. First and foremost, the year was 1971. I think all of you are very familiar that via resolution 2758 of 25 October 1971, the People's Republic of China occupied a permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. Now, the resolution was fairly robust in China's favor, 76 in favor, 35 against, 17 abstentions, and just 3 countries absent. Well, what did that do with one stroke? Well, it was a decisive victory without a doubt for the People's Republic of China, the culmination of a protracted diplomatic struggle that had spanned more than 2 decades. And China wasted no time. The moment it entered the United Nations Security Council, what did it do? Within less than a year, it used the veto to block the membership of Bangladesh into the United Nations, which it still viewed as a part of Pakistan. But you might ask me the question, what about Taiwan? What happened to Taiwan? Well, Taiwan was a founding member of the United Nations, don't forget. But since 1971, it has no UN membership status. So after the 1971 UNGA resolution that I just mentioned to you, the UN transferred the China seat from Taipei to Beijing, and the PRC, and I repeat here, gained 2 powerful tools. First and foremost, the P5 veto power. I think nothing needs to be said further on that. And number 2, one China leverage. Beijing insisted that UN membership and participation were only for the People's Republic of China, and it systematically has used its position to exclude Taiwan from the United Nations system. For example, vetoing admission bids, pressurizing agencies to deny observer status, etc., etc. Now, the second point I want to make is the question of the veto. How often has China exercised the veto? Well, it's a very interesting pattern because if you historically China hardly used the veto, just about 6-7 times. But there's a quick uptick from the 2000s. And ever since, China has used the veto about 14 times, and altogether China stands as a user of the veto for about 21 times. No guesses. The maximum use of the veto has been by Russia, United States. The number 3 would be the UK, China, and then France. That is how the veto has been used by the P5 members. And as I've already mentioned to you, the first veto that China used was to veto the admission of Bangladesh, which was then seeking to admit itself as a new member to the United Nations, which it viewed as a part of Pakistan. Later on, of course, the tables were turned when Bangladesh entered the United Nations. Pakistan itself recognized Bangladesh, and therefore China did not need to use the veto any further. So if you look at China's veto pattern, it has shifted from abstentions in earlier years to an active blocker in the last 18 years. And as far as Security Council practice is concerned, I was in the Council myself and India was in the Council in 2022. Beijing aligns with Moscow on use of force files, and its lone interest really when it acts alone is on Taiwan. So what do I mean by that? Basically, in the UN Security Council, China usually uses the veto in line with Russia on big use of force issues, for example, vetoing resolutions on Syria. All of you would know that. But when China has used its veto alone, it was almost always about Taiwan. Blocking UN actions in the 1990s that it felt gave Taiwan recognition. My third point, money. Money talks, as they say. And China, as all of you know, is now a top UN funder. It is almost dramatic because if you look at the year 2000, China just contributed, its contribution was just about 1% of the UN's assessed budgets. And what is it today? The second, number 2 in terms of financial contributions to the United Nations. As far as the general budget goes, China contributes 20% of the UN's general budget, just 2 points behind the United States. And as far as the peacekeeping budget goes, which is also assessed, China stands at 23% of the UN's peacekeeping budget, again, just about 2 points below the United States. So isn't that dramatic? From 1% to 20 and 23%, pushing the limits shoulder to shoulder with the United States. And that's really dramatic, I repeat. Now, this rapid financial ascent, it coincides with a period of retrenchment from the United States, which has scaled back its contributions and often has significant outstanding balances. If I read that figure correctly, I think as of date, the United States is in arrears by $5 billion US dollars. So by becoming the second largest funder of the United Nations system, China gains a more powerful voice in budgetary and policy decisions, effectively filling the vacuum left by the United States and securing greater influence within the United Nations system, without a doubt. My fourth point, interesting, sovereignty. Now, Beijing consistently advocates sovereignty, non-interference, state-centric framings, and resists coercive action without host state consent. For example, on Haiti in 2024-25, there were discussions in the UN Security Council about converting the Kenyan-led multinational force into a UN peacekeeping mission, and China opposed that, saying that there is no peace to keep. So all of this is true, very good. But what about the Ukraine conflict? Well, China has been explicitly criticized for not condemning Russia's invasion and for emphasizing no expansion of military blocs and avoiding naming aggressors in strong terms. And some analysts would see this as balancing its principle of non-interference with strategic alignment. So yes, there is a certain irony, or at least a tension, advocating non-interference and state sovereignty in principle, but facing critiques about whether those principles are evenly being applied in practice. My fifth point, again very interesting, peacekeeping. Well, China is the only amongst the P5, the only country amongst the P5 countries to actively deploy troops, UN peacekeeping troops. Since 1990, it has deployed about 50,000 troops across 20 missions, and 80% of that is in Africa. So, the question to you, is that altruism? Well, some analysts would like to believe that it's not really altruism. It is also to protect its strategic interests across Africa and under the legitimizing banner of the United Nations. All of you know, China has strategic investments, particularly in South Sudan, the oil reserves, and also in the DRC, which has reserves of cobalt, copper, and so forth. So you can draw your own conclusions. But I will also add under peacekeeping that China has committed to the United Nations a standing reserve peacekeeping police unit and also standby forces numbering 8,000, which means that at any time, if these forces need to be deployed quickly and very rapidly, Chinese forces are present to be deployed. My next point, shaping norms. China has been shaping norms via funding. And what is the vehicle? The China UN Peace and Development Fund, or the China UN PDF. Now, what is this? This was established in 2016. It is a fund of about $1 billion. It is located in the Executive Office of the Secretary General of the United Nations, co-administered by China and the United Nations. And what does it do? This fund finances projects across peace and security and the 2030 agenda and has been critiqued. There's always a flip side to life. It has contributed a huge amount of money at a time when money is in short supply, but this fund has been critiqued as a vehicle to amplify Chinese development narratives within the UN work streams. But I will also emphasize that this fund has reached out to a huge lot of countries. More than 100 countries have benefited from projects, and over 160 UN projects have been supported by this fund. So that's pretty staggering and pretty impressive. My next point, China and the Human Rights Council. I'll make two quick points here. First and foremost, the Human Rights Council, as all of you know, was the successor to the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Council, since 2006, I would say China has almost continuously been in the Human Rights Council since the very inception. And it has successfully managed to avert any discussion or debate on controversial topics such as Xinjiang. The example that comes most readily to my mind was October 2022, when a Western-sponsored resolution on a discussion on Xinjiang was defeated very narrowly, 19-17. And then that was an outcome which can be widely interpreted as a benchmark of Beijing's ability to marshal votes in Geneva. So it has managed to successfully, through its considerable clout, keep out any discussions on Xinjiang. The second thing that one could observe and one could point out is that China has been advancing resolutions in Geneva emphasizing development under the theme of human rights. Mainly, I would say, development and cooperation. So let me give you some examples. In 2017, it promoted the international human rights cause through win-win cooperation. In 2018 through 2020, a series of resolutions were moved by China on mutually beneficial cooperation. And then from 2021 onwards, resolutions on the right to development and human rights and development. So the operative words are development and cooperation. So what's the core idea here? The idea is that economic development, as far as China is concerned, comes first and is the foundation for enjoying human rights. So, accordingly, its resolutions in Geneva stress food, health, education, and poverty reduction, and importantly, political and civil rights receive less emphasis, like free speech, assembly. And many developing countries support this framing since they see growth and basic needs as priorities. All of you know that for the developing South, development, financing for development is the priority. So in practice, what does this do? I would say this approach steers the Human Rights Council away from naming and shaming governments for repression and towards cooperation, capacity building, and development assistance. Over time, these resolutions help weave China's preferred language, which is development, cooperation, non-interference, into official UN texts. I would call that norm-shaping activism. Very important. Which leads me to my next point, which is connected, which is community of shared future for mankind. Community of shared future for mankind. When we used to have our discussions in the permanent mission of India to the UN, a lot of us, when we first saw this, we said, whatever does this mean? But, of course, this is, I would say, very significant. Now, since 2017, China has pushed to fold this slogan into UN texts. And it has appeared in several resolutions and cooperation frameworks, example, disarmament space items, UN SCO cooperation texts, etc., though pushback, and I will emphasize that, though pushback has removed it in later iterations. But yet the contest over embedding the phrase continues. Now, China, according to me, pushes the phrase community of shared future for mankind into UN texts to legitimize its signature foreign policy vision, shape international norms around cooperation and non-interference, and signals that its ideas should stand alongside Western framings of the global order. So it's essentially a bid for discursive power to brand global governance in China's own terms. Now, a slip has been moved very quickly to me saying that I have just 5 minutes left. I have so much more, so I'll just have to rush through this and shorten everything because I don't want to miss the key points. So from community of a shared future for mankind, let me jump to China's positions in the UN system. It's really staggering. At the topmost levels, China has held several positions from FAO, from UNIDO, from ICAO to UNDESA. UNDESA, that post has been with China since 2007. And at the junior levels, it has the maximum number of junior professional officers across the UN system, a dramatic and quantum jump from just about 800 in 2009 to about 1,500 in 2021, which is almost a 100% increase. And what does it do? This increases China's soft power, its voice inside, and the possibility of aligning UN work more closely with Chinese policy preferences. Another thing I want to draw your attention to is North Korea, because when I was in the Council, North Korea occurred very frequently. From 2006 to 2017, China went along with the US and others to pass tough UN sanctions on North Korea. But what happens from 2022 onwards, when India was also in the Council? Well, China vetoes a new UN sanctions proposal. This shows that China has shifted. It has shifted from helping build sanctions to blocking, more of them acting as a brake instead of a partner. So I think that's very interesting. I have to rush through. It also sponsors cooperative blocs at the United Nations. For example, since 2009, there has been an annual resolution that China moves in the UN General Assembly on cooperation between the United Nations and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Why does it do so? Well, it does this to legitimize its own regional platforms like the SCO as part of the UN system, expand their visibility and show that they are multilateral rather than just China-led. In short, it's about embedding Chinese-led groupings into global norms and boosting its international stature. An important and last point, development, narrative, leadership, and South-South framing. Very, very important because China sees itself as a leader of the global South. So beyond assessed use, I want to mention where it is a leader. Beijing positions the Belt and Road, the global development, the global security, the global civilization initiatives alongside the SDGs, while championing the right to development texts in Geneva, an agenda documented by academic and policy analysis, tracking voting patterns and discourse shifts. So put very simply, a Chinese solution to global challenges. Now, My final point, the big picture. What is the big picture? And I've rushed through all of this. Well, the big picture is that the China's UN story, it has morphed from pariah to power broker, I would say. It was nowhere till 1971, but from 1971 onwards, there has been a dramatic shift. It is a P5 member, wields the veto power. Once the quietest P5, China has now sharpened its veto use 21 times by 2025, often aligned with Russia, especially on Syria, DPRK sanctions, and Haiti. Money has amplified muscle. I've already told you that. Now, Beijing is the second largest contributor to the United Nations system as far as the assessed budgets are concerned, shoulder to shoulder with the United States. It is the only P5 country that deploys peacekeeping forces. It has skillfully leveraged the UN personnel pipelines, both at the senior level and at the junior levels, and it has also advanced its own discourse, community of shared future, development as a human right, the Belt and Road as SDG aligned. In Geneva, Beijing marshals votes to shield Xinjiang from debate while steering resolutions towards sovereignty and non-interference. In short, from marginal seat holder to financial powerhouse, troop provider, veto wielder, narrative shaper, China is now indispensable and increasingly contested at the UN's core. So very simply, China is no longer merely playing by the rules of the UN, it is actively working to change them, positioning itself as the central architect of a revised international system. I think that brings me to the end of my 15 to 18 minutes. Thank you very much. Would you like me to move down? Yes, you can sit
there. Ambassador Kamboj, thank you so much for your time here today and your absolutely excellent remarks. You have covered so much in so little time, and you've shown us truly, especially from your perspective, it means so much more, how Beijing challenges the liberal multilateral system, liberal multilateralism, and you've reflected so beautifully on the normative agenda setting that is so important and so many times missed out in new Sinology studies, and how managing this rising contestation over mandates and norms is going to be so critical to the future of the international governmental order that we know now. Thank you so much. I'd like to open the floor to questions. At the onset, I will request to please keep your questions short and only one question at a time. Thank you. Dr. Christian, please.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your presentation. I have just one question. With large number of directorships at UN organization comes as well responsibility, and where the responsibility is not kind of fulfilled properly, maybe there can be a backlash. So as the FAO director suppressed the publication of a report on how the war in Russia's war in Ukraine pushed grain prices up. So I wonder, was there any backlash against this? So are you aware of any examples where such a backlash emerged?
No, thank you for that question, and you're absolutely right. There is no doubt about that. With great power comes responsibility also, and you're definitely under the scanner. Well, I'll give you a very honest and short answer. While I was there in the United Nations, and when I was there, India was also in the Security Council, so we were pretty much in the center of it. Not really. Because these are very tough times, as we all know. For the Global South, issues of financing for development are very, very critical. And Beijing, through the various mechanisms and vehicles that I have already outlined, becomes pretty much indispensable in the absence particularly of others, or others who are pulling back. Beijing becomes very, very critical. I'll give you one tiny example. Coinciding with UNGA High-Level Week, and it just opened yesterday, as you know, lots of countries organize side events. Well, China invariably organized meetings of the Global Development Initiative, which it has positioned as an alternative to the SDGs. And those meetings were very well attended, close to almost 70 to 80 countries and counting. And from the UN system too, everybody who mattered was there, from the senior most to the junior most. So Beijing matters at the UN. It really matters because it is one of the few countries, I think, China is one of the few countries that has consistently been contributing financially to the United Nations system. Of course, it's in arrears too, as you know. It's not just the United States, but China is in arrears too. But the fact is that it is the number 2 funder, and it is very, very present in the various streams and systems of the UN through personnel at the senior levels, through personnel at the junior most levels, through funding, through peacekeeping, through activism, through its speeches. It is just about everywhere. So I think even though what you mention is not wrong at all, but in practical terms, because the world is where it is and 90 countries are under debt or will be coming under debt, that's a staggering number. Money really matters for the global south. I think China offers a very attractive alternative.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Any other questions? For Dr. Watanabe, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. And relating to the previous question, my question would be, are there any effective ways to counter against China's growing influence at the UN level?
Yeah, no, good question. We'll really have to think for the answer. For the moment, I think China's a very important factor in the United Nations system. And if I were to give just one short answer, one short reason for that, I would say money. What is the biggest problem facing the United Nations today? The biggest problem is money. There's no money in the UN system. That's what UNAT is all about. Tragically, UNAT is not about Security Council reform, about making the UN relevant. That's all been pushed under the carpet for now. UNAT is all about the development crisis in the UN, which is a financial crisis, and which is the one country that is consistently contributing. As I said, the rise and the contribution of China to the UN funding is really quite dramatic. Imagine from 1% to 20 and 23%, shoulder to shoulder with the United States. At this rate, and all of you know what I mean, it may not be long before it outpaces even the United States. So, you know, the piper calls the tune. So money really matters. But of course, it's not just money. As I've just said in my presentation, and I was really short of time, it has left its footprints all across the UN system, through language, through narrative shaping, through norm setting, through funds in Geneva, in New York, everywhere.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Sure. There in the middle, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. It's good to listen to you. Having noting China's peace strategies at UN and the funding mandate and its mighty economic power, how much the sovereignty claims of China, why it keeps its sovereignty at bay, but delving into other sovereignty, for example, 9-line and Taiwan sovereignty, well, India's northern side. So how it is substantiating its mandate power in the new world? Thank you.
Well, that's a very good question, but that's how geopolitics works. So as I've already said, sovereignty is what it pushes as an official line. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference, all of that is pushed officially by China, very, very important. And I gave the recent example that in 2024, there was the Kenyan multinational force to intervene, to go into Haiti. But China opposed converting that multinational force into a peacekeeping force. Why? Simply because it said there is no peace to keep. And you need the consent of the host country. So all of this sounds very good. But practically speaking, you're right. What about Ukraine? Of course, China respects the sovereignty of Ukraine, and it has said so in so many words, but it has explicitly never critiqued Russia's involvement in Ukraine. So where does sovereignty go now? On the other hand, to digress a little bit, let me give you an example. It has actively led from the front as far as the global south is concerned on Palestine and Gaza. So there, the Chinese representative at the United Nations has been very active. They have supported a two-state solution. They have critiqued the humanitarian situation on the ground. They have called for an immediate ceasefire. However, as far as Ukraine is concerned, it has been silent on the involvement of Russia and Ukraine. So that is how it works. That's geopolitics. If it was so simple, the world would be a different place.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Maybe the last two questions, one to Dr. Yu Hong and one to Dr. Scobell, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I really enjoy your remark. I have questions on the UN Security Council reform. I'm talking about India's application for the permanent seat, permanent member of the UN Security Council. We know India has done, applied this for many years. So can you give us a little bit update assessment? How do you see the prospect for Indians, apply for the permanent member of the UN Security Council? What is the biggest obstacle for doing this? Thank you.
I'm just wondering as I respond to your question as to how honest I can be. But I will make two quick points. One, that India has not applied. There's no application, as you know. There's no application in the UN. It's a matter that is decided by the General Assembly. But what does India want? What does India feel? Well, India feels very strongly that the present structures are outdated, period. They were made for a different time, for a different place, for a different world. That world has changed. We all know that. So therefore, the UN structures, if they are to be effective in as far as the peace and security mandate is concerned, you must urgently reform the United Nations. Therefore, India officially has pressed ahead with reformed multilateralism. That is what it is. However, India favors a comprehensive reform, not just an expansion in the permanent category only. No, permanent, non-permanent, a democratization of the working methods of the Security Council, and by that everyone knows the way the veto functions, very unfairly, as I'm sure all of you will agree, right? So India has pushed for comprehensive reform under the banner of two groupings, two coalitions within the UN system, the G4, as all of you know, and the L69, which is another coalition of countries across the global south. And India is very clear that you need a greater democracy and diversity of voices on the global top table, and by that I mean membership of the global south in the UN Security Council is now a prerequisite. That is India's position. And of course, we can discuss it in detail later, but I think India is very clear that unless this reform happens, the UN will not be able to function optimally. Its composition is not reflective of contemporary realities, and therefore it is not effective also.
Thank you, Ambassador. This is the last question from Dr. Scobell.
Thanks. Andrew Scobell, Georgetown University. Ambassador, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to, it seems what you're saying is that China is the one member of the Perm 5 that takes the UN very, very, very seriously.
I would tend to agree with you.
Okay. And is there, I mean, so I'm risking the wrath of someone for asking a follow-up question, but is there things, do you think there's, realistically, are there things that the other Perm 5 can do to get as serious as China is? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I've had lots of corridor chit-chats with my fellow ambassadors from the other P5 countries, and even serious conversations, not just corridor chit-chats. I think the extent to which China has a foothold in the UN system is now very clear to all. Right from everything I mentioned, right from posts at the senior levels, at the junior levels. I remember a conversation with the US ambassador to the UN, and it was quite a revelation for her in terms of how many JPO posts China has within the UN system. And I remember telling her, I said, but I thought you had more. And she said, no, we are nowhere near them. So that is just one tiny example. And then, of course, the China UN PDF, Peace and Development Fund, is a very powerful instrument. As I said, it covers over 100 countries, and that's pretty impressive. Really, really very impressive. And then, of course, pushing of norms, standards, which is a continuous work in process. As I said, there's been some pushback. To all of you who have asked me this question, what can the others do? There has been pushback. Language such as community of shared future for mankind, or win-win cooperation. You know, a standard language. There has been a lot of pushback, but even pushback means that it is getting registered somewhere. And to all of you in the audience, I just want to say one additional, make one additional point, that as language gets repeatedly embedded in the UN system by any one country, and we are talking about China now, that then becomes a part of UN parlance and text, and from there it goes to other areas too. So that is very important. So as I said, they are creating a parallel structure. You have the Western system that all of us are aware of, but China is pushing for a parallel structure all the time, simultaneously within the UN system. That's what it's doing. The Global Development Initiative, the Global Civilizational Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, what is it? Chinese solutions to global problems. Chinese norms, Chinese standards, key aspects of Chinese foreign policy, JPOs within the UN system, greater chance of them aligning China and the UN from within the system. So I would say that, as you mentioned, that yes, I think China takes the UN very seriously. I was also the PR of India to UNESCO in Paris. And you know, UNESCO is a great body, it does great work, but a lot of countries don't take it very seriously. Some do, and China's one of them. China's one of them. It has left very impressive footprints in UNESCO. But that said, as I make my final remark, I would like to say that I have worked extensively with Chinese diplomats. I've done almost 12 years in multilateralism, and I've been very struck by their code of working, very thorough, very hardworking, very honest and committed to the cause. And that is a quality that is impressive and that inevitably leads to success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you.
For our third panel discussion, India, China in the Global South and the Contest for a New Mandate, we would like to invite Mr. Ratish Mehta, Dr. Bhagya Senaratne, Dr. Chung Angwang, Dr. Yanita Meena Lewis, and Ambassador Ujjal Singh Bhatia to please make their way to the stage. As a reminder, the extensive biography of our speakers can be found in your handbooks as well as on the conference website. Additionally, as a reminder to any newcomers, please cooperate with us in ensuring that an atmosphere of academic decorum is maintained in the auditorium during proceedings. Please keep your phones off. Please avoid leaving and entering the auditorium while a discussion is going on. This panel will evaluate both India and China's evolving foreign policy approaches towards the Global South and explore how their strategic doctrines shape their political, economic, and ideological engagements within the region. It also assesses the agency of Global South actors themselves, highlighting how such countries are strategizing amidst competing developmental frameworks as well as how local elites, institutions, and informal networks navigate, adapt to, or contest these overtures. If our speakers are ready, I would kindly request Mr. Mehta to please begin the proceedings.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everybody. As you all can clearly see, I am not Dr. Stanley Johnny. Unfortunately, due to a last moment medical condition, he could not make the trip. And Ms. Pankaj, our director, graciously asked me to kindly fill in for his position, largely due to my own focus area being on India-China engagements in the Global South. The term Global South, and I think there is no better time to have this panel discussion right after Ambassador Kamboj's excellent keynote address, which brought out some very important facets and very interesting points that I'm very sure are going to run through this panel discussion as well. The term Global South and the developing world, whatever or however we may want to call it, in the past decade and a half has significantly moved from the periphery or the margins of international order into right towards the center of international deliberations. And that has largely to do with the fact that countries that encompass as part of the Global South constitute around 80% of the world's population and are significant contributors to the world's GDP share in terms of purchasing power parity. But at the same time, there is no universally accepted definition or criteria to ascribe a country as part of the Global South, except for the fact that a large block of countries that decolonized in the 1940s were categorized as the developing world, or you could also see them as part of a bloc that did not want to align during the Cold War period. But whatever may be the constitution of this bloc, the inability to define what Global South actually can be constituted or what elements encompass a country to be a Global South country. And I'm saying this specifically from the point of view of India and China, because there has been growing debate about whether India and China are part of the Global South or not. It raises some very important questions about the political, social, and economic order of the Global South within itself. But nonetheless, India and China continue to be two economic juggernauts of this century. And in the past decade and a half, they have significantly articulated this idea of seeking a much more equitable world order, seeking a world order that is much more sensitive to the concerns of countries in the developing world. For instance, China, as all of us know today, and we've been discussing it throughout the day, has invested materially and monetarily across countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, Latin America, you name it, right? Through the BRI, be it through the BRI or be it through multilateral institutions. While India, on the other hand, has utilized its position in the global pecking order to bridge a very evident gap between the global north and the global south. But one of the reasons I think why Team ORCA decided to convene such a discussion was largely to investigate and interrogate the fact that is there opportunity for cooperation between India and China to enhance the standing of the global south, or is competition going to be the main driver between both India and China that will lead them to call themselves as either the leader or flag bearer or voice of the global south, whatever adjective you would want to add. But it's very clear that global south constitutes as a very core element of both India and China's foreign policies. I think the panel here today is not just significantly representing India and China, but also from two very important emerging economies from within the global south. And I think a large reason of us having this discussion today is to also understand what are the demands that actually come out from these countries. What is it that for example, Sri Lanka or Malaysia is seeking from India and China, and how best can India and China contribute towards making sure that competition becomes the second driver and cooperation probably becomes the main actor in this larger story. Before I move on to our speakers and before I open the panel for discussion, just a few housekeeping rules. Each speaker has around 10 minutes to make their remarks. I will be using the most non-distracting bell to indicate that you're at your 9 minute, and post that you can begin concluding your remarks. And with that, I would like to call upon Dr. Bhagya Senaratne, Director of Education at Bandrekanake Center for International Studies, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Dr. Bhagya, the floor is yours.
Do you want it? Okay, so the last time I was at IIC, I attended a theater performance that I witnessed on this stage, and I'm here to tell you that I'm not here to perform a theater production, but instead present like the fellows before me. But it's interesting to have this different dynamic, one theater performance, and then here I am speaking here. So, I have been asked to speak about the Global South strategy amidst competing development frameworks, and I'm taking a twist to it because I'm bringing in a Sri Lankan case study, because I couldn't possibly talk about all the different frameworks and look at different case studies in 10 minutes. And this presentation is basically based on some work that I have published and upcoming work, so a case study on Sri Lanka. Right. In April 2022, as most of you know, Sri Lanka announced its temporary suspension of foreign debt payments to avoid a hard default and limited foreign reserves required for imports of essential items like fuel, food, medicine. Sri Lanka at the time had $51 billion in foreign debt to be paid, of which $4 billion had to be paid in 2022 alone. 5 countries, Australia, China, India, Japan, and the United States, and 3 multilateral organizations, the IMF, ADB, and AIIB, assisted Sri Lanka during this economic crisis. In this presentation, I examine the external dynamics of Sri Lanka's economic crisis and examine how global South economies like Sri Lanka manage against competing development frameworks and support the global South countries receive. Both Sri Lanka's central bank and the Department of External Resources indicate that China, Japan, and India are Sri Lanka's top 3 bilateral creditors at 52%, 19%, and 12% respectively. According to the creditors list published by the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, China has the largest volume of indirect exposure to Sri Lanka at $3,248 million, while Sri Lanka does not have such a liability with the other 2 top creditors. I'm not going to read out these statistics, these are for you to enjoy. Now, in mid-June 2022, the United States announced that it would provide $6 million in emergency assistance and provide technical assistance with anticipated activities from the IMF package. Thereafter, the US government announced 2 other aid programs via USAID, 11.75 million USD and a 60 million USD package. In 2022, Samantha Power indicated that during a visit to Sri Lanka, she indicated that US expected all parties to contribute towards Sri Lanka, and you can see the quote, and she specifically mentions China. And she says that she wants all parties, all countries that are involved in this debt process to help Sri Lanka overcome it. And she highlights China because most countries, most people consider China to be the root cause. And this statement shows that China, the United States was trying to re-engage Sri Lanka, a vacuum it had consciously
design by disengaging the island states and also pushing China to re-engage and take on a more active, responsible role in engaging Sri Lanka. So the Chinese support. The PRC's response to Sri Lanka's request for shelter during the economic crisis contrasts with the US and all the other countries that you can see during this period. And the initial response to the government's request for shelter was to donate 2,000 tons of rice worth 2.5 million USD as food aid. Now, this is very unusual for China because China has previously been very prompt in their response to Sri Lanka's request for assistance, and I flagged 1952, the rubberized agreement we've had, and China then offered another $1 billion as a loan to pay off existing loans and to kind of demonstrate that they are okay, on par to restructure bilateral loans with Sri Lanka. We see some comments by the Chinese ambassador, Chi Zhonghing, further, who said that China is sad that Sri Lanka went to the IMF and defaulted on its debt. Now, while some analysts say that China is unhappy that they were losing influence in Sri Lanka, I say that this is because Sri Lanka didn't approach China first, and that they instead went to the IMF, went to other creditor nations before they engaged in negotiations with the Chinese, which meant that the Chinese felt left out. So we also see statements from the Chinese Foreign Ministry, which talks about Chinese financial assistance, institutions that reached out to the Sri Lankan side and expressed their readiness, and that China is ready to work with relevant country international institutions, financial institutions, IFIs, to support Sri Lanka. And we see that with these comments, with these kind of monies coming in, that Sri Lanka is caught in a power struggle between China, the US-led dominated organizations, and Sri Lanka's relationship and negotiations with China would have been different had it approached China before defaulting and consulting the IMF. This also illustrates a dilemma small economies of the global south face and their continued reliance on the Bretton Woods sources, which also seek assistance from Chinese-led mechanisms. Even though China sought shelter from the United States, the US repeatedly failed to offer shelter to Sri Lanka. In this case, there were allegations. For example, that the USAID activities were part of a larger foreign effort to destabilize Sri Lanka, and that USAID's funding was not about humanitarian aid, but rather about advancing political and social agendas that aligned with Western values. Even though there were funds to Sri Lanka, these have not reached the people, the Sri Lankan people, in the ways they intended. Instead, they have contributed to forwarding the ideals and values of the United States. Furthermore, the US assistance is insignificant compared to other countries, and much of their assistance came through negotiations and support to negotiations within the IMF. Yet again, this illustrates that they were keen on retaining their dominance and wielding power in the international system through international financial institutions that do not always have the best interests of the countries of the global south at heart. Therefore, seeking shelter from the US resulted in Sri Lanka having to abide by IFIs like the IMF. And in recent discussions in 2025, the IMF has asked Sri Lanka to meet conditions laid out by them, like introducing various taxes, revising electricity prices to be eligible for financial support. According to sources, negotiations with China were very challenging and that they required confidentiality in the terms of negotiations. Now, this is problematic for a democratic country like Sri Lanka that discusses the terms of negotiations in parliamentary debates and use it as a tool to negotiate with other lender nations. Therefore, confidentiality in this case appears to be a condition for Sri Lanka's negotiations with China, which is concerning for both Sri Lanka and other economies of the global south, as China would require privacy when engaging in negotiations in the future, limiting global south states' ability to bargain with other countries in the south, securing favorable deals. So in conclusion, based on the data I from the responding states used. So I was looking at all the 5 states, but I've only limited to the US and China based on the guidelines I was given by ORCA. The responding states used Sri Lanka's shelter-seeking behavior for an advantage in distancing Chinese influence in Sri Lanka, the Indian Ocean, and South Asian regions. I also illustrate that seeking shelter from countries such as the United States has led to Sri Lanka having to engage deeply with IFIs that do not understand the needs of global South economies. Lastly, seeking assistance in times of distress from larger, more powerful states mean that small economies of the global South lose their ability to engage in negotiations to their benefit, and some strengthen their own existence and that of multilateral organizations, while others demand confidentiality. This diminishes the power small economies of the global South exercise in the international system, reduces their ability to seek shelter, leverage negotiations for their benefit in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhagia. That was well within time, I must say. If I were to recommend one specific case study where India and China interests have played out very, very significantly and overtly, I would indeed recommend the case of Sri Lanka. I think your presentation brought in that aspect very, very interestingly. I would like to move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. Cheng Ang Guang, Professor and Director, Institute of International Studies, Nanjing University in China. You will be speaking on the Indo-Pacific in China's Global South Imagination, Narratives, Initiatives, and Power. Dr. Chang, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my gratitude to our host, ORCA. Actually, this makes me have the opportunity to come to this great country again 16 years later. 16 years later. Actually, in 2009, I went to Orissa State to pray and to went to see the very, very beautiful the temple of Sun God, the Karnak temple. Because at that time, actually, I attended a research retreat sponsored by Sasakawa Foundation. Why we went to Orissa? Because Orissa actually is the hometown of a very famous American international relations professor, Amitabh Acharya, who teaches, I think, still teaches in a American university. So thank you very much to invite me to be here again. The topic designed to me is the Indo-Pacific in China's Global South imagination, narratives, initiatives, and power. But actually, you know, the China government does not use the term of Indo-Pacific. If you check the documents, official documents, not only by the government but also by the ruling part, CPC, we never use the term in the official document. You use the Indo-Pacific. Why? Actually, now we still use the Asia-Pacific. Why? I think maybe there are 2 points to be mentioned. The first point is that is actually the term was forged by basically U.S. and Japan. If I'm not wrong, maybe it was first noted by late Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And then this term was used by U.S. to form a new strategy to maybe to many Chinese, maybe to Chinese government. The Indo-Pacific strategy is actually a kind of to contain China strategy, right? So we don't like it. The second point, I think maybe this conception involved India. Actually, we always look India as our developing country partner, and now we are the leading country in the South, global South, you know. So we don't think we have a strategic competition with India, by the way. So actually, just as Ambassador Saran mentioned, I remember in an interview, he said we should not view China-India relations within the context of China-US relations. So this is an important aspect that would restrict the development of our relations. So, but anyway, in my presentation, I still want to use the Indo-Pacific term for the convenience. The Indo-Pacific is not just a geographic contract, but a contested space of a narrative, strategic initiative, and shifting power dynamics. So China's engagement in this region, no matter Indo-Pacific or Asia-Pacific, actually reveals much about its aspiration and China's vision for our partnership and China's evolving role in global governance, just as Ambassador mentioned in her speech. For the first point, I would like to talk about the narratives. Actually, for China, I think the new narrative is to construct a new regional identity. China's discourse on the Indo-Pacific contrasts sharply with American-led free and open Indo-Pacific. While Washington frames the region in terms of like democracy, security alliance, but China, I think, we have maybe a alternative narrative. I can give you some, cases. The first one is Asia for Asians. Actually, this, vision articulated by President Xi Jinping in the Yaxin Fenghui, right? Yaxin Feng, the conference on the interaction and confidence building matter in Asia. So we think maybe basically the Asian issue basically is the Asian issue, and this I think this vision could be served as a platform for this, where China advocates for security governance without without U.S. intervention. But I would like to remind you that maybe this is different from Americans' modern doctrine, actually, which focuses on the leadership of U.S. in America, which was founded in the 19th centuries. The second actually cases many scholars mentioned that the community of shared future. This narrative, I think, is not only China's vision in the Indo-Pacific, but also maybe for China's vision for the global governance and the China's engagement in global South. And now, this year, actually, several scholars mentioned this. We proposed the global governance initiative. Why this year? Because this year actually marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN. And China just proposed the GGI, focus on 5 points. The first point about sovereign equality. Second, international rule of law. Third is multilateralism. And the fourth is a people-centered approach. And the final point is real results. Actually, like the final point, I think makes sense very much because, we have to get the global governance to, resulting the real result actually. Just as Ambassador mentioned, the most important, maybe the serious challenge to UN is about money. Actually, if you want to get anything, get any real result, you have to give money. You have to, to be smart to spend, spend money, right? So just as we say, tax chiefs, show me your money, right? The second, I think, about the so-called initiative, I would like to focus on the economic and infrastructure power. China's economic footprint is not only in the Indo-Pacific and maybe globally actually, with some flagship programs leading the charge. Like the first one, of course, the BRR, and I can give you a case for this. This case is the Myanmar Kuopio Ports project. This project actually will cost 17.5 billion actually US dollars. But China, gives the money to this. And the second is about the global developing GDI. So GDI, many scholars mention that. I can give you just one case is Fiji's China-Fiji shipping route, funded by Chinese loan. And the last one is about power. Power maybe is a foundation for the strategy and for China's vision of the Indo-Pacific, not only for our own national security, I think, but also for the the stability in this region. So conclusion, actually, just as Prime Minister Modi gives 3 key words for 3 pillars of SCO in his impressive speech in Tianjin Summit of SCO on September 1, the 3 key words here: security, connectivity, and opportunity. Also SCO. I think this also works for the cooperation in the Pacific region, especially the cooperation between India and China as the 2 leading global South countries. I think we should, together play a more important role as a pillar of a geopolitical structure of the Indo-Pacific region. Let me just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ong Guang, for bringing in that much needed perspective. And I think while Indo-Pacific might be considered as a contested space between India and China, there are also opportunities for cooperation, especially for smaller countries that are based in that region. And I think if the direction is that way, there is much that can be done for countries or small island states that find themselves in against some very difficult times, especially in terms of climate change and other things. The next speaker, we have Dr. Yanitha Mina Lewis, who is an analyst at Institute of Strategic and International Studies, Malaysia. She will be speaking on perspectives of the Global South, navigating the contours of India and China's engagement in the developing world. Dr. Lewis, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. Such a privilege to be here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to the organizers for bringing us all here. It's such a stellar panel. I'm biased off, so thank you so much for the opportunity. So my topic given to me is Perspectives of the Global South, Navigating the Contours of India and China's Engagement in the Developing World. So now just for a bit of context setting, the view from Southeast Asia. So when we talk about Global South as such, okay, so in recent years we see this Global South mobilization amid geopolitical uncertainties. So while the term as such, I think Ratish already mentioned it, while the term Global South itself is contested, deemed backward or reductionist even, what it has given countries in Southeast Asia, especially Malaysia, coming from a Malaysian perspective, is the opportunity, a very distinct opportunity to coalesce around a concept that evokes a sense of collective and shared challenges, priorities, and also opportunities. So India, in that sense, was a natural partner. And this was reaffirmed in the lead up to India's G20 summit, I'm sure we all remember, in 2023, with initiatives like the Voice of Global South Summit. I'm sure we remember this. The G20 summit itself the view from Southeast Asia at least, was that it did not only reiterate India's commitment for a more connected global south with, of course, the inclusion of the African Union, but with the introduction of more initiatives that address challenges especially unique and indigenous to global south countries. Like, for example, the Global Biofuel Alliance that was announced in 2023. But, in recent years, in years, the momentum, however, has not sustained consistently since then. India's Global South language has in many ways regressed in Southeast Asia since G20, and that raises questions on the extent to which India wishes to be a trusted Global South mobilizer, let alone a Global South leader. So here, the semantics is key, right? A very quick example is that in 2023, during the ASEAN summit hosted by Indonesia, Prime Minister Modi launched the 12-point plan. And in that, there was very specific mention of Global South advocacy. So the next year in Laos in 2024, Global South semantics were missing from the 10-point plan in Laos. So on the other hand, we have China that is consistently sort of using language that relate to the Global South, like the GDI, the GSI, the GCI, all the Gs that we know. And this targets the Global South particularly. So then, how does Southeast Asia assess India's Global South engagement? What are the challenges? So to me, Southeast Asia first and foremost sees India's Global South push as deliberate and conscious. It does not stem from the seeming antagonism to the global north, rather as a move to meet other global south countries on the same level of priorities. I think we've seen that in the language, SDGs, challenges common to global south countries and the like. It is not pushy, nor does it have tunnel vision. So when I mean tunnel vision, I mean that it doesn't only specifically mention Indian-led initiatives, it also talks about, like, for example, in ASEAN, there's a lot of mention of working together with ASEAN-led initiatives as well. So it does not only solely talk about Indian-led initiatives, but it also is not that robust. As I mentioned, language, semantics, and narratives oscillate based on foreign policy imperatives at that given time, and hence the strategy is prone to dilution and inconsistencies. So Indian-led initiatives that sort of address seemingly indigenous challenges to the Global South, as I've mentioned, so the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the CDRI, the GBA Global Biofuel Alliance, have low level of engagement with Southeast Asian countries and ASEAN, and this is perplexing. I think Vietnam is the only country that's joined CDRI, for example. Some views are that bureaucracy and also clashes between these initiatives and national level initiatives deter deeper engagement. So an Indian strength also that has not been fully tapped, in my opinion, is its membership in multilateral frameworks that are especially significant to the Global South. So some examples are IORA, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and BIMSTEC. In fact, these are platforms that allow India to be a key driver of inter-regionalism. And this is something that Prime Minister Anwar, Malaysia, he advocates for deeper inter-regionalism as well, with India as a key driver of inter-regionalism through these mechanisms. So in fact, these platforms allow, as I've mentioned, allow India to be a key driver of inter-regionalism, and it should be a core tenet of new age Global South mobilization. However, these have not been utilized enough by India, neither in terms of optics of Indian engagement or in joint statements or general coverage of India's Southeast Asia engagement. So even within frameworks like BRICS, for example, whose re-emergence sort of, I'm sure we remember, accompanied the re-emergence of Global South discourse, it is India and not China that provides balance to the grouping. And Prime Minister Anwar explicitly mentioned this in ICWA last year. He explicitly mentioned that India is the country that provides balance to BRICS, and that's what makes it more palatable to Southeast Asia. And this is because India's Global South mobilization efforts do not discount or ignore the importance of Global North enterprise. I think we've already mentioned that as well. And one example is the Quad. So the Quad in recent years have become a bit more about the public goods agenda, and a key driver of that is India as well. So I come to the last part of my remarks, because I'm guessing time is running out. What makes the Indian and Chinese approach to the Global South different from each other? And how does this matter to Southeast Asia? So sometimes antagonism directed to the West works. That's what I've seen in the past, right? But this comes in waves. It ebbs and flows. Creating the "we are the alternative" narrative is unique to China. India does not subscribe to that. And this is in itself sometimes a pro and a con. China is more deliberate and less inhibited when using desired language in joint statements, and when India does not. This, I feel, is a major weakness because it does not project much needed agency when it comes to Global South mobilization vis-a-vis ASEAN and Southeast Asia. The same goes to bilateral statements as well. I think the Malaysian experience also says that very well, because we recently upgraded relations to Comprehensive Strategic Partnership back last year, and there was zero to no mention of any sort of Indian-led initiative, even if it is an option for Malaysia to consider. So Global North enterprise in Global South mobilization, India is able to do this better. It can do better in the future. I mean, I feel that it makes the Global South push more inclusive, less antagonistic, but may sometimes come across as confusing or fraternizing with the enemy in terms of the Global South context. Because when there is no other in the Global South agenda, if the Global South agenda is not subliminally directed to addressing Western disillusionment, then it becomes ineffective as well. So it's a very hard balance to have. So moving forward, I think I'll come up with a few recommendations moving forward. How does India remain a committed Global South mobilizer, seeing how China is equally, doing their version of the Global South mobilization, Global South push very well as well. So these are some lessons for India from a Southeast Asian perspective, and this is very unique in that sense. Does India want to be an alternative to the West? I think that's a question that we need to ask ourselves. Or can it? This is the first question that needs to be answered vis-a-vis its ties with Southeast Asia. To me, India can, but in very specific niche areas that are unique to the India-Southeast Asia or India-ASEAN relationship. This engagement also must be structured and consistent. Semantics, articulation, and narration. Statements must highlight Indian-led initiatives. This is absolutely pivotal, because without that, then we do not know India's real value to the Southeast Asian discourse as well. Like, for example, I mean, Sagar, Mahasagar, EPOI should be mentioned in these statements as well. We don't see that as often as we'd like. There must be a compatibility assessment done for Indian-led initiatives in Southeast Asia. I think that's absolutely important if we are to sort of engage deeper with India in that aspect. And finally, interregionalism must be at the heart of India's Global South mobilization, and I absolutely believe that. This, for example, India can push ASEAN IORA, ASEAN BIMSTEC engagement as well. I'll stop here and I look forward to questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for bringing in a very important Southeast Asian perspective, but also for those very valuable suggestions, I must say, that the Indian side can actually include in their quest of trying to enhance this idea of the Global South. Next, we would move to Ambassador Ujjwal Singh Bhatia, who has been a constant supporter of ORCA's work. He is a former ambassador of India to the WTO and former chairman of the WTO's appellate body. Ambassador Singh, over to you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be part of this very important conversation. The theme of this conference is China's dream for a new mandate of power. And two questions are being asked. First, is this dream sustainable? Can it be achieved? The second question, and that is the theme of this panel discussion, is how should countries like India respond to China's quest for a new mandate of power? Before I get into the second question, allow me to say a few words on the first. Whether or not China can legitimize its global leadership depends on a range of initiatives that it is engaged in. Its strategic vision and alliances, expanding its military power, its economic performance, and increasingly its technological accomplishments. China's September 3rd parade provided some answers regarding the tangible aspects of this strategy. As far as the intangibles are concerned, Mr. Xi Jinping has frequently emphasized China's commitment to a rules-based international order. The latest example of this was at the SCO summit in Tianjin, where he proposed the Global Governance Initiative, which advocates for principles such as sovereignty, respect for international rules of law, strengthening multilateralism to create a more just global order, and so on. He positioned China as a voice for the global South, condemning power politics and emphasizing uniform application of international rules. I think it is important to note here that China's quest for legitimacy is strengthened by President Trump's extraordinary commitment to the America First doctrine at the cost of international rules and commitments. The first few months of his current term have demonstrated a total disregard for alliance partners and allies, which has raised serious questions about the ability and willingness of the United States to lead the world. In its quest for global leadership and legitimacy, China could not have found a better ally than President Trump. Let me move on to the second question of how India is engaging the global South and how its engagement compares with that of China. China has emerged as the largest trading power in the world. It is the largest trading partner for over 120 countries, more than 90% of which are in the global South. Its BRI now covers around 150 countries, of which around 120 are in the global South. The total outlays of China's outreach are over $1 trillion. It has to be acknowledged that these initiatives have enabled China to gather huge influence in the global South. India obviously cannot match the scale of China's interventions, especially in hard infrastructure. So it is more focused in some key areas. I would like to talk about 4 such areas which, in my view, reflect in various ways India's approach to reformed multilateralism. First, trade policy initiatives like FTAs. Second, technology transfers, especially the Digital Public Infrastructure Initiative. Third, capacity building. And fourthly, financial instruments like lines of credit. On the first issue of trade policy initiatives, India is a late entrant into the FTA arena, but is making up lost grounds. It has signed 14 FTAs, mostly with developing countries or groupings like SAFTA, Mercosur, and the ASEAN. FTAs are important as they allow seamless operation of value chains across borders. China's leadership of RCEP provides it the advantage of seamlessly moving its goods and services across the borders of 15 member countries. India does not have that advantage, and its bilateral FTAs are admittedly a suboptimal solution. India needs to either build larger FTAs involving multiple countries to reap the efficiency gains of value chains, or join up with groupings like the CPTPP. A link up with groupings like the African Continental FTA, which has 54 member countries, would significantly enhance India's cooperation with the global South. I would also like to mention that India provides duty-free, quota-free access to LDCs for around 98% of its tariff lines. 33 LDCs, mostly in Africa, are presently benefiting from this preferential access. The second issue of technology transfers. India facilitates technology transfers to global South nations through several initiatives that share expertise in high-impact areas like digital infrastructure, renewable energy, agriculture, and space technology. For example, under the Global South Science and Technology Initiative, India shares space and nuclear energy technologies to support innovation in partner countries. In renewable energy, collaboration provide know-how for solar and wind projects, as seen in joint efforts with African nations for sustainable agriculture and water conservation systems. Possibly the most significant recent initiative has been the DPI initiative, the Digital Public Infrastructure Initiative. The India Stack, which comprises systems like Aadhaar, which is digital identity, UPI for payments, DigiLocker for document storage, and ONDC for e-commerce, is a low-cost, open-source toolkit for global adoption. India provides it as a public good to promote digital inclusion, financial access, and transparent governance. India has signed MOUs with over 50 countries, primarily in the global south, to share DPI at no cost. These initiatives involve co-development, legal frameworks, and adaptations such as customizing UPI for local needs. The third aspect is capacity building, and I think the most prominent capacity building initiative of India over the years has been ITEC, the India Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. Under this initiative, over 200,000 mid-level officials, educators, and community leaders have been trained since 1964, mostly from the global south. Around 10,000 slots are available annually in premier educational institutions in India. The recent expansions include the India-UN Global Capacity Building Initiative, which partners with UN agencies for specialized training in areas like digital skills and disaster management. Let me move on to the last issue, the financial instruments like lines of credit. India extends concessional lines of credit, providing low-interest, long-term loans to fund infrastructure and other projects in developing countries. India has committed over $32 billion across more than 300 lines of credit to 68 countries, completing over 320 projects focused on sectors like transportation, energy, agriculture, and healthcare. In Africa, such lines of credit have been extended to 42 countries for projects like power plants in Sudan, Burundi, and Rwanda, sugar factories in Ethiopia and Malawi, and technology parks in Mozambique and Cote d'Ivoire. In South Asia, lines of credit support railway upgrades in Bangladesh and the Hani Madhu International Airport at the Maldives. These initiatives position India as a reliable partner, countering debt trap concerns associated with other lenders like China. Let me conclude by responding to a question which the moderator asked, whether the interventions of India and China in the global south necessarily need to involve a competitive relationship, and I don't see it that way. There is enough work to be done in the global south. India and China play to very different strengths, and both of us have a role to play in the global south. And I don't think we should be viewing it as a competitive relationship exclusively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Bhatia, for those excellent remarks by highlighting, which I personally often feel goes unnoticed, an aspect where India's development diplomacy has largely gone unnoticed, but thank you for highlighting it. I think we have sufficient time for an adequate amount of Q&A session. With all speakers done, I think I'll again request you to keep your questions short and ensure you're asking just one question and directing it to the speaker. With that, first question, I'll recommend Dr. Chubb.
Thank you. I actually have a question for each speaker, but I'll choose one at random. A question for Zheng Laoshi. I understand recently the Secretary of Defense, or should I say Secretary of War of the United States, had a call with his Chinese counterpart in which he actually referred to the Asia-Pacific rather than the Indo-Pacific. And you mentioned Indo-Pacific as being seen as a signal of kind of hostile intent and intent to encircle China. does a reversion to the Asia Pacific in any way provide reassurance, or does the logic not go both ways?
Next, you can pass on the mic to.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It was a really nice discussion. My question is towards Dr. Meena, and my question is that I think everyone out here might be knowing that China is having a greater influence in the ASEAN region or the Southeast Asian region. So, what has India done in order to build its trust and partnership with the Southeast Asian nations? What are the strategies, or let's say, strategies or frameworks involved in this? Thank you.
Commodore Singh, you had a question.
Thank you very much for those very interesting presentations. I'm Commodore A.J. Singh from the Indian Maritime Foundation. My first comment is to Dr. Zheng. You mentioned that the Indo-Pacific was a term that indicated a strategic, has a strategic significance and was brought out by Japan and US. And particularly you mentioned Shinzo Abe mentioning it when he addressed the Indian Parliament in the Confluence of Two Seas, his talk. But actually he was stating a historical fact. The Indo-Pacific has always been the Indo-Pacific. You may call it whatever you like. Historically, if you remember, Vietnam was known as Indochina because the Indian civilization and the Chinese civilization intermingled and intersected there. So really speaking, that whole area was part of the Indo-Pacific. That complete geographical peninsular area of Southeast Asia was actually part of the Indo-Pacific or Indochina. So he was only stating a historical fact. So I don't think there's any aggressive intent in that statement. That notwithstanding, I mean, that's open to interpretation. My question to Dr. Lewis, you mentioned about India being very sort of benign or not being aggressive enough with the global north in seeking out more benefits for the global south, or sort of not taking them on and saying, in championing the cause of the global south, let me put it that way. Would it really not be counterproductive if we were to sort of get into a confrontationist attitude with the global north for them not doing enough? Or would you rather sort of, we do need the global north, whether you like it or not. Your climate financing is going to come from there. The global south itself cannot afford to finance itself, and that's why it's called the global south. So we do have to go to the global north. The global north, I agree, has not been as forthcoming as we would have liked them to be. Climate financing, particularly considering the, the existential threat that all the small island states are facing, like Ratish mentioned. So then, would that be the ideal approach? Would that be the preferred approach to go and get sort of, not confrontations, but more demanding? Or would we rather use forums like the G20 to have a more comfortable arrangement where we sort of make them aware of the need of the global south for more support from the global north?
Thank you, Commodore Singh. We can begin with Dr. Angwang, if you'd like to answer the first two questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, yes, you mentioned that the strategic, balance between U.S. and China, there's high power, right? Especially in military forces. Yes, the U.S. changed the Secretary Defense into the war, but maybe it's no Department of Defense into the Department of War, but maybe. I don't know, maybe this doesn't make sense to China's strategy because, China has our own plan, our own, grand strategy. Why we, accelerated the modernization of PLA, like the latest news, maybe, yesterday, the Fujian, the carrier, just tested the cat bus of the G35 yesterday. Fujian, actually last month, I'm very fortunate I boarded the Fujian carrier in Shanghai. It's very impressive, but I don't think this will be direct result in a war with the U.S. And basically, I think there are balance between U.S. and China. China's China now, we are paying more attention to now our own domestic affairs. I think so. So if there's no the independence of Taiwan, maybe then there's no war in Pacific Ocean. So some guys mentioned the 2027. I think it's a lie. Why? Because maybe we just had a 改革决定 the resolution for reform. I mean that makes sense because in this resolution, actually the CPC pledged to finish the reform before when? Before 2029. So of course there will be no war in 2027, right? So I think, but I think the power of China maybe it's a very important stability effect for Indo-Pacific because especially the international actually structure and order is not so equal. Maybe now we can fix this by China's right. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes. Thank you so much for the questions. To the first question on what has India done to build trust or strategies? So I think over the last couple of years, we see a very conscious role-building exercise that India has been doing. And this has been, of course, it's been quite deliberate, but at the same time, it's also been kind of experimental. We're still seeing what sort of role that India wants to play in Southeast Asia in particular. There are opportunities to be a development partner, a security provider, a security partner, for example, or even a first responder, and we've seen that. So I think during after the Myanmar earthquake, for example, India was one of the first to respond, and this was very well received by ASEAN and Southeast Asia as well. So I think that this process of determining what role India wants to play in the region is one of the ways that they've been trying to sort of build that trust and goodwill in the region. Number two, I think something that I've already mentioned. I think India plays a very pivotal role in making mechanisms like the Quad and BRICS palatable to the region, and this is very understated, but it is it's a reality for us in Southeast Asia. If we don't completely discount the Quad, it is because of India. If we are a partner country of BRICS, it is because of India as well. And this has been articulated very clearly by governments in Southeast Asia as well. And also India has the Act East policy, which is of course, Southeast Asia is one of the the targets of the Act East policy. Over the years, it has expanded, it has metamorphosized over years, but India also has CSPs with a number of Southeast Asian countries and ASEAN as a whole as well. And these, the more robust, the more stronger the CSPs are, that is indicative of a strong Act East policy. And I think this is very conscious in Indian foreign policy as well. Commodore, your question, I think it's a great question. I think India can, I think in many ways when we talk about the Global South, though we wouldn't articulate it plainly, I think India does play a bridging role between the Global South and Global North by virtue of the memberships it has in a variety of mechanisms, including the G20 as well. I think we saw that during the G20 summit. But at the same time, I think it's also by virtue of the fact that India has mechanisms that it has launched by itself, for example, the CDRI, that organizations from the Global North, like the European Union, is also part of. So it's sometimes quite perplexing that an organization, the European Union, is part of the CDRI and not ASEAN. So it's really things like this that we need to sort out. But I think a bridging role can be very real for India in that sense. Thank you.
Dr. Bhagat, do you have anything to add? As much as I would like to have taken another round of question, I think we've just hit time. This has been an excellent conversation and an excellent discussion. I hope you learned as much as I did from all our fellow panelists, and there is so much more to delve onto based on the discussions we've had. I'm sure we can continue these discussions beyond the stage and much more deeper into our tea in the evening. With that, I think it's in the end of this session, and we'll proceed. I'll give it forward to Hans. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session. And thank you so much, Ratish, and all the speakers for keeping to time so well. If we could please request the speakers to rise and stand for a picture.
Thank you.
Our next engagement is an experts dialogue. As a reminder to anyone who may have arrived after lunch, the experts dialogue is ORCA's in-house version of a fireside chat, wherein there is no moderator and both speakers bounce ideas off of each other in order to build a discussion. The goal is to come to an understanding of how an expert forms their insights. This dialogue is titled Beyond Borders Across Waters, China's Strategic Mediation and Maritime Power Projection. We would like to invite Dr. Jennifer Statz and Dr. Christian Schultheis to come onto the stage. This dialogue unpacks how China's diplomatic engagements in continental conflict zones and its maritime infrastructure expansion are both part of a coherent strategy of influence projection. If everyone has settled down, and if our speakers are ready, I would request Dr. Statz to begin the discussion.
Should we start? Okay. All right. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the organizers. This has been an absolutely amazing day. I have learned so much already, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you for sticking with us this afternoon. You have two jet-lagged presenters up here on the stage, and I know it's the middle of the afternoon, but we are going to do our best to keep you awake and engaged on this exciting topic. We have a lot to cover, so I will go ahead and dive in. I have been asked to talk about China's increased engagement in international mediation. And I think a few years ago, we probably would not have anticipated this topic being on the agenda. I think we're used to seeing China in the headlines for all of the normal reasons: China's economic power, China's growing military strength. But increasingly, we've been seeing China in the headlines for a reason that is perhaps a little bit less expected, and that is its role as a purported peacemaker. And really, as you all likely remember, in March 2023, this really hit the headlines in a big way, when China surprised the world by quietly brokering a landmark agreement between longtime rivals Saudi Arabia and Iran, helping these two countries restore diplomatic ties after years of hostility. But this, of course, was not an isolated incident. Just before the Saudi-Iran deal, China had unveiled a 12-point peace plan for Ukraine. In the months that followed, China rolled out a series of ambitious peace initiatives, offering a 5-point plan for Middle East peace, a 4-point proposal on Syria, a 3-point vision for resolving the Israel-Gaza conflict, and at the same time, Chinese diplomats had been working behind the scenes in conflict zones around the world, from Myanmar and Afghanistan on China's borders to much more distant crises in Ethiopia and Sudan. And of course, as we all saw earlier this year, China launched the International Organization for Mediation, based in Hong Kong, which is an institution largely perceived as being meant to rival existing Western-dominated platforms and to help institutionalize China's role in global peace efforts. And I think if we look back, really since coming to power in 2012, Xi Jinping has really elevated mediation as a tool of Chinese statecraft and a way to raise China's global status. So what's driving this shift? To understand China's new embrace of international mediation, I think we need to look at 3 strategic evolutions in its worldview over the last 25 years. The first is economic exposure. Since the go-out policy of the early 2000s, Chinese businesses, especially state-owned enterprises, have expanded globally, often into unstable environments where few others would go. This took off, of course, in the 2010s, and the Belt and Road Initiative really turbocharged this trend, leaving Chinese citizens and assets all around the world vulnerable to unrest and to war. The second big shift was, I think, China's increased interest in reputation management. If you think back to the run-up to the 2008 Olympics, I think this is when Beijing really experienced firsthand how global outrage could damage its soft power ambitions. As you recall, there was a big backlash over China's support for Sudan during the Darfur crisis. And at this time, China found mediation could be used tactically to help neutralize these reputational risks. It appointed a special envoy, and it really helped Sudan come to the table to accept a peacekeeping force. And more recently, I think China has really embraced mediation as a way to craft a global image of benevolence and leadership, especially in the global south. The third main shift I'll talk about is that of strategic betrayal and strategic vulnerability. And here, I think if you think back to the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya, it really shook China's leaders and changed the way they thought about their position and their exposure in the world. In just 10 days, China evacuated over 35,000 Chinese nationals, an operation that revealed both the scale of China's global presence, the vulnerabilities that come with it, and the limitations of China's traditional non-interference doctrine. And since then, Beijing's leaders have become more comfortable stepping in diplomatically, not out of altruism, but to protect its interests and prevent costly surprises. This strategic recalibration really culminated in Xi Jinping's comprehensive national security concept, which expands national security beyond military issues, beyond China's borders, to include political, economic, and even ideological dimensions. A central idea behind the comprehensive national security concept, as I'm sure you know, is that external instability can pose serious risks to China's internal stability. And so in this light, China's growing engagement in international conflict mediation is not just about diplomacy, and it's not just about boosting China's image. It's a very self-interested means of protecting China's own domestic stability. And today, these mediation efforts are not isolated goodwill missions. They are increasingly baked into the new strategic initiatives that we have been seeing over the last few years. China, for example, is using the Global Security Initiative to advance its efforts to really present an alternative security model that presents China as a stabilizing force and a force the world can count on in the face of rather unpredictable behavior by the United States. Since 2022, China has made conflict mediation efforts a key operational pillar of the GSI by framing mediation as a contribution to a more just, inclusive, and stable international order. But, and this is a critical but, China's model of mediation differs sharply from that of Western powers and what others would identify as being best practices for international mediation. We talk about mediation, but what China really prefers is more facilitation. It's more comfortable creating a space for dialogue than really having the hard conversations to resolve the core disputes. It often engages late in the process, once the hard work has been done by others, which is really what happened in the Saudi-Iran deal, if you read some of the behind-the-scenes reporting. China prefers to deal with incumbent governments. It is not very comfortable dealing with non-state actors, and in many cases, it's very hard to resolve an actual dispute if you don't have all the key actors at the table. And finally, it's really hard to ignore the reputational disconnect. China's desire to establish its image as a responsible peacemaker is frequently undercut by its coercive and aggressive behavior in the Taiwan Strait, and in the South China Sea, as well as its tacit support for Russia's war in Ukraine. And this perhaps is a good transition to the remarks that my colleague will make, focused on China and South China Sea and some maritime disputes. But I'll close just by saying China, I think, is taking serious, meaningful steps towards playing a greater role in international mediation. I think this is a serious development that we really need to pay attention to. China does want to be seen as a stabilizing force, and it thinks it has a role to play, but it is not necessarily quite ready yet to do the hard work that is required to do this effectively. So with that, Christian, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. My presentation will in fact very well build on yours. So you did already quite a bit of what I have to do, so thank you very much. I'd like to begin with two general points. The first is the ability of great powers to settle disputes, either their own disputes or someone else's disputes, is crucial. To become a hegemon, a benevolent hegemon, a global hegemon, or a regional hegemon, a great power needs to be able to settle disputes. This is not only because a hegemon needs to fulfill some stabilizing role, it is also settling disputes, or managing confrontation is a key aspect of forming relationships in the region. It is also coining the future trajectory of a region. And last but not least, of course, it also concerns solving internal and external contradictions within one's own policy. So I'd like to thank the organizers for putting this topic prominently on the agenda. The second general point is that typical conflict behavior, or let's say coercion, some speak of gray zone coercion in the case of China, on the one hand, and attempts to cooperate or to negotiate a dispute on the other hand, are not mutually exclusive opposites. Both belong together: conflict behavior, coercion, and bargaining. One important way in which coercion and attempts to negotiate in the East and South China Sea come together is that China's insistence on excessive claims, that is, claims that an arbitral tribunal declared invalid, to the extent that these claims go beyond the normal claims. So this insistence, or this assertion of claims, puts a lot of pressure on Southeast Asian states to negotiate with China. In the absence of this forceful assertion of claims, the Philippines, for instance, would not negotiate with China about the joint development of hydrocarbon resources. They would not negotiate about arrangement for fisheries, and most recently, the Philippines would also not have come to an arrangement for modalities for resupply missions to Second Thomas Shoal. This is one of the outposts the Philippines controls in the Spratly Islands. Here we can see the relevance of island building and infrastructure development, also one of the points in the agenda. It is land reclamation in the Spratly Islands is important, not so much for war, for fighting a war. The relevance is more in conflicts at lower levels of violence. They allow a higher frequency of Coast Guard patrols, and they allow to simultaneously have these patrols in many parts of the South China Sea. So this forceful insistence on excessive claims results in a certain dilemma for Philippine diplomats. They can resist the pressure, as they did, for instance, at Scarborough Shoal in 2012, and thereby risk to provide a pretext for China to take control of a feature, or they can negotiate with China about all types of arrangements, and this is what the Philippines has been doing. This has its own problems. And these problems we can see today because we have the benefits of looking at approximately 3 decades, so 30 years of negotiations between China and the Philippines, China and Vietnam, China and Japan, China and Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia and Indonesia in the context of the Code of Conduct. So in the East China Sea, interestingly, what we find, we have a number of fisheries agreements between China and Japan, China and Korea, that are
remarkably effective. They are effective enough for Japan to maintain an interest in keeping these agreements. In the South China Sea, we don't see such agreements. So what is missing? What is missing here, we can see, is another variation of the idea that bargaining and conflict behavior belong together. The essential experience of Southeast Asian countries is that cooperative arrangements with China in the South China Sea result in vulnerabilities for them, and that they therefore increase China's bargaining power, or its bargaining power advantage. This has a lot to do with the exact terms of the arrangement, so the institutional design, if you like, of the agreements. I just want to cite one example. And this is the Philippine experience with an agreement called the Joint Marine Seismic Undertaking. So what's wrong with joint marine seismic research as a confidence-building measure? So the Philippine experience with this agreement was, number one, as its geographic scope mainly applied to areas China cannot legally claim. And secondly, allegations came that the Chinese contractor, in this case China National Offshore Oil Company, found potential for gas deposits in areas close to the Philippine coastlines. But the better the prospect for gas, the worse the quality of the data the CNOOC shared with the Philippines. So in sum, China benefited from the agreement in concrete terms in an information advantage that it didn't share with the Philippines. Later, the Philippine Supreme Court declared this agreement unconstitutional, exactly on these grounds that the data sharing arrangement provided a bargaining advantage for China. The experience with this agreement, however, did not prevent the Philippines from seeking further practical arrangement with China, and one reason is the continuous pressure under which they are. However, the Philippine negotiation position changed now, or in the last 20 years, and particularly so after the South China Sea arbitration. China insists that all potential resource sharing arrangements must be conducted subject to Philippine domestic laws. So this example illustrates a major barrier to dispute settlement, namely the expectation or the experience in some cases of Southeast Asian countries that cooperation can be an extension of conflict behavior. It results in vulnerabilities that an adversary can leverage to its advantage. I should stress that China made a similar experience with some agreements they had with Japan in the East China Sea. So this is not only that the relatively smaller countries in Southeast Asia have made this experience vis-à-vis China. So does this mean that, maybe I should also say, I just gave one quick example, right, with the Philippines, but many examples are available in the South China Sea. You can cite fisheries agreements, code of conduct agreements for crisis communication, hotlines. So you find variations of this problem. Does this mean that the various options for ocean governance or for cooperation are off the table in the South China Sea? No, I would not draw this conclusion, but rather say what is lacking and identify some conditions for successful dispute settlement in the South China Sea. First are some political conditions. Southeast Asian countries made the experience that a practical arrangement would not satisfy China's claims. Instead, practical arrangement can increase China's bargaining power. This is the reason why the Philippines, Vietnam did not accept the many agreements, the many cooperative options China proposed in the last 30 years. What is lacking is a clear commitment from China that if Southeast Asian countries agree on any of the proposals China made, China's claim would be satisfied. What is lacking is that, a commitment that China would reduce its pressure on Southeast Asian countries if they were to accept any form of resource sharing, or that China would allow unilateral activities of Southeast Asian countries in their exclusive economic zones. Judging from the experience of the past 30 years, China will not be able to settle or to move forward with cooperation in the South China Sea without any such commitment. And these, of course, require political decisions. So I would now like to come back to my initial remark about the ability to settle disputes, or more precisely, the inability to settle disputes in the South China Sea. So in the current situation, a major barrier to China becoming the preeminent regional power in Southeast Asia is the disputes in the South China Sea. A limit to China taking full advantage of the Trump administration is its own disputes and its own inability to commit to the conditions that would make joint development of fisheries cooperation a reality. It is not only China's own activities that kind of prevent the shifting power relations to fully materialize in China becoming the preeminent power in Southeast Asia. It is also the responses of Southeast Asian countries. And some of these responses can be described as coalition building around the arbitral award that an arbitral tribunal in 2016 rendered. So before the South China Sea arbitration of 2016, Southeast Asian countries had no common position on the maximum allowed entitlement in the South China Sea. Now they have one. Before the arbitral award, Southeast Asian countries had no common minimum demand in their negotiations with China. Now they have a common minimum demand when it comes to negotiations in the Code of Conduct, fisheries, or oil and gas. So what we can observe here is the emergence of a coalition of claimant and as well as some non-claimant states centered on the decision of an arbitral award. In conclusion, we can see how the ability or the inability to settle disputes, to steer disputes in a certain direction, is key to becoming a hegemon. In the absence of this ability, countervailing coalitions emerge. And here around a clarification of the permissible and non-permissible claims as interpreted by an arbitral tribunal. So I hope my remarks were not too much of a tour de force through the South China Sea. So if you're interested in more details, please have a look at my recent book. You find it detailed, lots of primary documents from the Philippine diplomatic records, giving you lots of details about how China negotiated, which proposals they put forward. And I also have some recent articles of mine with me on the impact of the South China Sea arbitration and how it incentivized coalition building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Schultheis and Dr. Stats for that very insightful remarks. We have 2 minutes of closing remarks each in case there's something that you would like to add to each other's points. We can proceed with that and then we'll move towards the Q&A.
Thank you. I have a few thoughts. They're a little disjointed, but we'll try to pack it in. So I guess the first question for you, I mean, it seems like we are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place in terms of mediating ourselves out of the current situation in the South China Sea. Do you see a different path forward? Is there a different mechanism or approach or way of thinking about this problem that might bring the parties to the table and allow a way forward that we haven't been able to quite find just yet? And the second piece I'll say is I actually find South Asia to be a really interesting set of case studies for looking at where China might be expected to play a role in helping to mediate disputes, but also a really clear illustration of why China's role is sometimes limited and why there's a challenge. For example, you think back to disputes between India and Pakistan, and China was not at the core of resolving those issues, largely because it was not seen as an impartial actor. You think about recent events in Nepal, where China did not rush in and bring peace or stability to the situation, largely, I mean, none of us really did, but largely I think because it was really caught off guard and dealing with a very different a series of events and forces that led to that instability in a way that perhaps was harder for Chinese bodies and institutions to deal with. And in the South China Sea, I think it's the same thing. It's obviously very hard to mediate a conflict when you're centrally involved in the dispute. So I think there's some interesting questions there, and this is true for every country, not just China, of course. I think these are challenges to anyone who's trying to come in and mediate. I do think this new international organization for mediation will be an interesting development to watch. In many ways, it is very similar to other organizations that have been set up for mediation, and in many ways, it is also very different. It is professed to be focused on political and economic disputes, specifically interstate disputes, international investment disputes, and international commercial disputes. It does not identify armed conflict or armed disputes as being a key target for the kinds of things that this organization will tackle. And perhaps not surprisingly, it is focused on voluntary participation and non-binding solutions without a real enforcement mechanism. That is not entirely unusual, and it very much aligns with, I think, China's preferred approach to mediating disputes and kind of the role of sovereignty and state sovereignty in making these kinds of decisions in the international system. But it will be really interesting to see how that goes. It was very much informed by its experience in Ethiopia. I think it's been informed by its experience with the Philippines and the South China Sea. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops and if others really see this organization, which is an international organization but founded by China and based in Hong Kong, as being an impartial entity that really can help resolve some of these conflicts. Like, back to where I started, I imagine there are many conflicts that will fall neatly into the box of the types of things where the International Organization for Mediation can serve a very valuable role, and that's great. We need more organizations and more people focused on trying to come up with peaceful resolutions to these problems. But I imagine there will be some that are just going to be too hard to be resolved through that institution, which again is not a surprise. It's true for every country that has its own interests and its own complications. But I think it'll be an interesting space to watch. Thanks.
Thank you. I start with your question, then I have a question for you. Okay. So is there an alternative approach to the South China Sea, or another approach that we haven't really thought about? I would say there is one that is slowly, very slowly emerging. And this is if we shift the perspective to Southeast Asian countries. So a lot of the literature on the South China Sea is either written about China, what does China do, how to explain China's coercion, how to explain variation in patterns, and a lot of literature is written on US-China relations. Now the problem with the US approach to the South China Sea is it offers frequently to Southeast Asian countries, well, we can do more Navy, we can support your navies more, we can do joint patrols. Most recently in 2024, when the escalation, the incidents at Second Thomas Shoal were highest, US offered again, we could send our Navy. The Philippines declined, and this was actually perhaps what then triggered China's consent to the terms the Philippines proposed when it comes to the modalities for the second Thomas Shoal. So what we can see here is a certain pattern. Southeast Asian countries want some level of US support, but not too much. So what is then an alternative approach? I would say what is missing is that Southeast Asian countries build a strong coalition. So far, they are weak coalition. They are heterogeneous coalition. They know what they do not want. This is good. This is one of the shifts the South China Sea arbitration made. It clarified and produced a consensus among Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia what they do not want. That is very important. We didn't have this before. What they do not have is a consensus among them what they exactly want. How would the ocean governance of the South China Sea look like on the basis of the South China Sea arbitration? What exactly do these four countries want? I don't know it. I think they don't know it. They don't have a consensus, so they can't go to the US and say, well, thank you very much for offering to support us with joint Navy patrols, but instead we want this. This is our plan for ocean governance in the South China Sea. Please support this. We don't have this. Southeast Asian countries also don't do that with the EU or any other external country, and I think this is something that is missing. For that reason, Southeast Asian countries say no to China and they say no to the US. But what do they want? This is a bit like what is missing much. I think they have to be much more forceful there. Now, my question for you is about the mediator. So, in international relations, there's a bit of literature on the question: what is more effective, a biased or an unbiased mediator? And some theorists would say the biased mediator is more effective, because the biased mediator can bring two conflicting parties to the table and impose a settlement. Unbiased mediator has more difficulties doing that, and maybe what you call a facilitator. Right? Or most recently, the US maybe mediated some kind of settlement between the war between Israel and Iran, and most certainly we would not say the US was an unbiased mediator. Right? It was very much a biased mediator, but it was effective, and they don't shoot anymore at each other. So what is your point of view here, biased mediator versus the unbiased mediator?
It's a great question, and I don't know in the abstract that I have a good answer for you. I mean, it seems like the real key is this difference between mediation and facilitation, of facilitating a conversation where parties can get around the table and have a conversation. That's great, and it is often very helpful. But real mediation, and I'm not a professional mediator, but as I understand it, really involves many rounds of difficult discussions to really get at the core of the issue. And it is not pleasant, and it requires both sides, or all sides, I think, to address some pretty uncomfortable realities and understanding why there is this tension that cannot be naturally resolved. And so I think it's a lot of hard work. I think it's a skill. It's something that I think requires a real investment of time and knowledge and expertise to do it correctly, and I'm not that person. But I think it is a very different approach, because whether you're biased or not, I think it requires talking about issues that will make everyone uncomfortable, and I'm not sure that's a position that China likes to be in. And so I think that is perhaps a limiting factor at this point in terms of being able to really resolve, as I said, resolve some of the core issues at the base of the conflicts.
Thank you for such a riveting conversation. Actually, this free-flowing format is actually intended to bring out nuances that are largely left in the shadows of such conversations. I think we have adequate time for a good Q&A session. I see a few hands. We can start with Dr. Anton, and then we can move to Sachin, and then we'll move to the gentleman in the third row. Yeah.
Okay. So, Christian, the question's for you. You describe China not managing to settle these disputes in the South China Sea, but you also hear, or at least I do, a discourse about creating facts on the ground, the building of infrastructure and whatnot, which is familiar, I guess, in the Indian security kind of community. I think people use the phrase salami slicing on the border. So given that exists as well, just a blunt question in a way, is it not the failure to, maybe then you don't call it a failure, but lack of a settlement serves China's interest in that regard.
We'll take another question. We'll take 3 questions in one round. Yeah. Last, yeah.
My question is to Dr. Stats. You spoke about reputational concerns being attached to China's emerging role as an international mediating power. Beyond the Western world's perspective, one could raise similar reputational concerns with the traditional, Western mediation. Closest example to whom could be, the current US administration's claim of resolving India-Pakistan conflict. So basically, this use of, international mediation as a tool to drive its own geopolitical or economic interest, or vice versa, in fact. So how does the concept of international mediation goes when the system is basically binary, in the sense that one is traditional Western order and then the emerging Chinese order, and both have reputational concerns attached to it? So how does third countries, for example, India, view this, the concept of international mediation?
Could we pass the mic here? Yeah.
Thank you for the lecture. I'm Saurabh from South Asian University. So back in 2023, China actually brokered a deal between Saudis and Iran. It was not a mediation. It was China acted as a facilitator. So the Saudi-Iran detente brokered by China was not merely a diplomatic breakthrough for me. It was a harbinger of a new regional order. China's role in West Asia is expanding, not through military might or ideological deal, but through a strategic facilitation, economic entitlement, and technological integration. How do you see China's role in West Asia? It's challenging US or just creating a parallel system against US?
Thank you. We can answer the first 3 questions, and then we'll, if in case we have time, we'll move to another round.
Okay, I begin with the question from you, Anton. Thanks. So China is changing the facts on the ground. That's, I think we can all observe this. Some salami slicing tactics is sometimes the metaphor that is used. So the failure to settle disputes serves China interest. Well, I would say in the absence of any substantial cooperation, China continues expanding or strengthening its position and uses crises as pretext to further expand, taking control of shores. That is certainly true. Should we now conclude that whenever China negotiates, it is merely facade? Some people argue that. I think that is not correct. If we look into the details, then we find Chinese negotiators proposed very detailed agreements to the Philippines when it comes to the joint development of oil and gas, when it comes to fisheries agreements, and as well a code of conduct. So we have I have the draft documents. You find the reference in my book. And Southeast Asian countries, so the Philippines, could have said yes, I take the agreement, right? But they didn't. So I would say this is evidence that China had concrete proposals in mind. And then now the question is, why do the Philippines and other countries not want these agreements? Well, if you take China's draft code of conduct, for instance, from 1999 to 2000, then there are provisions in there that would have limited the ability of Southeast Asian countries to form alliances with non-regional states, so the United States, for instance. You also find, interestingly, provisions in there that would have restricted Coast Guard behavior. The reason for this is in 2000, Chinese fishermen were enforced, and the Philippine Coast Guard was enforcing Philippine rules against them. Now the situation reversed, and it's the Philippines that is suggesting restrictions on Coast Guard behavior in the Code of Conduct in China, saying no. You're right that the current situation is not to the disadvantage of China. China is happy with the situation, simply improving unilaterally its position. But I would not take this as evidence that all negotiations are merely facade.
Thanks for the other questions. I'll try to hit on a few of them. They're good and complex. So, I mean, I think this question about there's a question about reputation. There's a question about kind of binary Chinese versus Western approaches and best practices. I've got a lot of kind of random thoughts that I'll throw in there. I mean, I absolutely agree that there are different countries or different actors are better suited to mediate different conflicts, and that's a good thing, right? I mean, there are conversations that some countries can have with certain actors that other countries just can't, and so having a diverse set of tools and of approaches and people who can be involved in helping resolve different kinds of issues, I think is a good thing. I don't know that I would characterize it as a binary Chinese approach versus a Western approach. I mean, the best practices that I'm referring to are from UN standards of best practices of mediation. Now, whether those reflect Western values and may be adjusted in the years to come, as we heard earlier this afternoon, certainly might be the case. But I think it's really, I think the difference is in approach and preferences. I mean, I think China prioritizes stability, economic continuity. Those are sort of priorities. If there's trouble brewing on the horizon, the preference is to squash that instability and that trouble so that the politics can remain stable and economics can continue to grow. So I think if that leads to a preference for status quo, a preference for incumbent regimes, elites may be very happy with that approach because it sort of protects their position, but it might make reformers or civil society actors feel even more frustrated and more isolated and more left out. And so there's a risk that approach will just entrench elite power and sort of create a growing frustration among others in the system that is unlikely to lead to stability and peace in the long term, I think, and more likely to erupt or create troubles in other ways down the line if you don't address it head on. What was the other question? I think that was
about mediation in West
Oh, right.
Asia.
Oh, yeah. So I was not there. But my understanding is not that China did all of the hard work in bringing the parties to the table and working through the difficult issues in the Saudi-Iran deal. My understanding is that work was done by other countries. And China was brought in at the last minute as kind of a guarantor of the agreement because both countries wanted to maintain a good relationship with China. So if the agreement was signed in China, it made it much harder for them to back out because the repercussions of doing so would hurt their relationship with Beijing as opposed to blowing up an agreement with each other. And so my understanding is there are a lot of forces at play. Is that a bad arrangement? Not necessarily. I mean, you still got to a good outcome. You had the difficult conversations and you have an agreement with a guarantor in place that's likely to help preserve it. So that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that doesn't mean that China was the one who was leading the mediation and leading the steps up to the final announcement of the deal.
That brings us to the end of this expert dialogue. I think we finished right on time. So thank you to both of you for an excellent conversation. I think we've made a lot out of this. We'll move to the next session. Hans, if you could take over.
To close out the first day of GCNS 2025, we have our final panel of this session, Power, Legitimacy, and the Domestic Foundations of China's Global Strategy. We would kindly request the following speakers to please make their way to the stage. Mr. Rahul Karan Reddy, Dr. Sundaram Rajasimhan, Ms. Asha Hemrajani, Dr. Anton Harder, and Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan. China's global ambitions are increasingly rooted in a domestic narrative of rejuvenation, innovation, and strategic coherence under Xi Jinping's leadership. This panel discussion will explore how China's global strategy is fundamentally underpinned by efforts to consolidate domestic authority. If the speakers are ready, I would request Mr. Reddy to begin the proceedings.
I think we can wait for a minute. I think Dr. Rajasimhan is not here yet, so we'll give it a minute. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Hans. So it's an honor and a privilege to be moderating this panel discussion titled Power, Legitimacy, and Domestic Foundations of China's Global Strategy at ORCA's Global Conference on New Sinology. So the topic today, I think, is built on an idea that I find extremely relevant. And I have two reasons for this. The first is personal. So my interest in China or international relations more broadly, it came from reading texts that focused exclusively on how domestic political structures and capacities reflected and primed states to attain a great power status. And I recall Paul F. Kennedy's text on this, The Rise and Fall of Great Powers, because it had such an unwavering and arresting focus on domestic conditions of states to explain how they competed as great powers and why they behaved in the way they did. The second reason for why I think this panel is important is from a theoretical perspective, because I think it provides a sound foundation for analyzing China. The most compelling and comprehensive explanations for behaviors, outcomes, and policies in China are built on a sort of neoclassical realist foundation, which centers domestic politics and power to explain why China behaves and competes the way it does. So when we talk about China's rise in the form of the BRI or any of its global initiatives, or any of its foreign policy initiatives, military modernization, I think the object of analysis there, I think that brings us closer to understanding China's strategic expression is the domestic political, economic, military, and technological instruments that execute China's global vision. And I think that's what this panel will do today for us. So the seasoned analysts and academics on this panel, I think, will speak on the actors, the ideas, and the actions that are rooted in the domestic domain, but find expression and apply themselves to China's external relations and its global strategic ambitions. So our panel today is comprised of Dr. Sundaram Rajasimhan, lecturer at Sichuan International Studies University, who will talk about narrative power of the China dream. Ms. Asha Hemrajani is senior fellow at the Center for Excellence at for National Security at RSIS. But unfortunately, Ms. Hemrajani could not join us today because of an unexpected injury to her ankle. But she has so generously agreed to deliver her remarks via a pre-recorded video, which we will play. We wish her a speedy recovery, and we're grateful for her remarks. We also have Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan on the panel. He's the former Director General of the Center for Contemporary China Studies, and who I think will speak on the PLA's evolving role, not only as a guarantor of national security, but as a strategic enabler of the Global Security Initiative. And finally, we also have Dr. Anton Harder, guest lecturer at the London School of Economics. Dr. Harder will discuss ethnic governance and national unity as a domestic and diplomatic tool. So I'll call on each speaker to give their remarks for 10 minutes each, and when there's 1 minute left, I'll request them to conclude. And following speaker presentations, we can open up to a Q&A session from the audience. So without further ado, I request Dr. Rajasimhan to deliver his remarks.
You see, my teacher was here some time ago. He's not here, so I want to ask you a question. How many of you have watched this book called 50 Shades of Grey? How many of you have read it? Okay. There's a scholar called Michael Pillsbury. He wrote a book, and he said that China has a long-term plan to take down United States of America. And that was the #1 book, and he felt bad when 50 Shades of Grey was released, and that became the #1. But I'll try to explain why 50 Shades of Grey is more important than the rivalry between United States and China. China does not have to build a 6th generation aircraft carrier, orbital missile coming down. It doesn't have to do that to defeat United States. All it has to do is to wait on the bank of the river, as the adage goes, and wait for the enemy's corpse to flow by you. Why? Because United States follows a capitalist system. The 50 Shades of Grey is a calling to the capitalist mode of production to not touch the family. Family is the basic social formation, and capitalism has this, it eats into anything that supports it, even its own foundations. Right now we think capitalism is good, and we think it's an advanced way of having an economy is because it is supported by the democracy. But that is not the case. It is now in severe crisis, and I've consulted many scholars, and they tell me that capitalism day is over. The Western model of the Western capitalist system, the days are over. That is why what China is doing is becoming relevant, and it might become relevant. So what is the difference between America and China, the East and the West? If you see below on my board is a diagram. This is yin and yang. This diagram has an error. And if you can understand what that error is, then you can understand China or Asia. Can anybody guess what the error is? Sorry? That's right. This is not what we have this called interconnected equilibrium. West is different from China because West believes night is night because it's not a day. Asians don't believe that. Asians believe day is night. Day is day because of night. That is yin and yang. So centrality of night is in the day, and the centrality of day is in the night. This is the difference between the Asian civilization and the Western civilization. It is not what we are talking the whole day is the practical. You guys are security experts and bureaucrats and other things, so you are more interested in the existential things. But the difference between Asia and the West is that our entire approach is different. So I have mentioned that capitalist system is an improbable formation. What is the problem with capitalism is that it uses a production model which produces surplus, value. It looks at commodity as a value. But now we know all that. The most important thing that Marx has done is that he has criticized capitalism outright. But he hasn't left what is going to come after capitalism. It is said that it is socialism. Some say it's communism, but Marx himself never wrote anything about socialism and communism. He only criticized capitalism. So we are now in an era where we have to create a model that is not capitalist. So who is going to create it? So China is bringing out this socialist character to the economy. And then it is facing a lot of criticism. And China is saying that what its China dream is actually the world's dream. Why is China saying so? Because embedded inside China's dream is a dream that all human beings want. Marx had said that until you have abstract labor is ORCA. It is an abstract, it creates the idea of this seminar. And then we are the laborers who give a socially necessary labor time. When you abolish the socially necessary labor time, you will have socialism. And then you move slowly into communism. What in my Delhi friends will say as Vela, ye Vela kar raha hai. This is what is called socialism. So when you see a lot of unemployment, there's going to be unemployment to the scale of 50 to 60% by the time China achieves its 2049 goals. But that is not like unemployment. That is like Vela. But what will people do when they have nothing to do? That becomes another big question. So China is talking about a dream which is very, very important for all human beings. I don't want to give my socially necessary employment time to anybody. So I have mentioned what is the difference between Asia and West. I have told you what is problem with the West. So we have to think carefully about what we should do about this. So Chinese dream is technically defined as a story of China's past, China's present, and China's future. And it's a story which conveys the conviction of the leadership of Chinese Communist Party to push China on the path of socialism. There's nothing wrong with this. It is known for China. That's why it has been done by President Xi after China has had about 4 decades of opening up and reform. That means that China has itself been following the capitalist mode of production. Until you follow this capitalist mode of production, you're always going to end up in a cycle where you're going to be in a crisis. That is the problem with America. America is not going to lose its hegemony because of China. It's going to lose it because it is using a capitalist mode of production. This is the fact. And China is trying to bring an alternative model. And we are criticizing China for doing this. See, I teach in a Chinese university. I see every day how Chinese build their socialism. It's not like, it's a very serious effort. You see, there are 6 students at the age of 18 to 19 stacked up in a small room with bunkers, and they're forced to live together. And the idea of doing this is for them to share and live together. I can't imagine this happening in any of the universities in India. Can you be 6 Indians in a room, a small room with 6 bunkers? I'll find it very difficult. So what China is doing is a remarkable thing, and its dreams are connected to mankind. That's why we should take it seriously. And socialism with Chinese characteristics is a 100-year approach of China to connect Leninism to Chinese characteristics. It had taken 600 years for China to bring Buddhism into China. So we have to study this because Chinese have studied this very, very intensely and seriously. It is not a joke. So I feel, in my personal opinion, China is moving in a new direction. And I feel that it's probable that China may succeed in achieving some of its desired goals. And I call my paper that I submit to ORCA, I call that China is making a bomb, a social time bomb. This problem China is trying to solve is a social problem. It's not a strategic military problem. In the worst case scenario, China will have a social order which will not break. In other countries, the social order, if it is weak, then it might break. So China is building a social order which is bulletproof. You see COVID, you see economic knockdown, but there is no problem in social order in China. But in other societies, the social order is a problem. I'll stop with this because my paper is long, and I encourage you, if I publish it, you can please read it on the ORCA website. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radhasimhan, for a very interesting approach to the idea of decline of capitalism. On a lighter note, I think it very closely resembles the central idea of Wang Honing's PhD, but that's perhaps a topic for another day. We also have, we have Ms. Asha Himrajani, who will deliver her remarks via video, a pre-recorded video. Can we please have the video, please?
Namaste, my name is Asha Hemrajani and I am Senior Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. This is a think tank and my research at this think tank focuses on digital infrastructure, on emerging technologies, cybersecurity, critical information infrastructure, AI, as well as the intersection of geopolitics and tech. So first of all, I'd like to thank ORCA for inviting me today to speak at this event. I deeply apologize. I cannot be with you in person as I had a sudden injury last week and I have doctor's orders not to travel. So diving right in, the topic I had been asked to speak on today is infrastructure actors and global implications of China's digital connectivity. Firstly, the infrastructure. Given the limited time for this video recording, I'm going to restrict my remarks to one type of digital connectivity infrastructure, which is undersea cables. But this infrastructure has major implications on other types of digital connectivity, including mobile communications and data centers. Let me set the landscape first. Life in the 21st century has really become irreversibly dependent on the virtual world, which has shaped how we talk to each other, how we purchase goods and services, how we bank, how we get educated, and so on. And not only that, it's also how we commit crimes and how we spy on each other, or other countries spy on each other. So I am, of course, referring to the internet, the World Wide Web. And undersea cables are what we use to carry communications between countries. Undersea or subsea cables constitute 99% of international internet traffic. Not all internet traffic, of course, but transcontinental and transnational traffic, if, for example, you're an island. And the rest of the world's international traffic is carried on via satellite or via overland cables. So these undersea cables are really the invisible arteries through which financial transactions, trade flows, defense communications, and social interactions via social media, these are how these interactions move every day, every second of the day. Most people don't even realize that undersea cables exist, but in recent years, a lot more attention has been focused on them due to geopolitical reasons, which I won't get into today. Some countries like Singapore, where I'm currently based, aims to build up their status as a submarine cable hub. Singapore's perspective is that her prosperity, her national security, her aspiration to be an AI-ready nation all hinge on the continuous and the secure functioning, as well as sufficient capacity for undersea cables. And I'll highlight some examples of, to demonstrate the criticality of cables. For example, the SWIFT Global Financial Network, which provides secure messaging services for banks and other financial institutions. SWIFT messaging services are financial transactions that anchor global trade. So every time you transfer money, that is a SWIFT message. Undersea cables carry 53 million SWIFT messages daily. While SWIFT doesn't publish a breakdown with how many countries, how many SWIFT messages originate from individual countries. But the fact is, for example, Mumbai and Hong Kong are both financial centers. They're both hubs of trade and capital flows and banking, which means a significant amount of SWIFT business involves these two cities. No cables means no money transfer, means big impact on their position, on the position of these two cities as financial hub. And another example is the AI boom. So AI boom makes actually these undersea cables even more indispensable, because when you train large AI models, you require the transfer of petabytes and petabytes of data between global data centers. So if your country doesn't host a AI model or doesn't host AI model training or inferencing, then researchers and companies would need to depend on these low latency, high capacity cable links to access training resources in the US or Europe. And then real-time AI model inferencing, such as for fraud detection, for predictive logistics, all of them need seamless cable connectivity. And the third reason is what gamers insist is very important, because even a split second of delay makes a big difference when you are playing multiplayer online games. So there are multiple challenges when it comes to cables. I'm going to list only 5 of them. There are others, of course. These challenges are not only technical, legal, and financial, they are also somewhat geopolitical. The first is funding these cables, funding these telecommunications cables infrastructure projects. These projects are extremely capital intensive and they take years to complete. The second is laying the cables, more importantly, getting the territorial permits for the routes and where to land the cables, because many of these very large scale cables, they land in multiple countries. Then thirdly is getting the insurance to underwrite the installation of these cables. And then fourthly is protecting the cables. The threats that are facing these cables, they're not theoretical. So globally, the International Cable Protection Committee, the ICPC, which is an organization whose aims are to protect the world's submarine cables, they say that there are about 200 cable faults occurring each year, mostly accidental, but some are suspected to be deliberate acts of sabotage. Some with strong suspicions as to who has conducted that sabotage, but many unfortunately without conclusive evidence. Disruption, in particular the sudden or deliberate cuts, can have effects out of proportion to the invisibility of these cables. So economic losses, disruption of services, possible effects on government and national security. Hence, there have been multiple military, legal, technology initiatives in the world in the cable protection space. This is something I've been researching for the last year, but this is not something I'll be covering in my remarks today. And then finally, the fifth area would be the repairing of the cables. If there is any accidental and deliberate damage, that also is not without its challenges. Now let me dive right into the actors. Before I dive into the specific Chinese players in the market, I wanted to first give a quick overview of China's Digital Silk Road Initiative, or 数字西路 in Mandarin. This is the term, broadly speaking, encompasses various different activities, technical, commercial, strategic, that's really aimed at expanding and deepening activities. And this is something I've extracted from various Chinese government documents, including the 14th five-year plan for digital economy. So, quote unquote, it is for digital infrastructure overseas cooperation to ensure network infrastructure connectivity. And then there's a whole string of technologies which are listed. So this would include, for example, digital infrastructure overseas cooperation. That would include cross-border undersea cables or fiber optic cables with any Belt and Road partner countries to ensure network infrastructure interconnectivity. So projects like the Peace Cable, which is connecting Pakistan, East Africa, and with Europe, submarine cables, they are central to this Digital Silk Road project, linking China to Africa and Europe and offering economic benefits to participant countries. Or at least that's the aim. So these cable networks really give China greater access to international data, to expand the global reach of Chinese technology firms, and to enhance China's influence over technology standards and international digital governance. The expansion of Chinese undersea cables through the Digital Silk Road is really viewed both as an effort to bridge digital gaps in developing regions, but I would think also a strategic move to position China at the center of global digital connectivity. There are strong links between undersea cables in China and the country's Digital Silk Road initiative. They're considered critical infrastructure within the Digital Silk Road, and they're considered a digital extension of the BRI. Now on to the players. The biggest telecom players in China are the three state-backed giants known collectively as the Big Three. China Mobile, which is the world's largest mobile operator by subscribers. I think it's got nearly 1 billion or more than 1 billion subscribers already. It is also a global player with investments in undersea cable projects and IoT, and of course fixed networks and so on. Then China Telecom, the leading fixed line and broadband provider in in China, and then it's also a major force in enterprise services, cloud computing, and data center operations. It also runs very extensive submarine cables. And then finally, China Unicom, which is very strong in mobile and fixed line services and some involvement in undersea cables. Then there's PCCW, which is the Hong Kong-based mobile network, fixed network operator, but also an undersea cable operator. China currently has 24 publicly known undersea cables that are either operational or due to go into service soon. The majority of these cables have Chinese ownership, either partially or completely. These are cables that land in mainland China. Of course, this number 24 does not include cables that land in Hong Kong, but that would, if you include that, that number would go up. In addition to the Chinese operators, there are also massive Chinese vendors who supply equipment or provide turnkey engineering services to this market. The largest one is HMN Technologies, formerly known as Huawei Marine Networks, and the other up-and-coming vendors are Hengtong Group and ZTT Submarine, and there are others as well. There are also significant Chinese vendors such as Ningbo, Orient Cable, which provide undersea cables that supply high voltage submarine power cables, not telecommunications, but power cables. In fact, I would say China is one of the top 4 vendors of submarine cables and turnkey cable engineering services in the world, alongside US, Japan, and France. So what are the global implications of China in the undersea market? I'm going to go back to those areas I mentioned earlier, and I'm going to address some of them. First of all, protecting the cables. The CME V6 cable, which is a widely reported story, and that would be a good story to illustrate my point that I'm going to make. Originally, HMN, Huawei Mobile Networks, so now it's called Marine Networks, sorry, it's now called HMN. They were selected in early 2020 to manufacture and lay the cable, and they were able to offer a competitive price, reportedly due to hefty subsidies from the Chinese government. And then in 2023, the US government applied diplomatic pressure as well as threat of sanctions, and that led the CME V6 massive cable project consortium to drop the Chinese HMN vendor over security concerns / spying concerns / espionage concerns. And then United States FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, they introduced rules that ban companies from connecting undersea submarine communications cables to the US if those cables contain Chinese technology or equipment or have Chinese ownership. And these concerns have led to the cancellation of 4 planned cables between the US and Hong Kong. The FCC highlights both cyber and physical threats, emphasizing the importance of securing the world's undersea cables. Then in 2024, at the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, 18 countries endorsed the New York Principles, a multilateral statement to promote secure cable providers, to encourage private-public partnerships, and to support resilient route planning. And the full name of this is called the New York Joint Statement on the Security and Resilience of Undersea Cables in a Globally Digitalized World. It was signed by the US as the proposer and the EU as the endorser, and other Western allies, as well as, interestingly, some of the Pacific Island nations have been signatories to this. And 3 Asian countries have signed this, Singapore, Japan, and Korea. The motivation for this was seen as trying to reduce dependence on so-called high-risk suppliers and improving resilience, often with China implicitly in mind as a source of potential risk. Subsequently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry accused the US of turning subsea cables into political and a security issue, and saying that, okay, you're denying countries the right to develop their undersea cable industry and independently choose cable suppliers. So what do I believe will happen as a result of this? I suspect Chinese operators and vendors will aggressively go after other projects globally, perhaps in South Asia, for example, Pakistan, parts of Southeast Asia, and Africa. The peace cable is one such example, which I mentioned earlier. Then funding these projects, which I told you they're very, very capital intensive. China has found a very natural place in entering underfunded projects, such as for small island states and for Africa. China has telecommunications, cables projects, infrastructure projects all over the world. One example is the Two Africa cable, which is a pan-African cable system where China Mobile, one of the largest telecoms players in the world, is a consortium member. Similarly, the Peace Cable, which I mentioned earlier. Then thirdly, is laying the cables, and more importantly, getting the territorial permits to lay the cables for the route that you've selected. China has reportedly either significantly delayed or outrightly refused to give permits to lay cables in most parts of the South China Sea, especially in waters that they believe that it comes under their sovereignty, namely the 9-dash line. So that's why alternate routes are being sought by major cable operators to avoid the South China Sea altogether. And as a result, cable operators are moving away from Hong Kong, which used to be one of the largest undersea cable hubs in the world. And this is a positive thing for ASEAN because their ASEAN countries are benefiting tremendously, and cables are landing in ASEAN shores as a result of this. And Chinese behavior in this case has been driving business away from its shores and its companies. So this is really a very broad topic. I've barely scratched the surface, but I hope I've given an overview. I hope I can return to this conference next year in person. I'm sorry for running over time. Thank you for listening, and feel free to reach out to the...
Thank you, Ms. Hemrajani. A lot to unpack there. I'll now ask Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan to share his remarks. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last session. I'm sure all of you are suffering from listening fatigue. We will try and keep it short as much as possible. The topic given to me is this: PLAS, strategic enabler of global security initiative. In the morning onwards, you would have heard people talking about 4 of the initiatives. This was the third initiative that was launched by China. First one was Global Initiative on Data Security. Second one was Global Development Initiative, and this is the third one. This came up in April 22, and Mr. Xi Jinping himself announced it in the POA forum during that year. So when he did that, there were 6 commitments that were given. Out of that, if you look at it, each one is linked to a principle. One is the guiding principle, the first one. The second one is the basic requisite. Third is fundamental requirement. Fourth is important principle, which says stay committed to differences and disputes being solved by discussions and dialogue. And of course, the only path and the integral part is in the 6th direction that were given. This I have taken from a document which was released last year by CIISS on the progress of the global security initiative that has been achieved in 2 years. Okay. Now coming on to that, this is little blurred. This is a clear-cut indication of the 6 commitments that was given in the global security initiative. And the last one talked about upholding indivisible security. And indivisible security is basically a thing which is borrowed from the Helsinki Pact, which was actually stipulating the restrictions between NATO and Warsaw, and also proposes that security of any country is inseparable from others in the region. So that is the basic principle of indivisible security. And if you look at this, out of this respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries, rest all, PLA can play a role. The other one is, of course, is different. That depends on the political directions. So I am going to go through and see how they are doing these 5 and what are they doing to support China in adhering to this global security initiative. If you look at it, first one was the common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security. I just tabulated a few examples. There are many more which they have done under each of these headings. For want of time, I've just put it in few baskets. Common security, you can take an example of UN peacekeeping missions that they have been carrying out. The China-Africa Peace and Security Partnership, which was announced in FOCAC 2024, and other things that I have mentioned here. Under the heads of comprehensive security, you can talk about humanitarian relief missions. And in Xiangshan Forum, of course, they talked about cybersecurity and non-traditional security issues in which the PLA is involved. On cooperative security, you have this Mekong River patrol that are going up, joint sea exercises, etc., and China-Indonesia maritime cooperation and the Natuna sea drills. And lastly, of course, the sustainable security, in which you can see the anti-piracy task forces in the Gulf of Aden. The 48th task force is already on at this point in time, and the 49th is getting ready to relieve this in October this year. So this is how the first actually the commitment the PLA can help in China achieving this. I talked about the UN peacekeeping mission. I just wanted to give you this idea how China has ramped up its contribution towards peacekeeping, whereas the US has actually reduced its commitment to peacekeeping. So this report came out last year, and you find also Mr. Xi Jinping keeping 8,000 troops ready for deployment for peacekeeping mission, which they have completed at this point in time. This is one of the ways in which the PLA actually helps in that achieving that commitment for global security initiative. And the second thing is about peacefully resolving differences, which was mentioned there. That, of course, is, you can see this, the entire thing of military diplomacy, joint exercises, peacekeeping operations, HADR, security forums and dialogues, naval escort missions, and support for regional mediation. These are simply few examples I have quoted. You can take many of them. There are many more activities that the PLA can actually help in doing this. Also, one of the things that the Global Security Initiative talks about is expanding the role of the PLA from the borders outward. And you find the number of areas in which they are likely to have their bases in future. Of course, Djibouti is there, Reem Naval Base is there, Gwadar is being talked about, other areas are being talked about. There are 14 of them like that you can find. Today, USA is able to do its power projection in a manner that it can react to any situation around the globe in 6 to 12 hours because they have 800 bases. China has only 2 at this point in time. So you will find in future a movement towards this by China, and that will enhance the initiative that the Chinese are supposed to have in all around the globe. Also, there is a new base that has been located near Tajikistan of Afghanistan border, and this has come up last year. It started in 2021, it has come up in last year. It is in continuation with the bases that I talked about. This is what Andrew talked about in the morning, the police stations. Though PAP is typically not the PLA, but in 2018, when PAP was bought under the CMC, it has an extended role. In addition to the Blue Seamen, etc., we have, this is something that has come up in a big way, and that is almost all over the world. There are 100 police stations somewhere around. So indivisible security is the last one. Out of that, I have mentioned only 2. One is assistance to Pakistan, basically to ensure that the security of India need not be affected by Pakistan or vice versa. So that is one thing that I can make out. Second is, of course, assisting India's neighborhood in ensuring that they have the influence around India. This is another aspect of indivisible security. This is how, this I kept it to region, it can be extended to other areas in the world. And this is how probably the PLA can help China in advancing its global security initiative. And this is a report I mentioned to you all. This came out last year by CISS. It's a 138-page document. If you go through that, you will find a lot of material on how PLA can help in advancing the global security initiative. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Narasimhan. Several points there to note. We'll probably come back to that. We'll now hear from Dr. Anton Harder. Dr. Harder, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rahul. And thank you, everyone. Here we are. I'm the very last speaker, so do hang on. I can see there are sleepy faces in some cases. Not all of you, but this shouldn't take long, and I'll try and keep it light. My topic that I was given, it's national unity and power projection, the role of ethnic governance in China's diplomacy. So I will make some comments based on two different points to show that the PRC's ethnic governance and diplomacy are tightly entangled. So to start with what might seem obvious, ethnic governance in the PRC today, and historically, it's about nation building, national rejuvenation. Second, I want to talk about, and this has been mentioned by a couple of others already, this term, discourse power, and how China's framing of Tibet, that's the specific context in which I think about ethnic governance, fits, how the framing of Tibet then fits with a general effort to contest the discourse power or discursive hegemony which the West, the US, have enjoyed more broadly. So, first, ethnic governance is about nation building then. So, China's modern history of disunity was very dramatic, of course, as we all know. And Sun Yat-sen, the father of the Republic, talked about the Chinese as like, you know, a load of sand that can't be melded together, but needs to be, right? His period, well, he overlapped with the warlord division of China, followed by invasion and further fragmentation, as some choose to collaborate with the Japanese, others resist. And even then, after the Japanese withdrawal, further fragmentation with civil war. Now, all historically modern nation building has included projects to tame the peripheries. Think of Meiji Japan, you know, Hokkaido down to Okinawa being pulled into the new state. Post-Civil War United States. Here in India, Nehru talked often in the 1950s about his anxiety for the fisse-Paris tendencies of India. And ethnic peripheries have been a weak spot for China throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Just think of plenty of examples, but British incursions into Tibet, in the early 20th century. The Soviets in Xinjiang in the 50s and the 60s, destabilizing Mao's China. And today, Beijing fears Turkic jihadist influence over the Uyghurs. So in 1949, when Mao looked at a map of China he'd inherited, or potential map of China he'd inherited, he looked at Tibet and he said clearly, we need to draw our line of national defense along that border, the Himalayas, not some sort of few hundred miles to the west of Chengdu. That wouldn't do at all. Hence, Tibet, or ethnic governance, was a basis for national defense, right? Hence Mao's immediate plan for integration of Tibet into the People's Republic, despite all the other, you know, terribly pressing issues that he had in 1949, 1950. But it's not only defense. Today, Xinjiang, another obviously important context for ethnic governance, is a platform from which to project power into Central Asia. And other people have shown the map of CPEC right through Pakistan as well, another means of projecting power down towards the Indian Ocean. So this is ethnic governance as nation building and national power. But thinking about, and I come to the second point, thinking about ethnic governance highlights an important but less conventional domain of power in which Beijing and the CCP is asserting itself. And this is the global discourse power or discursive power. What is this? So it's about who can set the agenda, right? Whose narrative circulates most prominently, whose narrative or interpretation of events is more widely accepted. And, you know, Xi Jinping has talked about these terms. Andrew, I think, mentioned this, Andrew Chubb, the Huayu Chuan. Xi Jinping has also said, 说好中国故事, telling China's story well or better. And there's a history to this, right? The era of decolonization saw a kind of post-colonial imperative to overturn the West's discursive hegemony. And Bandung has been mentioned before. Someone was saying they are a Bandung scholar. So Bandung, one of the things that was discussed there, was put on the agenda, was an effort within the third world, as people designated themselves then at Bandung, to displace the kind of international media agencies, right, the AP, the Agence Presse France, etc., and create a kind of cooperation amongst third world powers to share news information. Now, in the 1950s, regarding Tibet, the Chinese Communist Party actually had seriously limited knowledge about this region which it wanted to govern. Zhou Enlai himself said to Nehru in one of their several meetings in that decade, you know, we actually had no idea what the McMahon Line was or is, right? The McMahon Line being, I think everyone knows, right, the border above Arunachal Pradesh with Tibet, drawn by the British. So, you know, and it's well documented, the lack of knowledge in the Chinese Communist Party in Beijing generally about Tibet in this period. And in that period, there were many threatening narratives about Tibet that circulated in areas sort of on the edge of the Tibetan world, if you like, in northern towns like Kalimpong and Darjeeling, where there was a sort of eclectic mix of people watching Tibet, engaging with Tibet, both Indians, individuals from other parts of Asia, Europeans, and they generated different narratives about Tibet's natural separation from China, about its close ties, cultural, religious, Buddhist, to India, long-standing and intimate, and even a sort of narrative about Tibet as actually having a rather progressive, incipient, modernizing intellectual history that conflicted with CCP claims of Tibet in need of, you know, feudal Tibet, superstitious Tibet, in need of liberation. Yeah. So there are these sort of conflicting discourses, and India and others, they would you know, even in the 50s, were you know, disrupting Chinese claims. Even official Indian policy did this, right? So talk of suzerainty rather than Chinese talk of sovereignty over Tibet, a kind of watered down, rather nebulous concept. And today, very often in all sorts of publications outside of China, right, Tibet is still talked of as, so the PLA going into Tibet is talked of as invasion and occupation versus China's narrative of the peaceful liberation, right, in 1951. So defining and asserting a specific narrative about Tibet or other ethnic zones at the diplomatic level is therefore vital support for ethnic governance. And some features of this that are worth mentioning. A new kind of concept of Chinese China has emerged over the last couple of decades, and one scholar who's written about this is Elliot Sperling, an American Tibet scholar. So a definition of Chinese that minimizes the idea of Han, non-Han, right, the Shaoshu Minzu, the minority nationalities, as a comprehensive idea of Chinese as multi-ethnic. You see the term Xizang, the Chinese term for Tibet, now in English published materials by the Chinese official materials, replaces now the English word Tibet, right? Again, minimizing the distinct identity of Tibet. A particularly live, so this has I'll come to conclude with this, a particularly live issue, and has this been mentioned already today, but the Dalai Lama succession. So there's a contest between Beijing and the Dalai Lama over this, Beijing claiming authority over it. And I mention this fully, I have two students who are actually doing far more detailed work on exactly this topic than I am. And so I will introduce you to them if you want to find out more. But there's a contest here as well. So the Dalai Lama has recognized Chinese sovereignty, but seeks a measure of autonomy within China, particularly cultural religious matters. But Beijing seeks total authority, and hence over the Dalai Lama succession as well. Why this is, why the reluctance to concede some sort of cultural autonomy is interesting. I would argue that it goes back to the 1950s, an area that I research in detail. To conclude, to go back to the global level, for Beijing, the Tibet narrative is just one way in which it challenges Western discourse hegemony. Yeah, you think of all the Western cultural products, by which I mean Hollywood, advances as well as other things, as other vehicles also, but have long sort of supported narratives about Tibet, utterly unacceptable, right, in Beijing, of course. And then you see some even Chinese, official aligned Chinese academics who sort of engage in this struggle of narratives, warning others, advising colleagues, take care how you talk about Tibet when you're overseas, because there's this, this contest over framing. But it is not imagined that there is this struggle, even at the official level, because, and we just have to point to last year, 2024, the US passed its Renew Tibet Act, which specifically designates funds for doing what they say, countering the misinformation from the Chinese state about Tibet. Yeah, so this struggle exists. So we can see then that issues of ethnic governance are entangled with Chinese diplomacy at the very highest level.
Thank you, Dr. Harder. I think that brings us to the end of our speaker presentations. We'll now take questions from the audience in groups of 3. I intend to finish on time, so I think we'll take one group of questions, of 3 questions, and then let's see where we stand. So if you have a question, please be brief and to the point, and also please state who the question is intended for. And you can now raise your hands, and the coordinators will pass the mic on to you. Dr. Chubb, yeah.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm asking too many questions here, especially this one, which probably doesn't have a good answer. General Narasimhan, very interesting that you picked up on indivisible security as this derivative of the Helsinki Accords. I hadn't picked that up. In fact, you hear the term kind of go through in the propaganda, and it's kind of got through my critical filters. So I wonder, what can you tell us about the PRC's thinking with that? Because when you say indivisible security and you link it to the Warsaw Pact and the NATO in the Cold War, you're very much talking about blocks and exactly what China opposes in every respect when it comes to global security. So do you have any insights into the backstory there? Was it a deliberate decision to try to redefine what indivisible security meant? or is it just coincidental that they just happen to use that term? Or what more can you tell us about the use of that term? Thank you.
Seeing as, yeah, we'll take one more. I think, yeah, Bala. I think, yeah.
Good evening, Bala Subramanian. My question is to General Narasimhan. Sir, in 2014, in one of the speeches, Xi Jinping came out with the concept of New Asian Security. So where do you position this under the larger umbrella of Global Security Initiative? Also, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing as I don't see any hands, General Narasimhan, you may answer.
Yeah, in a way, it is good to be on the last panel. The questions will be less. First question about your indivisible security. You know, China has, generally borrows a lot of terms from various other Western and other sources. A simple case in point is Made in China 2025. You look at the Industry 4.0, it's got a lot of resonance to this. So I think this is one of the things that I think they borrowed. That is one issue. Second issue, I don't think they looked at it as a block kind of a thing. I don't feel that. What they probably thought was, you know, the security of one country should not be at the cost of others. That is the principle I think they were looking at. And in that, there are a lot of contexts that you can draw. Like, for example, China's own security against what US is doing or others are doing in South China Sea and other areas. So that indivisible security is, I think, from that context and not from the bloc politics context as you are talking about. And China in every statement says, you know, bloc politics should not be there. Every statement you can see that's a visible thing, actually speaking. So that is one. On the New Asian Security issue, you see, this entire Global Security Initiative has got two main lessons I drew from it when I read that document. One is, of course, creating an alternative security architecture for the world, but under the UN Charter. That's why the Commitment 3 says under the UN Charter. So that is one. Second thing, both One Belt, One Road Initiative and the Global Development Initiative were subsumed into this. These are the two major lessons I picked up from JSI when I read the document. So in this case, New Asian Security is what actually refers to the first commitment which I mentioned to you about the common security and things like that. This New Asian Security is also not a new phenomenon. If you take your mind back, Mr. Manmohan Singh, when he went to China in I think 2008 or 9, he proposed this Asian architecture. That time it didn't pick up speed at all. I mean, thereafter also it didn't pick up speed. Then Mr. Xi Jinping came out with this thing. However, this particular principle of New Asian Security, by the way, this GSA again is not something which is new. It is again a derivative of 2014 speech of us from where this emanated. So this New Asian Security is actually on the first commitment that he has given on the common security principles that he talked about. So I think you have to see it from that particular point of view. I think you'll get the answer.
Thank you, General Narasimhan. If there are no more questions, I think then I'll just provide a few concluding remarks. So I think Ms. Hemrajani provided a very comprehensive and technical breakdown of the risks that are associated with cables and digital infrastructure. I think she mentioned the peace cable at one point, and I think that brings to mind questions about the digital stack in places like Africa and the risks associated with a compromised tech stack. It brings to mind an incident in the African Union headquarters not a few years ago about a data leak. And I think the overall presentation, I think, asks us to think a little bit more carefully about the leverage and capacity that companies might possess in the global digital commons. And I think Lieutenant General Narasimhan, I think I noticed a lot of commonalities in the way that China shapes the GSI and its recent national security white paper. So perhaps going forward, we'll see more of a convergence in the way that domestic security issues are addressed, as well as its global security issues, And the map that you showed us about the naval bases or potential naval bases, I think that was very interesting too. Perhaps one that comes to mind is, an outpost that comes to mind is the one off the coast of Myanmar, the one in Coco Islands. I think that is something that we should probably dig a little bit deeper on, perhaps something to discuss later. And Dr. Hard, I think I think what I found very interesting was the way that you linked the ethnic governance issue with the Dalai Lama succession one. I think we'll hear more about that tomorrow as well. I think I'll just leave it there for now. I think we'll close the panel discussion. Please do give a round of applause for the speakers. We have finished 4 minutes early. What a surprise. So I think we'll wrap up there. Over to you, Hans.
Thank you so much for that incredibly insightful discussion. If we could please have the speakers rise for a picture.
Thank you.
We will now be concluding the day with evening tea. This is a good opportunity to reflect on the many invaluable insights I'm sure we have all taken away from this first day of GCNS, as well as ask any unanswered questions to the scholars. We would like to thank our speakers for their invaluable remarks, the audience for your attention, the GCNS team for facilitating the smooth proceedings of the first day of the conference, and our partners for their invaluable support, with special thanks to the Ministry of External Affairs, Policy Planning and Research Division, Government of India, as well as the India International Center for being our venue partner. We're looking forward to seeing our scholars on day 2, that is tomorrow, for another day of engaging academic discussion. Day 2 will consist of invite-only closed-door roundtable sessions. If you enjoyed today's proceedings, do follow us on social media and share your experience of day 1 to keep abreast of our latest developments. The report of today's proceedings will be made publicly available on ORCA's website in the coming weeks. Enjoy your tea. Thank you.